Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shelly Rakheja, your host for the day, and welcome you all to the day 2 of the 7th edition of the Times Literature Festival 2023 here in Delhi, one of the most awaited festivals in the literary world, with the theme, One World, Many Words. Yesterday's sessions were a stimulating exchange of views and ideas on literature and books, and today also it promises to be no less. Before we move ahead, we would sincerely like to thank all our sponsors. The Times Literature Fest Delhi is presented by Rajnigandha, our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times OOH, our writing instrument partner, Parker Pens, official bookstore, Full Circle, and our cultural partner, Tanera. In our first session today, we have with us Mr. Ashneer Grover, who will talk about his book, Doglapan. It is an honest account of the favorite and misunderstood poster boy of Startup India, the man himself. Raw, gut-wrenching, honest, and completely from the heart, this is storytelling at its finest. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming on stage the author of the book, who will be in conversation with Mr. Suhail Seth. Indian businessman Ashneer Grover is the former co-founder and managing director of the Indian fintech company BharatPe, and he also appears as an investor in the reality TV show Shark Tank India. Mr. Suhail Seth is the managing partner of Consulage India Private Limited, which is a branding and marketing consultancy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ashneer Grover in conversation with Mr. Suhail Seth.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, fine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to see all of you here on a Sunday morning. It reinstates my faith in some quarters of Delhi that people still read and people still love books. Otherwise, this is normally a time when people are generally waking up to another day of doing nothing. I'm delighted to be in conversation with Ashneer. This is not an interrogation. This is not an exit interview. He's been used to many. This is not to find fault with India. There are many again. And this is basically about the man. All of us have gone through life buffeted by strong and sometimes weak waves, and we've come out on top because of inherent resilience or just pure, plain good luck. So let me start, Ashneer, and let me do a disclaimer before. Anything that we say here, we are not liable for. Anything that we say about people here cannot be held against us in a court of law. Because, he's under a gag order. I can say whatever the hell I want. But I don't want him to get into trouble. So let me begin at the beginning. I read the book. I started the book last evening at about 6:30, finished it around midnight. Fascinating story about human resilience, a fascinating insight into human behavior. I mean, you would give Shakespeare a run for his money when you talk about the characters you've, encountered in your life. When you were born in Delhi, the whole essence of Malviya Nagar, which occupies prime pole position, what were the early years like? And what I love about you and your book is, I believe if a person can't respect his parents, he can't respect anyone. Parents are not an appendage. They are the heart and soul of who we are and what we become. So how were these early years in Malviya Nagar?
Can you hear me? हिंदी में बोले तो सर मैं थोड़ा
जरूर जी हिंदी में बोलिए अब मोदी जी का राज है आप हिंदी में बोलिए गुजराती में बोलिए सब चलता है मेरी हिंदी भी काफी अच्छी है
नहीं मेरी किताब लिखते लिखते अंग्रेजी खत्म हो गई सारी तो सर कुछ नहीं, मालवीय नगर रिफ्यूजी कॉलोनी है, जैसे लाजपत नगर रिफ्यूजी कॉलोनी है। तो मेरे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स पाकिस्तान से आए थे, तो उनको 200 गज का प्लॉट मिला। 200 गज का प्लॉट के भी 100-100 गज के 2 टुकड़े हो गए। उनके 5 बेटे थे, तो हमने 3-3 फ्लोर बांध लिए, तो 6 फ्लोर हो गए, तो 1 फ्लोर खाली था। तो वैसे रहते थे सब, मतलब तो एक जॉइंट फैमिली सेटअप था। एंड इसलिए फैमिली की वैल्यू हमेशा से ज़्यादा रही है, क्योंकि मैं जब बड़ा हो रहा था तो हम 10 कज़न थे, मतलब एक घर में 10 कज़न रह रहे हैं, सबका किचन अलग है, सबका काम अलग है, बट इन आपको किसी के पास भी जाना है, घंटी बजानी है या सीधा घर के अंदर जाना है। एंड दूसरा, कॉलोनी वाला कॉन्सेप्ट होता था पहले। अभी क्या है कि आपके ऊपर नीचे कौन रह रहा है वही नहीं पता। बैक इन द डे मैं जहाँ पे रहता था उसको 90 ब्लॉक बोलते थे, 90 घर थे, तो मेरा था 90/20। तो उस लेन में सबको जानते थे, राइट? किसी के घर में कुछ भी बर्थडे भी है, आप सब जाओगे। तो बहुत ही क्लोज लेट कॉलोनी टाइप सेटअप था। बट आप थोड़ा फैसिनेटिंग चीज़ ये थी कि किसी के पास सबको खुद मेहनत करके कमाना था, ठीक है? कोई बनिया कॉलोनी नहीं थी कि भाई पैसे हैं ब्याज पे चढ़ा के काम चल जाएगा।
माधुरी यहाँ है तो बनिया को ऐसे मत आप यूज करिए वर्ड को। हिज वाइफ माधुरी इज हियर, सो देयर शी इज। और इन्होंने बनिया की काफी हालत खराब की है किताब में। हाँ,
तो एंड तो सबको ना एक एक वो था कि आप ऐसे नहीं कि आप बिल्कुल ही गरीब हो, बट आप मिडिल क्लास में भी जस्ट अबाउट मिडिल क्लास हो, और आपको पता है कि यहाँ से अगर ऊपर उठना है तो खुद ही मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। वो सब में कॉमन था, मतलब मेरे जो दोस्त वगैरह भी जितने हैं सब में वो कॉमन था यार, खुद ही कुछ करके निकलना पड़ेगा यहाँ से आगे। बट इट वॉज ग्रेट, मतलब मेरे को अभी भी आई वेरी फॉन्ड मेमोरीज ऑफ मालवीय नगर। मैं भी बस 4 साल पहले ही निकला हूँ वहाँ से बाहर, इन द सेंस कि घर चेंज करा, मतलब मैं मालवीय नगर में 3 घर चेंज कर चुका हूँ। तो दैट, अब मतलब आप ये सोचो ना कि कितना आप लोकलाइज्ड हो, कि आपको नया घर भी लेना है तो आप कॉलोनी के बाहर नहीं सोच पा रहे। तो क्योंकि ये लगता था यार ये मार्केट अच्छी है यार, हमको सब जानते हैं यहाँ पे, तो यहीं पे रहेंगे। तो बस 3-4 साल पहले ही बाहर निकला हूँ, बट अभी भी मैं जो नया दफ्तर भी बना रहा हूँ वो वापस मालवीय नगर में ही बना रहा हूँ।
आपने जो अपनी किताब के आरंभ में कहा कि पढ़ाई और एजुकेशन की अहमियत आपके परिवार में बहुत ज़्यादा थी, तो ये जो उदाहरण थे, और आपने फिर जिक्र भी किया कि भाई जब आपको आईआईटी दिल्ली और दिल्ली कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग में चूज़ करना पड़ा तो आपने ट्रैफिक लाइट्स की वजह से इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी दिल्ली को चूज़ किया। अब ये भी एक बहुत ही अनोखी बात है आप सब लोगों के लिए। लोग कॉलेज इसलिए चूज़ करते हैं वहाँ पढ़ाई अच्छी है, पर अशनीर ने कॉलेज इसलिए चूज़ किया कि कोई ट्रैफिक लाइट्स नहीं थी। तो आप इनको ये बताइए वो ट्रैफिक लाइट का पूरा सागा।
सर काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। हुआ क्या कि मेरी जो रैंक थी 1823 थी, तो मेरे को सिविल मिल रहा था। एंड सिविल और टेक्सटाइल ना बॉटम ऑफ द बैच माने जाते हैं, मतलब आप कभी इंजीनियरिंग में आप कोर्स चूज़ कर रहे हो। और डीसी में मिल रहा था इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स। तो आईआईटी में एडमिशन ले लिया, डीसी की ओरिएंटेशन थी। तो एक और मेरा दोस्त था, तो हम दोनों चले गए ओरिएंटेशन के लिए। उसको भी आईटी में मिल गया था, सेम सिविल मिल गया था, वो भी उसको डीसी में कंप्यूटर मिला था, हम दोनों चले गए। तो वहाँ पे ओरिएंटेशन हुई डीसी की, उन्होंने समझाया कि हम अच्छा कॉलेज है, सिर्फ आईआईटी नहीं होता लाइफ में, बाकी भी अच्छे कॉलेज है, सब कुछ हो गया। तो मेरा दोस्त बोलता है कि आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन। तो उन्होंने बोला बताइए। वो बोलता है जी आपके यहाँ पे कौन सी नंबर की बस आएगी, ठीक है? एंड उसको लगा ये मजाक कर रहा है बच्चा, क्या कर रहा है। एंड जेन्युइनली आस्किंग कि मैं कॉलेज आऊँगा कैसे, मतलब ये रोहिणी के पास है, मेरे को दूर पड़ जाएगा साउथ दिल्ली से, कितने नंबर की बस आएगी और कितना टाइम लगेगा। एंड देन एवरीवन हैड अ गुड लाफ एट हिम। बट हम दोनों बाहर निकले, हमने बोला बहुत दूर है। ठीक है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंप्यूटर साइंस मिल रहा है वो ठीक है, बट बहुत दूर है, कौन जाएगा। तो इन दैट सेंस वो होता है ना, थोड़े साउथ दिल्ली वाले लड़के हो जाते हैं कि नहीं हम तो साउथ दिल्ली से बाहर निकलेंगे ही नहीं। वही हो गया। एंड प्रैक्टिकली अगर देखें तो मालवीय नगर से आईआईटी तक एक भी रेड लाइट नहीं पड़ती। एक अब पंचील वाली अंदर मालवीय नगर के एक रेड लाइट आ गई है, पहले वो भी नहीं थी। एंड मैं अपने घर से इंस्टीट्यूशनल एरिया पहले पहुंच जाता था। मेरे दोस्त जो हॉस्टल में रहते थे वो बाद में पूछते थे.
पर हॉस्टल की भी तो अच्छी कहानी है. You said that because of the proximity of your residence to your college, you escaped staying in IIT Delhi's hostels, and you also escaped ragging, which was a big issue then. So tell the people about that.
नहीं सर, उस टाइम पे अच्छी खासी रैगिंग होती थी. मतलब हमारी लिटरली फटती थी कि यार कोई सीनियर पकड़ लेगा तो मतलब और एक महीने 1.5 महीने मतलब एक क्वार्टर चलती थी. ऐसी वाली गंदी वाली रैगिंग होती थी. तो मैं तो पहले दिन गया, मेरे को बोल रहे तेरी हवा कितनी है. मैं सोच रहा हवा कितनी है क्या होता है. तो ऑल इंडिया रैंक होती थी AIR, उसको उन्होंने हवा बना दिया. ठीक है. मैंने बोला यार ये बड़ी खतरनाक लोग हैं यार, ये मतलब कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं. फिर हुआ क्या कि मेरा एक दोस्त था जो मेरे साथ JEE की प्रिपरेशन में भी था. वो गुड़गांव रहता था तो उसको हॉस्टल मिला था. तो पहले दिन के बाद ही, एक दिन रहने के बाद वो बोलता है कि भाई तू मेरे को यहाँ से ले जा, मैं नहीं रह सकता हॉस्टल में, कि बहुत रैगिंग हो रही है. तो मैं जब शाम को घर जा रहा था, मैं उसको भी ले गया अपने साथ. फिर उसके पेरेंट्स आए, उसको ले गए, हॉस्टल से निकाल दिया. तो मेरे को तब क्लियर हो गया कि यार बहुत खतरनाक जगह है हॉस्टल. बट आई थिंक वो पहले वो ज़रूरी तो नहीं बोलूँगा, मतलब कुछ एलिमेंट ऑफ रैगिंग पॉजिटिव भी है कि आप ना एक बहुत ही बबल से आते हो स्कूल टाइम पे. बट इतनी एक्सट्रीम नहीं होनी चाहिए कि बंदा घबरा जाए. बट हाँ, वो मैंने मिस कर दी वो वाली पार्ट. एंड बट उसके बाद हॉस्टल गए नहीं तो गए नहीं, वही हो गया.
So post IIT Delhi, Ashneer then joined the Tony Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad. And it's a double whammy. It's the most prestigious double whammy you can get in terms of education, you know, if you are IIT and IIM. But somehow in your book, you're not as indulgent towards IIM as you have been towards IIT. And one of the things that struck me, because I've spoken at both these, is that people there were in an aspirational drive from day one. The whole target was, you know, I must be picked up by a zero-day company. What were the essential differences to your mind between IIT Delhi and IIM? The reason why I'm saying this is there are many young people here in the audience who might also find their way to IIM Ahmedabad if they're either lucky or just plain stupid. But you tell us the differences.
नहीं, आपका ठीक ऑब्जर्वेशन है. मैंने एक्चुअली पूरा IIM का जर्नी ना मेरे लिए एक ब्लर है. ठीक है, मतलब मेरे दिमाग में वो बैठे ही नहीं हुआ कि मैं जब लिखता भी मेरे को कभी नीड ही नहीं लगी कि या मैंने सोचा ही नहीं कि मैं कितना लिख रहा हूँ वर्सेस IIT. एंड उसका रीज़न ये है कि मेरे को अभी भी लगता है कि IIT में जेन्युइनली क्यूरियस और स्मार्ट बंदे ज़्यादा थे. IIM पहुँचते ना, एक तो आप 18 साल की उम्र से 22 साल की उम्र के हो गए. ठीक है, तो वैसे ही आपका थोड़ा माइंड सेट हो जाता है कि यार मेरे को यही करना है, या मेरे को नौकरी करनी है, या मेरे को पढ़ना था पढ़ लिया, मेरे को पैसे कमाने हैं. ठीक है, तो IIM में द चैलेंज इज हर बंदा एक एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव से गया है कि मेरे को नौकरी चाहिए, और वो नौकरी करने के लिए उसको जो करना है वो पहले दिन से लग गया. अगर उसको अपने सीनियर्स के साथ नेटवर्किंग करनी है कि अरे यार ये लड़का गोल्डमैन सैक्स में समर करके आया था, इसकी प्री प्लेसमेंट ऑफर है, इससे बना के रखता हूँ, तो जब गोल्डमैन सैक्स वाले कैंपस पे आएंगे तो ये मेरे को रिकमेंड कर देगा, राइट. तो वहाँ पे वो चलता रहता था. मेरे को ना वो थोड़ा सा जेन्युइन कम लगा एज एन इंस्टीट्यूट. सेइंग कि ठीक है यार, आप IIT में हम ना सीख रहे थे, मतलब हम मज़े करते थे जेन्युइनली. IIM में वो एक रेस से लगी हुई थी. हमेशा डर लगता था यार कि दूसरा बंदा मेरे से आगे ना निकल जाए. एंड इसलिए मेरे को लगता है कि IIM ना आपको बहुत रिस्क अवर्स भी बनाता है. आपको ना नौकरी के लिए तैयारी कर रहा है. B स्कूल मिसनॉमर है. कौन से B स्कूल में बिजनेस सिखा रहे हो आप? जॉब सिखा रहे हो. J स्कूल है वो सारे.
Lovely. So I want to fast forward because, you know, the book is replete with so many anecdotes. If I pick all of them, we'll be here till about 4 p.m. But I want to fast forward to Madhuri, because, you know, you've talked about her, you've talked about her family, you've talked about the fact that here was a business family which was looking at someone, and they actually questioned his salary. They said, net bolo kitna aayega. Ye nahi bolna ki bonus bhi milega, ye bhi milega, wo bhi milega. How was this journey with Madhuri? Because she's been an abiding factor both in your life and in the book.
नहीं सर, काफ़ी तो हुआ क्या कि मैं फोर्थ ईयर ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग में मेरे को लगा चलो मैं कैट की तैयारी करता हूँ, तो मैं ईस्ट ऑफ कैलाश वाले करियर लॉन्चर पहुँच गया। एंड उसका कारण ये था कि वहाँ पे बंदियाँ अच्छी आती थी क्योंकि वो एलएसआर के पास भी था, और एक आईआईटी के सामने भी था, एसडीए मार्केट में भी करियर लॉन्चर था, पर वहाँ पे कभी नहीं जाना था क्यों, पता था सब वही लौंडे लपाटे आएंगे सब आईआईटी के। तो एंड दैट्स वेयर आई मेट हर, राइट। एंड कई बार ये होता है ना कि अब आपको देख के लग रहा है यार कि नहीं यही बंदी है, ठीक है, तो एंड आई वाज आफ्टर हर कि यार तू चल ले मेरे साथ लंच डेट पे चल ले, एंड इसको कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था।
No, and your friend also betrayed you. She told her कि ये एवी है or something
हाँ,
like that.
तो इसने एक कॉमन फ्रेंड थी, उसको बोला ये अशनूर करके कोई लड़का है, हाँ, तो वो बोलती है हाँ एवे ही है, उससे दूर रही हो, ठीक है। मतलब पहली प्रोडक्ट रिव्यू गंदा आया है बट मैं भी जिद्दी लड़का था, तो मैं पीछे पड़ा रहा उसके। एंड फिर हुआ क्या कि उसके डैड को पता लग गया, एंड हर डैड फेल्ट बिट्रेड कि यार देखो मैंने तुमको दिल्ली पढ़ने भेजा था, तुम ये क्या लड़कों के चक्कर में पड़ गए, ठीक है। एंड दूसरा उनको लगा वो भी आउट ऑफ कास्ट लड़का है, चलो बनिया लड़का होता फिर भी अच्छी बात थी, ये तो मतलब पंजाबी लड़का है, एंड 100 गज के मकान में रहता है मालवीय नगर में, तो ऐसा भी नहीं है कि बहुत वेल ऑफ है। तो बहुत सारे ना उनको लगने लगे यार ये डाउन ट्रेड हो रहा है इन सम सेंस। तो 2 साल के लिए वो उसको वापस पानीपत ले गए। जब मैं आईएम में था, शी वॉज बैक इन पानीपत, एंड वो ना लड़के ढूंढ रहे थे तब भी, ठीक है, उनको पता है कि इनका लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस चल रहा है, पर वो तब भी लड़के ढूंढ रहे थे। एंड उसके मामा भी बोल रहे हैं कि बेटे ये तो रिफ्यूजी हैं, एंड मैं सोच रहा हूँ
In fact, her uncle didn't attend their wedding.
मामा जी आए नहीं शादी पे
No, but you should tell them. The interesting bit is he used to employ strategy even then. So he would fly from Ahmedabad, come to Delhi. He would spend the night in their friend's home, Madhuri and her friend. But only the next day would he report to his parental home. तो वहाँ भी उसने स्ट्रैटेजी एम्प्लॉय की थी।
मैं बोलता था मैं एक दिन बाद आ रहा हूँ, मैं T0 पे आता था, मैं घर T+1 की डेट बताता था और तब माधुरी तो पीजी में थी, वो काम करने लगी थी दिल्ली में, तो फिर मैं एक दिन वहाँ पीजी में रुक के जाता था। फिर इनफैक्ट इंटरेस्टिंग बात है, हमको लगता था पीजी वाली आंटी को पता नहीं है, हम तो स्मार्ट हैं, मैं तो पिछले वाले दरवाजे से आ रहा हूँ। तो अभी वो पीजी वाली आंटी को मिलने गई, उसको बोल रही है वही लड़का था ना जो आता था। ये बोल रही है आंटी आपको पता था? कह रही है हाँ मैं पीजी चलाती हूँ, ऐसे थोड़ा।
So the other interesting inflection point is when from IIM Ahmedabad you move to Kotak. And I find that fascinating both in the book and in real terms. So tell us what happened, because you know you describe Bombay, you describe your sister's house in South Bombay, you talk about the whole BHK factor. She then got a job with Alok Industries, and it was a careful walk to Peninsula Park. So how was Bombay, and what were the learnings for a Delhi boy in Bombay? I'm sorry, I'm not calling it Mumbai because I'm old-fashioned.
नहीं वो हमारे मुंह से भी बॉम्बे ही निकलता सर। तो नहीं वो बहुत बढ़िया था सर। मैं क्योंकि आपका हमारा दफ्तर था नारीमन पॉइंट में, एंड आप जब सुबह नारीमन पॉइंट ड्राइव करके जाओ ना 9 बजे के करीब, बहुत अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि एक तरफ सी है, वो सन की रेज वहाँ से आ रही होती है, बहुत ही ग्लैमरस लगता है। एंड उस टाइम पे ना इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग की हेडेज थे, मतलब 2006, 7, 8। तो आपको ऐसे लगता था कि आप जो काम कर रहे हो भी बहुत ही रेलेवेंट काम है, एकदम हॉट काम है। मतलब आज की डेट में जो स्टार्टअप का सीन है, उस टाइम वो इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग का सीन होता था। एंड मेरे को बहुत मज़ा आता था क्योंकि मेरे को जेन्युइनली काम अच्छा लगता था, और मेरे को कोटक लगता था कि एक अच्छी जगह, मतलब वो लाला कंपनी भी है बट एज ए कम्प्लीटली अनप्रोफेशनल भी नहीं है, प्रोफेशनल लाला कंपनी है।
He said it.
नो तो वहाँ पे द ओनली चैलेंज वॉज कि हाउसिंग में लग जाती थी। मेरे को अच्छी तरह आता है, मेरे पास 48,000 रुपये आते थे कट कटा के टैक्स के बाद, और मैं 16,000 रुपये का रेंट देता था, ठीक है, 32,000 रुपये बचते थे। But we were still very happy about it because just two of us, back in the day इतने कुछ शौक भी नहीं होते थे. But पेरेंट्स आते थे ना दिल्ली से, वो एक दिन आके रुक के चले जाते थे, बोलते 2 कदम चलने पे तो तुम्हारा घर खत्म हो जाता है. ठीक है, यहाँ पे रुके कैसे? तो दिल्ली वाले उस तरीके से बिगड़े होते हैं कि उनको मकान वकान लगता है, थोड़ी खुली जगह चाहिए, वो चाहिए. एंड 2 साल जब हम वहाँ पे रहे ना, फिर हमको भी लगने लग गया कि सब कुछ अच्छा है, बट ना फैमिली आप मिस कर रहे हो. कि कुछ मतलब आप कितना ईट आउट कर लोगे, कितना आप बाहर चले जाओगे, आप वो फैमिली वर्क के हिसाब से बहुत बढ़िया जगह है, बट अगर आपकी रूट्स वहाँ पे नहीं है बॉम्बे में, तो फिर आप फैमिली मिस करने लगते हो. तो फिर 2 साल के बाद क्या हुआ कि माधुरी हैड अ मिसकैरेज, तो शी हैड टू कम टू दिल्ली. एंड फिर मैंने उन कोटक वालों को बोला, तो उन्होंने बोला ठीक है तू भी चले जा. उसके बाद तो हर साल बुलाते रहे, मैं कुछ ना कुछ बहाना बनाता रहा, मैं 5 साल निकाल दिया ऐसे. तो फाइनली उन्होंने गर्दन पे तलवार लटका दी ना कि यार तेरे को या तो तू बॉम्बे आएगा वरना तू नौकरी नहीं करेगा. तो मैंने बोला ठीक है नौकरी नहीं है, बॉम्बे तो नहीं आ रहा मैं ऑफिस से.
So it's interesting that the roots of Bharat Pay and the understanding of shop behavior was built for him by two clients. One was Anchor and the other later was PCJ, PC Jewelers. So tell us about the learnings और फिर कैसे आपने वो 2 लाख निकाले भी जब रेड हो रही थी. सब लोग को ये भी चमत्कार आप दिखाओ ना.
सर एंकर इलेक्ट्रिकल मेरी पहली डील थी. अगेन प्योर लाला कंपनी. एंड इनफैक्ट होता क्या था, बैक इन द डे आपको स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री के बेनिफिट मिलते थे. तो वो एक बिजनेस चलाते थे ना, तो उसमें 10 कंपनियां थी. कोई पंखे की बॉल बेरिंग बना रही है, कोई पंखे का कवर बना रही है, कोई पंखे का ब्लेड बना रही है. वो अलग अलग यूनिट्स हैं, बट एसेंशियली बन तो पंखा ही रहा है जो एंकर के नाम से बिक रहा है. तो मैं उनकी फैक्ट्री में बैठता था अंधेरी में, MIDC में उनकी फैक्ट्री थी. एंड वहाँ से हम डील रन कर रहे थे. एंड एक दिन हुआ क्या कि मेरे को बोलते हैं कि सेल्स टैक्स की रेट पड़ गई है. अब मैं 7 months इनटू द जॉब, मेरे को लगा यार पता नहीं कैसे डील करना है. तो मेरे को बोलते हैं कि तेरे पास आई कार्ड है कोटक का? हाँ. मैं बोला हाँ जी बिल्कुल है. तो मेरे को लगा मेरे को इसलिए बोल रहे हैं कि तू जब तेरे को रोके तो तू दिखा दियो, तेरे को जाने देंगे. तो बोलते अच्छा इधर ला बैग खोल. मैंने बोला बैग लो. वो 2 लाख रुपए डाल दिए. ठीक है. मैं बोला ये क्या है? कह रहे नहीं यार थोड़ा कैश पड़ा था, ये फालतू में तंग करेंगे, 10 सवाल पूछेंगे. तू बोल कि तू कोटक से है, मैं तो मिलने आया था जी अब चाह रहा हूँ. तो मैं कोटक का बाहर दिखा के मैं चला गया. अब मैं ऑफिस आया हूँ, तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ जी मेरे पास 2 लाख रुपए कैश पड़ा है, क्या करूँ? अपने सीनियर को बोल रहा हूँ. वो मजे ले रहा है कि भाई अब तो तू पकड़ा जाएगा. तूने ये क्या कर दिया, वो क्या कर दिया. चलो ठीक है. अब मैं हर रोज वो 2 लाख रुपए घर से ऑफिस लेके जा रहा हूँ, ऑफिस से घर लेके आया. जब आप 48,000 रुपये कमा रहे हो तो आपके 6 महीने की सैलरी पड़ी है ना बैग में. तो फिर मेरे को लगा एक हफ्ते बाद ये भूल गए हैं कि मेरे को पैसे दिए थे. तो मैं उनको फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ कि मालिक ये करना क्या है, मतलब मैं कब वापस देने आऊँ. बोल रहे वहाँ पे कोई ब्रीच कैंडी में दुकान थी, वहाँ पे ड्रॉप कर दे. मैं बोला ड्रॉप कर दूँ, मतलब कोई ड्रॉप बॉक्स है क्या, एंकर के पैसे यहाँ पे ड्रॉप करिए. तो वो उनके किसी रिश्तेदार का था. तो वहाँ पे जाके मैंने फिर फाइनली पैसे दिए. तो बट तब समझ आ गया था कि यार इंडियन इकोनॉमी में कैश चलता है. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं चलता है. और दूसरा PCJ ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग था एटलीस्ट मेरे लिए भारत पे के पर्सपेक्टिव से, बिकॉज मैंने ज्वाइन इसलिए करा था. मेरे को एक तरफ से ना अंदर खोखला लगने लग गया था. ठीक है आप एक स्ट्रक्चर में एक लेवल पे आके काम कर लेते हो, बट एक जो लाला फ्रॉम स्क्रैच बिजनेस बनाता है और कस्टमर से पैसे कमा रहा है, इन्वेस्टर से नहीं कमा रहा, स्टॉक मार्केट से नहीं कमा रहा, एक्चुअली कस्टमर से कमा रहा है, वो मैंने सीखा ही नहीं था. क्योंकि मैं तो पंजाबी फैमिली से, तो हमारे यहाँ पे कोई बिजनेस ही नहीं करता था, मैं कभी गल्ले पे ही नहीं बैठा था. तो मेरे को एक ना इंट्रीग था कि मैं किसी बंदे से सीखूं जो साल का 400-500 करोड़ रुपए का प्रॉफिट कमाता है फ्रॉम कस्टमर. तो उस करके मैंने PCG ज्वाइन करा. और वहाँ पे जो इतना मैंने सीखा है ना, उतना मैंने जेन्युइनली बोल रहा हूँ पिछले 7 साल या उसके पहले MBA में नहीं सीखा. आप करोल बाग में अगर अपनी दुकान कैसे चलानी है वो फाइट मार लोगे ना, आपको सब कुछ समझ आ जाएगा कि बिजनेस होता कैसे है.
But tell me, from the book and also your life story, it's quite apparent that you had this constant dilemma: corporate, non-corporate, entrepreneurial, non-entrepreneurial. Just to give you a very quick insight, he joined American Express. where he was responsible for creating more revenue within the banking system, because they're the only people in India who have a banking license without taking any deposits. Then you joined Grofers, and Grofers you had that terrible, issue of them kind of slinking away on their commitments. Then you went to PCJ, then you went to Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young में इनकी नौकरी 15 मिनट की थी. From where he called his father and said कि मुझे बहुत घुटन हो रही है और मन नहीं लग रहा. So his father then said, follow your heart. So what happened at Ernst & Young, apart from people wearing really terrible suits? When you walked into their AeroCity office, what happened?
स्टार्टअप का ना एक वो नशा है. आप जब वो स्टार्टअप करने लगते हो ना, आपको एक आदत पड़ जाती है कि हर रोज़ की 10 चीज़ें फटेगी, उसमें से मैं 8 तो संभाल लूँगा, 2 को देखने कैसे करना है. तो जब मैंने ग्रोफर्स में काम किया, मतलब मैं पहले दिन ज्वाइन करा था, 30 ऑर्डर करते थे. जब मैं निकला 30,000 ऑर्डर करते थे, और पूरा बिजनेस मॉडल चेंज कर दिया. पहले दुकान से सामान उठाते थे, फिर अपनी इन्वेंट्री डाली, वेयर हाउस डाले. तो हर रोज़ इतना सीखने को मिलता था ना, आपको एक वो डोपामिन इफेक्ट देता था कि यार मज़ा आ रहा है. फिर मैं जब ग्रोफर से बाहर निकला, मेरे को नहीं पता था मैं वो क्या करना है. एंड अर्न्स्ट एंड यंग वालों ने बोला कि तुम ऐसा करो कि तुम आ जाओ, तुमने स्टार्टअप देखी हुई है, तुम स्टार्टअप प्रैक्टिस चालू कर दो यहाँ पे ENY में. तो मैं बोला ठीक है, अभी तक कुछ और तो नहीं कर रहा, तब तक ये कर लेता हूँ. सर मैं एरोसिटी वाले ऑफिस में गया हूँ अर्न्स्ट एंड यंग के, एंड HR ने मेरे को एक राउंड लगाना शुरू करा कि जी ये है, ये है, ये है. एंड ना जो साइलेंस थी ना ऑफिस की, वो डेफनिंग थी मेरे लिए. वो हमारे ऑफिस में तो मतलब सुबह आके पहले लड़ाई करनी पड़ती थी कि कुर्सी कहाँ है, मेरी कुर्सी कौन ले गया, ठीक है. और वहाँ पे सब कुछ सेट है कि ये इसका कैबिन है, इसके बाहर ये बैठे हैं, उसके बाहर वो बैठे हैं, और एकदम शांत. मतलब एंड दूसरा मेरे को लगने लगा स्टार्टअप में ना हम बहुत यंग बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं. मतलब एवरेज एज होती है 24, 25, 26. वहाँ पे एवरेज एज है 40. तो पूरा कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट था. तो मेरे को उस 15 मिनट में पता लग गया मेरे से नहीं हो सकता. अब मैं मतलब बिगड़ चुका हूँ. मैं वापस जाके कॉर्पोरेट वाली नौकरी नहीं कर सकता. एंड फैक्ट है, वो मेरे जितने सूट मैंने बनाए थे ना कोटक के टाइम में, वो सब मतलब क्या बोलते हैं उसको, ऊली लग रही है उस पर. मैंने आज तक उसके सूट पहने ही नहीं. और मेरे को क्लियर है कि मैं वो अब कॉर्पोरेट वाला काम तो नहीं कर सकता. बहुत कर लिया था मैंने, 9 साल वो किया, 7 साल कोटक में, 2 साल एमेक्स में, तब मज़ा आता था. बट एक वंस यू टेस्ट स्टार्टअप एंड स्पेशली सक्सेस, सी फेलियर में भी, फेलियर से आपको और अप्रिसिएशन होगी, बट व्हेन यू टेस्ट सक्सेस देन इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू गो बैक टू द कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड.
So when you left all of this, EY is done, everything is done, and remember there was a time when he got into IIT, the whole colony assembled to, congratulate him and the family. So you came from a cocoon of your own making, inspired obviously by the family and by the colony, by the community. And there are very interesting references in the book to him being an atheist, but when he was going through personal crises, he and Madhuri went to Panipat to meet a Jain Muni, if I remember right. And it's fascinating how human resilience is tested more often than not. Tell people about the whole Bharat Pay journey, particularly about Terusan, and what happened in Singapore, and how did that journey begin? We'll avoid the controversial bits. See, I want this session to be inspiring for young people. So, the controversial bits are in the public domain, and he's already been very effusive about 4 professions: bankers, lawyers, consultants, and some of his own colleagues. So we'll let that pass. So tell us about the whole Bharat Pay, and you noticed this earlier in your job about a single QR code. So, tell people about that.
तो सर जब ग्रोफर्स में भी था, एक दिन क्या हुआ कि दीपक गुप्ता जो CEO हैं कोटक के, वो आए और मेरे को बोलते हैं कि तुम्हारे हिसाब से मार्केट में क्या नया प्रोडक्ट होना चाहिए. एंड मैंने उनको बोला सर मेरे को लगता है बहुत सारे QR कोड आ गए, एक सिंगल QR कोड होना चाहिए. एंड इनफैक्ट तभी गवर्नमेंट ने अनाउंस करा है कोई भारत QR करके. एंड फास्ट फॉरवर्ड मैं PCJ में चला गया, एंड मैं 1 साल हो गया है एंड मैं देख रहा हूँ कोई सिंगल क्यूआर कोड की बात तो हुई थी, भारत क्यूआर करके वेबसाइट भी है, बट कहीं पे दिखता ही नहीं है क्यूआर कोड। तो मेरे को लगने लग गया कि, एंड जब मैं पीसीजी में भी डिजिटाइज कर रहा था, मैं कभी पेटीएम को फ़ोन करूँ, कभी मैं फ़ोन पे को फ़ोन करूँ, चलो ठीक है 2 क्यूआर लगाने लगवा लेंगे, दोनों के अलग अलग सिस्टम है, दोनों के अलग अलग पैसे अलग अलग टाइम पे बैंक में आएंगे। तो मेरा बैक एंड वाला बंदा रो रहा है अकाउंटेंट की, यार मैं कितने सिस्टम रिकनसाइल करूँगा। तो मेरे को लगने लगा जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है कि, एंड प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि क्यूआर की स्पेस भी एक प्रॉब्लम है कि मैं दुकान के गल्ले पे कितने क्यूआर लगाऊं, बट मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली मैं कितने सिस्टम रिकनसाइल करूंगा ये अपना हिसाब बिठाने के लिए। तो जब भारत पे स्टार्ट करा तो द आइडिया वाज कि यार एक सिंगल क्यूआर कोड लेके आते हैं। एंड इंटरेस्टिंग हुआ क्या था, जो भारत क्यूआर था वो वीजा मास्टर कार्ड ने सरकार को बोला हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, और वो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करा, बिकॉज उनको समझ आ गई थी कि अगर क्यूआर सिस्टम आ गया तो जो हम 2% चार्ज करते हैं मशीन पे वो दुकानदार क्यों देगा, ठीक है। तो दे स्ट्रैटेजिकली किल्ड द प्रोडक्ट भारत क्यूआर, एंड नाउ माय नेम वाज भारत पे, इट इज वेरी सिमिलर टू दैट। एंड हमने सिंगल क्यूआर लाके मार्केट में लॉन्च करा। एंड सी मेरे को लगता है एंड ऑफ द डे सिंपल प्रोडक्ट्स वर्क बेस्ट, कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं थी। मेरा जो सेल्स का बंदा था वो कोई एमबीए नहीं होता था, वो एक जोमेटो का लड़का होता था जो 3 से 6 के बीच में वेला बैठा होता था, बिकॉज लंच टाइम खत्म हो गया, अब डिनर टाइम पे रश शुरू होगा शाम को 7 बजे, तो 4 घंटे बैठ के वो ताश ही खेल रहा है पार्क में। तो हम उसको जाके बोलते थे तू दुकान पे जाके ना मेरी किट ले जा, और दुकानदार को सिंपल बोलियो जैसे आपका पेटीएम का क्यूआर लगा है ना वैसे ही है, इस पे पेटीएम भी चलेगा, फोन पे भी चलेगा, सब कुछ एक ही सिस्टम में चल जाएगा। और वो लोग 2% लेते हैं, हम 0% लेंगे, ठीक है बस। और तीसरी चीज बोलनी नहीं है, तीसरा अगर वो कुछ ज्यादा पूछे ना बोलिए आप मत लगाओ जी मैं अगली दुकान पे जा रहा हूँ, ठीक है। एंड फॉर दैट गाय इट वाज आल्सो इजी कि कुछ कमर्शियल्स नहीं करने, कुछ केवाईसी नहीं करना, कुछ साइनिंग नहीं करानी, सिंपल ऐप डाउनलोड करानी है, क्यूआर लगा के आना है। एंड इट वाज सो पावरफुल कि इन फर्स्ट 6 मंथ्स हमने 50 लाख क्यूआर लगा दिए। एंड आप ये सोचो कि पेटीएम जिसने क्यूआर सिखाया कि क्यूआर को स्कैन करने से पेमेंट हो सकती है, उसने 10 साल में 1.25 करोड़ लगाए थे, ठीक है। तो दैट्स हाउ आवर बिजनेस बिकेम बिग। नाउ इनिशियल डेज में अब पैसे थे नहीं, तो पहले मैंने 2 करोड़ रुपए उठाए अपने फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली से, एंड 18 करोड़ की वैल्यूशन पे। तो मतलब आज की डेट में तो इतने में कोई कॉलेज का बच्चा भी नहीं डाइल्यूट करेगा इतनी वैल्यूशन पे, बट मेरे को था ठीक है स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं कर लेते हैं। और वो भी मैंने 2 करोड़ इसलिए उठाए, मेरे को ये था कि अगर इनके पैसे डूब गए ना तो मैं अपना मालवीय नगर वाला मकान बेच के सबको सेटल कर दूंगा। तो 2 करोड़ का अमाउंट आया कहाँ से मेरे दिमाग में वॉज दैट, लोग सोचते हैं ना कि कोई यूज ऑफ प्रोसीड्स होगा तेरा 2 करोड़ का, नहीं, मेरे पास कोई एसेट है जिसको मैं लिक्विडेट करके वापस कर सकता हूँ पैसा, वॉज माई थिंकिंग। फिर बिजनेस ग्रो करने लगा, बिकॉज आपको बंदे भेज रहे हो, क्यूआर लगा रहे हो, आपको पैसे चाहिए। सो एक मेरा इन्वेस्टर था तेरूसान, सिंगापुर। तो उन्होंने मेरे को कॉल किया, मैंने उनको कॉल में 1 घंटा समझाया, वो मेरे को बोलते हैं तू सिंगापुर आ जा। अब इतने पैसे भी नहीं थे कि यार मैं ओवरनाइट जाके होटल में स्टे करूं, तो मैंने सुबह की फ्लाइट ली यहाँ से सिंगापुर की, और शाम की फ्लाइट सिंगापुर दिल्ली की बुक करके मैं यहीं से गया कि होटल में रुकना ही नहीं है, पैसे बर्बाद नहीं करने। उनके ऑफिस गया, समझाया 1 घंटा, वो मेरे को बोलते हैं चल तेरे को लंच कराता हूँ। मेरे को लगा बस हो गया, लंच वंच करा के भेज देंगे, पैसे देने नहीं है उन्होंने तो मेरे को लंच कराने के बाद बोलता है कि वेरी गुड, मैं ना $500,000 डालूंगा। मैंने बोला ठीक है सर, आई वॉज हैप्पी। जब तक मैं एयरपोर्ट पहुंचा हूँ सिंगापुर के ही, हाँ, तो मेरे को फिर से फ़ोन आ गया। मेरे को लगा पता नहीं अब बोल रहा है कि नहीं, मन नहीं है, अब मैं नहीं डाल रहा। तो मैं बोला यस सर। तो बोल रहे हैं कि यार ऐसा कर, तू ना उस 500,000 को 1 मिलियन कर दे, ठीक है। मैंने बोला थैंक यू सर। मैं दिल्ली लैंड करूँ फिर से फ़ोन आ गया 1.5, एंड देन ही स्टार्टेड सेइंग कि अब इसको 1.5 कर दे। एंड मेरी दिल्ली आके भी फट गई थी यार, फिर से फ़ोन क्यों आ रहा है, मतलब हाफ माइंड में था कि फ़ोन उठाऊं भी या नहीं उठाऊं। बट या सो ही वाज, दैट फर्स्ट चेक इज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट टू ब्रेक, बिकॉज होता क्या इन्वेस्टर की हर्ड मेंटालिटी है, एक बार किसी ने पैसा डाल दिया तो बाकी लोग तो आ ही जाते हैं। बट या तेरूसान से ही किस्सा शुरू हुआ।
But it's interesting because, you know, one of the strategic imperatives that he employed, which he also touched upon, was that if you really want traction in terms of engagement, the offering in India should be free to the merchant. I've always said India is the capital of freedom fighters all over the world. They fight for anything that's free. So it was important for them to do that. I want to touch upon things that are happening in India because you've done it well, you've had headwinds, fine, everyone does. India today is at a unique position. You have referred to it when you said that Saurabh in Grofers had hired subpar talent. In fact, you used the word subpar. When you look around and you see, and I have to say, I'm apolitical, but Prime Minister Modi's done a fantastic job with Digital India. Fantastic. You know, you have to give the man credit. You know, people may say whatever, but we are today the world's digital capital. And credit to him because that has prevented leakage and it has enhanced transparency and obviously accountability. But from where I am, I see two issues with the digital world or the startup world. Number one is the commitment of investors both to the idea and the execution. And you referred to that when Nikesh left SoftBank, Grofers was thought to be his legacy, and therefore people pulled back. The second is there's not enough talent. And you know, you referred to that in Grofers, and then you also say that a lot of people from Grofers moved to BharatPe, you know, the good people. Where do you see this being bridged or this being plugged?
सर तो जो इन्वेस्टर वाला है ना वो थोड़ा सैड पार्ट है बिकॉज अभी पिछले 5-6 साल बुल रन रहा है सो यूएस में भी इंडिया में भी टेक स्पेस में बुल रन रहा है एंड लोगों ने साइकिल ही नहीं देखी मतलब जो इन्वेस्टर्स है ना उनकी अभी वो एक्सेल शीट ऐसी चल रही है जो ऊपर ही जाता सब कुछ एंड अभी साइकिल टर्न हो रही है तो सबका ना कैरेक्टर और लैक ऑफ कैरेक्टर रिवील हो रहा है अभी तो मेरे को लगता है जो मैच्योरिटी इन कैपिटल मार्केट्स आनी है वो तो इस साइकिल के बाद ही आएगी ठीक है कमिटमेंट ऑफ इन्वेस्टर्स एक चीज़ जो अच्छी है अब चाइना में पैसा नहीं जा रहा ठीक है तो वो जो पैसा चाइना के लिए एलोकेटेड था वो कहीं तो जाएगा एंड इफ़ यू ग्लोबली लुक एट इट इंडिया से बेटर फंडामेंटल मार्केट नहीं है ठीक है वो ठीक है ऊपर नीचे होगा मार्केट ऊपर नीचे होगा सब कुछ होगा बट फंडामेंटली साउंड जहाँ पे सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की पीसेस हैं कि आपको मेरा केवाईसी करना है मेरे फ़ोन से हो जाएगा मेरे पास डिजी लॉकर है मेरे पास आधार है ओटीपी आएगा मैं आपको कर सकता हूँ मेरे को पेमेंट करनी है मेरे को कोई कार्ड नहीं चाहिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए यूपीआई से हो जाएगा ये बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फंडामेंटल पीसेस हैं बिकॉज किसी भी इकोनॉमी में कोई भी चीज़ जो ट्रांजैक्शन को फैसिलिटेट करती है विल लीड टू ग्रोथ ऑफ द इकोनॉमी राइट तो इन्वेस्टर्स अभी थोड़ा यूएस में डाउनटर्न है थोड़े टाइम चुप होके बैठेंगे बट जाएंगे कहाँ बिकॉज जब मार्केट उठेगी तो कमा के सिर्फ इंडिया ही दे सकता है अभी चाइना नहीं है और कोई और इकोनॉमी इस स्केल पे नहीं है जो आपको कमा के दे सकती है तो आई थिंक इंडिया विल कीप अट्रैक्टिंग इन्वेस्टर मनी फॉर द नेक्स्ट डिकेड एटलीस्ट इन माई व्यू टैलेंट में मेरे को मेजर चैलेंज है क्योंकि इंडियन एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस 20 साल पीछे चल रहे हैं बिल्कुल मतलब
इवन आईआईटीज
आप क्या पढ़ा रहे हो और आपको जॉब में क्या लगता है उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क हो गया ठीक है एंड समवेयर ना वो अभी सब नाम का खा रहे हैं ठीक है कि इज़ द आईआईटी गाय एज स्मार्ट in comparison to other peers as compared to 20 years earlier right I don't think so and वो simple है कि आपने अगर एजुकेशनल सिस्टम में अपग्रेड ही नहीं करा तो नहीं होगा एंड उसका सिंपल रीज़न ये भी है यार टीचर्स को पैसे कितने मिलते हैं मतलब जिसको चिल लाइफस्टाइल चाहिए होता हम मतलब मे बी आई एम रॉन्ग बट एंड पॉलिटिकली इनकरेक्ट एज वेल बट जिसको चिल लाइफस्टाइल चाहिए जिसको एस्पिरेशन नहीं है हम सोचते हैं वो टीचर बनता है ठीक है यूएस में ऐसा नहीं है यूएस में काफ़ी सुपर स्मार्ट लोग टीचर्स बनते हैं, राइट? वही टीचर्स स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेट करते हैं, उसमें इक्विटी कमाते हैं, पैसे कमाते हैं, सब कुछ होता है, राइट? सो आई थिंक समवेयर ना एजुकेशन सिस्टम लैग कर रहा है, प्रैक्टिकलिटी नहीं है, ठीक है? और बच्चे ना स्मार्ट नहीं है। अब बच्चे 90%, अगर आप मेरे को एक बता दो ना, मेरे को दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन चाहिए, अगर मेरे 98% से कम है, भूल जाओ, हो ही नहीं सकता।
But tell me, Delhi University में how do people get 100 on 100 in English? ये शेक्सपियर के दामाद हैं कि क्या हो रहा है यहाँ? मेरे को तो ये नहीं कभी समझ आई. How do you get 100 on 100 in English? I can understand mathematics, physics, पर ये हमारी दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी को तो भारत रत्न देना पड़ेगा, but posthumously, because before they get the Bharat Ratna, they will kill education in India. And luckily, Delhi University is not a great advertiser with the Times of India. I want to very quickly, because I'm being bullied from the sidelines with compassion, I want to just touch upon 2 or 3 personal things of Ashneer. Number 1, his fondness for cars. Number 2, which I don't agree with, he's a teetotaler and doesn't smoke. Number 3, he's a great a lover of, or a connoisseur of good things, which everyone is. In your personal life, with all the setbacks, you've talked beautifully about Ayub and Mannat. You've talked about their birth. You've talked about, how they've added blessings to your family. With all these things, how does Ashneer Grover relax?
रिलैक्स सर, मैं तो आजकल तो मैं रिलैक्स करने के लिए रील्स बनाता रहता हूँ इंस्टाग्राम पे. नो सी आई वॉच अ लॉट ऑफ टीवी तो नहीं बोलूँगा, बट आई वॉच अ लॉट ऑफ ओटीटी. एंड साल में मेरे को कम से कम 3 हफ्ते के लिए भागना है देश से, ठीक है? नॉट सेइंग कि it gets too much for me, but I think just going overseas and just doing nothing is also relaxing, right? लोगों को समझ नहीं आता, but मेरे को
it's very relaxing.
Yeah, मेरे को है कि आप 1 हफ्ता भी लंदन या उसके आसपास रहे हो, कुछ नहीं कर रहे, कुछ नहीं, मतलब कोई एजेंडा ही नहीं है लाइफ में, किसी से मिलना नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. That also relaxes you. बाकी सर इतना लोड भी नहीं लेता कि रिलैक्स करने की जरूरत पड़े.
And he also went through an exchange program in France, and that also helped your worldview, right? So, last question before we open it out to the audience. Ashneer Grover को गुस्सा क्यों आता है?
सर ऐसा है कि पंजाबी जीन्स है, क्या करें? पंजाबी जीन्स है वो. मेरा गुस्सा, मैं लोगों को ये समझाता हूँ, मेरे को ऑन एन एवरेज बाकी लोगों से बहुत कम गुस्सा आता है, बट इंटेंसिटी ज़्यादा होती है, ड्यूरेशन कम होती है, ठीक है? नाउ लोगों को ना इंटेंसिटी याद रहती है.
So you're the Maggi noodles of anger.
Yeah, मतलब
So 2 minutes and it's done.
Not even 2 minutes. मेरे को आज तक मेरे को ये लगता है कि अगर कोई बेवकूफ़ी कर रहा है या किसी पे आपको कुछ खुंदक निकालनी है, आप उसी टाइम निकालो और ख़त्म करो मामला, ठीक है? मैं घर जाके अपने दिमाग में स्टोर नहीं कर सकता कि यार ये बंदा बेवकूफ़ है, इसको किसी दिन समझाना पड़ेगा. उसी टाइम समझाया, मामला ख़त्म करा. अब वो इट गेट्स मिसअंडरस्टूड सेइंग कि ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया, ऐसे कैसे भड़क गया. बट द बेस्ट ऑफ रिलेशनशिप्स आई हैव आल्सो बिल्ट ऑन टाइम. सबसे लड़ा हूँ मैं, बुरी तरह लड़ा हूँ, बट अगर वो उस लड़ाई के बियॉन्ड रुक गया तो फिर सब सही रहता है, क्योंकि उसको पता है कि यार गुस्सा मुद्दे पे था, बंदे पे नहीं था.
Kushwant Singh used to say famously, where there is no malice, there is greater acceptance. So we'll open it out to the audience. We have about 10 minutes. So my advice would be, please ask a question. If you want to deliver a speech, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., Parliament reconvenes.
Indeed, good talk. My name is Farooq Siddiqui और अशनीर आपका पड़ोसी हूँ, G6 ब्लॉक मालवीय नगर में रहता हूँ. मेरा सवाल ये है स्टार्टअप के ताल्लुक से. जनरली देखा गया है स्टार्टअप जो स्टार्ट करते हैं लोग, उनकी उम्र 25-30 साल के बीच में रहती है. लेकिन अभी थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट मैं देख रहा हूँ, एक थोड़ा सा 40-50 साल के लोग भी, उनकी ख्वाहिश है कि अपने रिज़ाइन करके शुरू करें या वो गवर्नमेंट जॉब छोड़ के शुरू करें. तो आपकी क्या टिप्स रहेंगी टू समवन हु हैज़ वर्क इन अ कॉरपोरेट, इन अ प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस और वो गवर्नमेंट, वो आप जैसी स्टोरीज से इंस्पायर होके, शार्क टैंक से इंस्पायर होके धंधा शुरू करने वाले मतलब चाह रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए आपकी क्या डूज और डोंट्स की सलाह रहेगी?
नहीं यार, उसी उसी के लिए तो किताब लिखी थी। नहीं नहीं सर, मेरे को सिंपल लगता है कि आपको राइट रीज़न से करना चाहिए। आज की डेट में ना स्टार्टअप करना मतलब, जो एक नया वेंचर भी शुरू कर रहा है वो भी बोल रहा है मैं स्टार्टअप कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है। हर बंदे ने अपने लिंक्डइन में चेंज करके फाउंडर लिख दिया है, ठीक है। तो वो ना एक फैशन बन गया है बोलना कि मैं फाउंडर हूँ और मेरी स्टार्टअप है, ठीक है। और पूछो जी करते हैं क्या हो जी, हम जी रियल एस्टेट ब्रोकिंग करते हैं। अच्छा जी, मतलब फिर वो स्टार्टअप कहाँ से हुई यार, वो तो मतलब बहुत इस्टेब्लिश्ड काम है। मेरे को ये लगता है जेन्युइन रीज़न से करो, ठीक है। कोई फोमो में आके मत करो। ऐसा नहीं, जो 40-50 साल वाले हैं ना वो मिड लाइफ क्राइसिस में स्टार्टअप कर रहे हैं कि भाई अब आधी ज़िंदगी चलेगी, आधी बची है, मैं कुछ करना है नहीं करना है, ठीक है। वो उस वाले में आके कर रहे हैं। मेरे को लगता है यार, अगर कोई कस्टमर की प्रॉब्लम है एंड यू फील स्ट्रांगली अबाउट द प्रॉब्लम, देन डू इट, देन एज डजंट मैटर, राइट। आप 70 साल पे कर लो तब भी आप जेन्युइन रीज़न के लिए कर रहे हो। बट ये सोच के कि जी मैंने स्टार्टअप खोल लिया, मैं फाउंडर हूँ, अब मैं प्रॉब्लम ढूंढूंगा, दैट इज अ ट्रबलसम एरिया।
Excellent. Yes, please. The lady here.
Sorry.
आप पूछ लीजिए. I'm sure you'll have a theatrical voice. Yeah.
सक्सेस, कॉरपोरेट, स्टार्टअप, एवरीथिंग। एक चीज़ जो आपको लगता है कि इस स्टेज पे मैंने सब कुछ एक्सपीरियंस कर लिया, एक चीज़ ऐसा कर लिया होता तो भी अच्छा रहता, वो एक चीज़ जो आप रिपेंट करते हो या एक चीज़ आप मिस करते हो। लेट्स से वो ये भी हो सकता है कि दोस्तों के साथ ज़्यादा टाइम स्पेंड किया होता,
Got
फैमिली
it.
के
Got it.
साथ। सो दिस इज फॉर माय
Basically, not repent, regret.
रिग्रेट।
Because repent would have a completely different meaning.
नहीं नहीं, मेरे को ऐसा कुछ नहीं लगता है। मतलब आपको कहीं तो आपको थैंकफुल भी होना पड़ेगा ना कि सी लाइफ हैज़ टू बी रिच, राइट। एंड अगर आप 40 साल की उम्र में आपने इतना सब कुछ देख लिया है, आपके पास नेक्स्ट 20 साल भी है जब आप, जहाँ पे आप बहुत डिफरेंट चीज़ें कर सकते हो, ठीक है। आई हैव ज़ीरो रिग्रेट्स। मतलब मेरे को क्योंकि उसको फ़ायदा ही नहीं है ना, आप कोई टाइम में जाके कुछ चेंज ही नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो फालतू का एक बैगेज आप कैरी करते हो, रिग्रेट होता है। ज़ीरो रिग्रेट्स एट ऑल।
Yes, please.
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून रस्टी सर। सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपने एक अपने वीडियो में बोला था कि बेस्ट कंपनी वो है जो स्क्रैच से बनती है बिना फंडिंग लिए। तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि ऐसी कंपनी में कौन कौन से वैल्यूज़ होने चाहिए जो खुद से बिल्ड हो सके। और दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, अगर हम इस कंपनी को स्केल करना चाहेंगे तो कैसे करेंगे?
नहीं यार, सी, अगर दो कंपनी इक्वल साइज की हैं, एक बंदे ने कस्टमर से प्रॉफिट कमा के इंटरनल अक्रूवल से धंधा खड़ा किया है, दूसरे ने फंडिंग से खड़ा किया है, तो ऑफ कोर्स जिसने इंटरनल अक्रूवल से करा है उसकी ज़्यादा वैल्यू है या उसकी ज़्यादा इज्जत है, एटलीस्ट मेरे व्यू में, ठीक है। सो दैट गोज विदाउट सेइंग। तो मेरे लिए जैसे जीरो धा है, ईज माई ट्रिप है, ये कंपनीज की बहुत मैं उनको, उनके फाउंडर्स को भी बहुत मानता हूँ, बिकॉज उनके पास या तो पैसा अवेलेबल ही नहीं था या उन्होंने उठाया नहीं, जो भी था, मतलब रीज़न कुछ भी हो सकता है, बट बनाया तो ना, डिस्पाइट दैट बनाया। जब आप पैसा बना के उठा के बनाते हो ना कहीं आपको एक इनएडिक्वेसी लगती है कि यार मेरे को ना किसी ने एक मैं क्रचेस पे भागा हूँ, ठीक है। ये बंदा खुद के पैरों पे भागा है, तो उसका होता है। बाकी कौन से सोर्सेज ऑफ रेवेन्यू है वो तो इंडस्ट्री पे डिपेंड करता है ना, ऐसे जेनरिक नहीं होता।
Yes, please. No, the lady. I'll just go, the lady there, please.
कैन आई?
No,
May I?
the lady in front and then you, ma'am.
Sir, you once said this when you were excluded from Shark Tank India. पैसे से नहीं होता, औकात से होता है. So what is the mantra you follow कि आप सबकी औकात से बाहर हो जाते हो?
नहीं यार, औकात एक्सपैंड ही औकात से बाहर जाके होगी ना। वरना तो आप जहाँ पे हो वहीं पे रह जाओगे। नहीं, मेरे को जेन्युइनली लगता है कि आपको यू हैव टू पंच अबव योर वेट, जैसे बोलते हैं ना, इफ़ यू हैव टू ग्रो, ठीक है। अदरवाइज तो आप अपने कंफर्ट जोन में चले जाओगे। इट्स वेरी इजी कि आप कुछ ना करो एंड आपका टाइम निकल जाए, 5-6 साल निकल जाएंगे, आपको सब पता भी नहीं लगेगा. So even right now मेरे को जो next भी बनाना है, right, I am still going into a zone which is very dangerous, right? You will say कि यार भाई तू पागल है क्या, मतलब इतने पंगे ले चुका, भी एक और पंगा और लेने को बैठा है. But that is what drives me, right? This is what brings the best out of me.
The lady there, please. And then the last question for this gentleman. Sorry, ma'am, but he's available outside. And he's here till about 5 p.m., so you can ask him as many questions.
Ashni, you mentioned that there is something missing in terms of capability or competency in talent, right? Wherein we are not able to maybe have so many startups or successful ones. So I'm a leadership capability development coach. What is one competency that you think can be built in IIMs and IITs that would help, like dealing with ambiguity?
Got it. So basically, how can IITs and IIMs improve?
See, आप अगर बाहर के भी 20 स्कूल देखोगे ना, कहीं पे ये कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है कि कंपनी कैंपस पे आ रही है. यहाँ पे क्या होता है, डे 0 है जी, लिस्ट लग गई, ये कंपनी आएगी, ये बच्चे शॉर्टलिस्ट हुए हैं, इतने बजे से इतने बजे तक इंटरव्यू चल रहा है, ठीक है. तो इसलिए लिटरली जॉब स्कूल चल रहा है. आप कोई भी अच्छा भी स्कूल देख लो, मतलब आप हार्वर्ड भी देख लो, हार्वर्ड में भी जो जॉब्स लगती है कोई कंपनी चल के नहीं आती कैंपस पे, ठीक है. आपको रीच आउट करना पड़ता है इन लिस्ट ऑफ कंपनीज को, ठीक है. तो समवेयर ना प्लेसमेंट स्कूल बना दिया हमने उसको, एंड इसलिए बच्चे थोड़े कंफर्ट में आ चुके हैं कि अब तो मेरा IIM में हो ही गया, डे 0, डे 1, डे 2 में कंपनी आनी है, अब मेरे को क्या, मतलब मैं तो कहीं पे ना वो एटीट्यूड और फायर मिसिंग हो जाती है. मेरे को लगता है वो सिस्टम चेंज करना पड़ेगा. आप बोलो कि कोई कंपनी नहीं आ रही जी, कोई डे 0, डे 1, डे 2 नहीं है, खुद नौकरी ढूंढनी है, तब पता लगेगा कि बंदे में दम है नहीं है.
Last question.
Thank you, sir. My question is Singapore, the meeting and one day में 3x investment हो गया आपके पास. Was it just the product idea? Do you think it was just the product idea and the solution, or was it something how you said and how you spoke to the person that helped you gain that investment?
See, I think जो ढंग के इन्वेस्टर्स होते हैं ना, वो फाउंडर पे पैसा लगाते हैं, ठीक है. एंड सी, आप इन्वेस्टर क्या खरीद रहा है, इन्वेस्टर लॉजिक खरीद रहा है उस टाइम पे, ठीक है. क्योंकि नंबर्स तो आपने डिलीवर करने हैं फ्यूचर में, तो वो क्या सोच रहा है, यार ये बंदा ये जो लॉजिक दे रहा है ये सही है या नहीं है, और क्या ये लॉजिक फॉलो करके डिलीवर कर पाएगा नहीं कर पाएगा. आई थिंक दोज आर द 2 कॉल्स मोस्ट इन्वेस्टर्स शुड टेक. एंड मेरे हिसाब से even with Teru-san or whoever has ever invested in me, I had 10 investors, all from the US. सबके साथ मेरा सिंपल था कि यार देख, एंड मैं लोगों से मल्टीपल टाइम्स मिलता था. मैं बोलता था देख, मैं पिछले साल तेरे को मिलने आया था, मेरे को पता था तू पैसे नहीं लगाएगा क्योंकि तू ज़्यादा पैसा लगाता है, तू लेट स्टेज पे लगाता है, बट मैं तेरे को एक डेटा पॉइंट दे के गया था, तू अपने नोट्स में चेक कर ले. अब मैं इस बार यहाँ हूँ, मैं इस पर 10x हूँ, 20x हूँ, 30x हूँ. तो मेरे को लगता है आपको ना इन्वेस्टर के साथ क्रेडिबिलिटी बिल्ड करनी पड़ती है, एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी के लिए आपको कई बार इन्वेस्टर को अहेड ऑफ टाइम मिलना पड़ता है, ताकि जब आपका टाइम आए तो ऑलरेडी एक रिलेशनशिप बन चुका है, उसको पता है कि हाँ ये लड़का मेरे को ऐसा बोल के गया था, ऐसा कर देगा, उससे ज़्यादा ही डिलीवर करा है. आई थिंक दैट्स वॉट एटलीस्ट इन माई व्यू काउंट्स व्हेन यू आर गोइंग डाउन दैट पाथ ऑफ रेजिंग बिग मनी.
I must at the end say, taking off from the question the lady and the gentleman asked, I genuinely believe that India for a long time stressed on the IITs and the IIMs, and we let liberal arts education go through the door. I still believe that if we had concentrated on the liberal arts, we would have had a more inclusive, more embracing nation, less angry, less partisan, less parochial. And I have to say this to Vinita Dauranangia's efforts, the Times of India. These festivals are very critical to allow for civility in discussion, in debate, and in disagreement. You can always disagree without being disagreeable. Literature festivals such as these, to my mind, are huge contributors, especially in this case, where you've learned, where a person who's been through the rough and tumble of life, as she asked at a reasonably early age, has been able to reconstruct a narrative not of bitterness, but of hope. And sometimes, as President Obama famously said, the audacity of hope is what allows mankind to progress. If mankind was buffeted by headwinds every time they came, we wouldn't be where we are. And I genuinely believe, as a person much older than most of you, India is at a great place at a great time. We need to replace hatred with progress. We need to replace partisanship with progressive thought. And we need more and more events like these, more and more festivals like these. Because when minds come together, the heart grows fonder. Thank you for being here this morning, and have a splendid day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashni. Thank you so much, Suhail Seth, for the beautiful session. Those of you who are interested in meeting with the author would like to inform all of you that after some time, author Ashni Grover will be coming towards a designated book signing area, which is right outside this auditorium. If you're interested in getting your book signed, you may visit him there after some time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 7th edition of Times Literature Festival 2023 here in Delhi has been brought to you, presented to you by Rajnigandha, our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times OOH, our writing instrument partner, Parker Pence, official bookstore, Full Circle, and cultural partner, Thanera.
गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
अभी आज मैं काम पे नहीं आएगी, तानिका देख लेना।
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह।
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice then. Yeah. Nice then.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. The Nera. Come home to tradition. Come.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूँ।
भाभी आज मैं काम पे नहीं आएगी, तानिका देख लेना।
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह।
Happy birthday. Thank you. There you go. Nice then.
Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration, the Nera. Come home to tradition. Come home.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
भाभी आज मैं काम पे नहीं आएगी, तानिका देख लेना।
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह।
Happy birthday. Thank you. There you go. Nice then.
Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration, the Nera. Come home to tradition. Come home.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin with our second session of the day. For those of you who have just entered, I would like to inform all of you that we are currently in Rajnigandha Hub. This is Auditorium 1, and we have 4 Audis in this complex where different sessions are running simultaneously. Our second session, current session, is an Achievers Talk that has been brought to you by Rajnigandha. Tomb of Sand, an urgent yet engaging protest against the destructive impact of the borders, whether between religions, countries, or genders. A topic that took the world by storm and went on to win the International Booker Award for the year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome on stage the author of the book, Gitanjali Shri. She is the winner of the International Booker Prize for 2022 for the English translation of her novel, Ret Samadhi, titled Tomb of Sand. She will be in conversation with Millie Aishwarya, who is the publisher of the Edel Publishing Group at Penguin Random House, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Gitanjali Shri in conversation with Millie Aishwarya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on a Sunday. We are lucky to have Gitanjali Shri here to talk about Tomb of Sand. And after our conversation, I will open the floor for questions. So if you have some questions, please keep them ready and we'll come to that later.
I will talk about Ret Samadhi, which has been translated as Tomb of Sand.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, that was one of my first questions because the book is Ret Samadhi, written in Hindi, translated as Tomb of Sand, later by Daisy Rockwell. And it must have been quite a journey, you know, because this is a big book. And as you said earlier also, it was important to get the right person, the right translator, to get the nuances of the language, you know, because that is the interplay of languages. And the book has a unique title, you know, Ret Samadhi. And there was some discussion around the title as well. So tell us a little bit about that, Gitanjali.
Well, big book or not, I don't know. I mean, I've just been writing, and I wrote another book. And yes, I think translation is a risky business. As it happens, so far I've not had to search out any translators for my work. Things have so conspired that translators and publishers have got together and a project has taken off. So Daisy came to me through the publisher in England and through Arunav Sinha, who was in contact with them. And I did not know Daisy, so it could have been a huge risk, which I realize now in retrospect. At that time, I didn't quite realize it. Daisy sent me a sample of some pages that she had done, and I felt that for a rough and ready sample, that was working very well, considering that my writing is not the easiest, and my, my sort of syntax and my language I use in quite my own way. So not everybody finds it easy to work with. So I was very hopeful when I read that, and I thought, yes, I can work with this person. And then we worked together. We fell in the pandemic years, so we couldn't meet. Otherwise, she had planned to come to India and we would have met. But we worked in great detail. We had lots of discussions, and she sent me long lists of questions, which were sometimes very excruciating because a writer writes so much by instinct, by intuition. And I hadn't thought about a lot of those things, and suddenly I had to do research on myself and my own work and wonder where it came from and what the context would be. So it was sometimes very, very, I would say, painful, but on the whole, very reassuring. And later I thought to myself, suppose Daisy had been some other kind of person who didn't enjoy the play with language, who didn't enjoy the cadence of the language, and didn't have humor, then she could have, even if she was in some ways a good translator who understands Hindi and knows Indian literature, she could have completely ruined the book, because this book is so much about other than the story. So I think I was very lucky, and the translation worked very well.
No, absolutely. And that is something that I think a lot of us, I think in English, when we read it, you can just get a sense of sometimes the pace of Hindi, because your writing style is unique and your own. In one of your interviews that you gave, I remember you said that while growing up, your mother used to say that you used to tell stories more than, listen to stories. So you're a storyteller right from early age, and then you started out later, after you left teaching. But tell us a little bit about this particular novel, Raid Samaj. This is your fifth novel, how did this begin? And it took some years, right? 6-7 years.
I've been with it for 8 or 9 years, and then it finally came out. But, one of the most terrible things of today's world is this thing of everything getting immediately recorded, things which you say fairly casually in some casual conversation. So this is one of those statements which is now thrown at me, as if I said it very importantly and pompously, that I was a storyteller, rather than whatever, listening to stories and all. I mean, I think I mentioned in the course of some interview and some very informal conversation that, I remember that my mother used to say that as a child, I enjoyed telling stories rather than listening to them. But I never meant it to become this, headline about my...
But now we all know, but...
Yeah, but it's also giving it a kind of stress which I would never have given it myself. But that's the trouble now, that anything you say, it gets immediately, it's made permanent, and it's there in big bold letters. About this book, well, look, as I said, I've been with it for very long, and I've never been in a hurry when it comes to writing. There's no, flight that I'm trying to catch. So I just do it it decides its own pace and takes its time. So, and usually, I would say that again, see, these are things I've had to think about my creative process and talk about that. Otherwise, I would never have thought these things. I would just carry on doing it the way I do it. But what I realize is that almost always, I can only think of one book where I had a kind of agenda, where I had a theme in mind, and I felt that I had to write that, which is about Hindu-Muslim relations, and it's a book on communalism called Hamara Sheher Us Paras. But apart from that, I've never actually set out with an agenda or a formula or any kind of preconceived idea about what I'm going to write about. It's a very, very personal and private literary foray of mine. And I think what gets me going, I wait for a trigger. So again, I mean, I've had to speak about my creative process so many times, so I'm going to repeat something I've said before. That A.K. Ramanujan, the great poet, has written in his diary somewhere that he doesn't go pursuing a poem. He puts himself in the place where the poem will happen to him. So I think that is the kind of moment and place I search for. So I put myself in that kind of solitude and that kind of ambiance and wait for something to set off a journey in me. Now this sounds like a completely mysterious process, but I don't think it is, because we have an intuition which is constantly being fed by our experiences, by our readings, by our observations over the years. It's getting honed. So I think it's that storehouse which in interaction with the current contemporary world and moment finds me the trigger which will get me going. In the case of Ret Samadhi, again, I had to spend a lot of time just by myself. But what gets me going is usually something very ordinary from daily life. Something very ordinary, something very simple, human. And I then go with it. I follow it, go with it, and I let it show me the directions the work can go into. And the work actually develops its own dynamic and starts evolving. And again, something that I've said before, I will repeat again because this question has been asked quite a few times. I'll just repeat quote what the Sarod Maestro, Ustad Ali Akbar Khan said. He said that when he starts, he's playing the Sarod, but after some time, the Sarod is playing him. And I think that is what a writer is actually wanting to happen to her. So she waits for the trigger, something starts her, and she waits for the sarod to start playing her, and then the work develops.
I think it's a really beautiful, way to describe it, because it is a very private and personal process, the whole writing process that writers go through, and everyone has their own rhythm, their own inspirations, and the way they go about it. Since, we were talking about language and style and how you convey, your thoughts and talk about characters, or how your characters talk in the book, I thought we could do a little reading. Any section that you'd like to read from the book to just give us a feeling?
It's such a difficult choice, so I actually wanted to say, tell me which section. But since you haven't, do you want to tell me?
Well, I really like the one in the beginning where we get to encounter when Maya refuses to get up, and
you want that? I had actually thought of the family, but you choose.
Well, up to you. I like both. I like the middle class, the family one.
Let me just read the family.
Sure,
I've actually done a reading of both these pieces, and I don't think you're going to allow me to read both, so I will just read.
Well, we can.
No.
Okay. Whatever you.
So I'll just read the family bit, yeah? I'll read it there. Well, I'm sorry if some of you have heard this before. I have done a reading of this, and recently Daisy, my translator, and I have been doing rounds of several literature festivals. Her daughter was with us, and she at one point just protested, and she said, if you're going to read this family piece, I refuse to sit there. So I hope none of you feel like that. But I'm going to read out this little piece. The book is set, as some of you might know, in a North Indian family, and stories emanate from there, and the novel happens. So this scene is about the daily bickerings that go on in the family, which are often about nothing, and they're quite silly, but as we all know, can sometimes become very serious things. So that's the portion I'm just going to read out. कहना चाहिए परिवार को, जबकि कहते हैं महाभारत को, कि जो दुनिया में वो उसमें और जो उसमें नहीं वो कहीं नहीं, कवि के तसव्वुर में भी नहीं। यानी भूला भटका आतंकवादी, गर्मा भरमा वामपंथी, नारीवाद और नारी, हरवादी और जीती हारी सब परिवार में, या महाभारत में जिसे जैसे रुचे पचे। महाभारत में दुनिया, दुनिया परिवार में, और इसलिए परिवार में महाभारत, जो रोज़ रोज़ के हंगाम हर एक महाभारत। इसलिए परिवार के हर सदस्य को पता है कि जो मुझ में वो किसी में नहीं, और जो मुझ में नहीं वो होने लायक नहीं। और ये कि मेरे पास दिमाग है, औरों के पास पैसा, और ये कि मेरा फ़ायदा उठाया सबने, अब हम नहीं बाकी करें। और ये कि हम दूर रह के भी रहमदिल, तुम वहीं हो पर कितने बेरुखे। और ये कि हमेशा हम ही देते हैं और आप हमेशा लेते हैं। और वाह आपकी सूझ जिसमें आप तो मिलनसार,
हम वही तो मतलबी यार। आप चुप तो विनयशील, हम चुप तो काइयाँ। आप करें सो शिष्टाचार, वही हम करें तो लल्लो चप्पो। आप कहें तो साफ गोई, हम कहें वही तो बदतमीज़। हम पूछ लें तो अश्लील जिज्ञासा, आप पूछें तो हमदर्दी। हम करें तो हमारी सुविधा, आप करें तो आपकी कृपा। हम करें तो कंजूस, आप करें तो किफ़ायती। हम चुप तो घमंडी, आप चुप तो शर्मीले। हम तो बड़े सीक्रेटिव, पर आप तो बस रिजर्व्ड। और हमारे फैशनेबल कपड़े नकल, आपके ज़माने से कदम ताल। और हमारा गया तो ऐसा क्या बवाल, आपका गया तो लुट गए हाय हाय। और हमने किया तो क्या किया, और आपका इरादा वो भी किया। यानी हम वो जो हमने किया, आप वो जो आपने सोचा। और हमने कहा तो कटाक्ष, आपने कहा तो मजाक। और हमने अपनी बताई तो मियाँ मिट्ठू, आपने बताई तो सहज सत्य। और हमने पा लिया तो हथियाया, आपने पाया तो आपका अधिकार। और हमने कहा तो हमारा गुमान, आपने कहा तो आप तो हैं ही सही। और हम गुस्साए तो ह्यूमर की कमी, आप गुस्साए तो आत्मसम्मान। और हम कर गए तो कर्तव्य था, आपने किया तो बड़प्पन हुआ। और हम सफल तो आपका सहारा जो मिला, और आप असफल तो हमने अड़ंगे जो डाले। और जी हम रह गए तो हम काहिल, आप रह गए तो आप त्यागी। और जी हम न समझे तो पैदल, आप नहीं तो भोले। और जी आपको हमसे वैर तो हम इसी लायक, हमको आपसे वही तो हम ईर्ष्यालु। और जी हमने किया तो स्वार्थ, आपने वही तो परमार्थ। और गर हम न करें तो बेपरवाह, मगर आप न करें तो मजबूरी। और हमने जितना किया सो कम, आपने ज़रा भी सो ज़्यादा। और हमारी नाक टेढ़ी तो बदसूरत, आपकी आँख टेढ़ी तो कलात्मक। और जी अपनी तस्वीर अच्छी तो फोटोग्राफर माहिर, आपकी अच्छी तो आप सुंदर। और जी हम गोरे तो छिली बटेर, आप सफ़ेद तो आप तो विलायती लगें। हम काले तो बैंगन भट्ट, जबकि आप काले तो ब्लैक इज़ ब्यूटीफुल। हम मोटे तो खाऊ पेटू, आप मोटे तो रौनक चमक। हम दुबले तो सूखी लकड़ी, आप सींक तो सौम्य सजल। और हम चलाएं एसी तो अय्याश, आप चलाएं तो सेहत नाजुक। हम पिएं तो शराबी, आपने पी तो डॉक्टर की हिदायत। हमारी ज़बान अंग्रेज़ी तो शो ऑफ हम, आपकी तो शिक्षित आप। अच्छा आपकी ज़रूरत तो हम एक परिवार, हमारी ज़रूरत तो आप अलग और अकेले। हम शरीफ तो मुलम्मा, आप वही तो ख़ानदानी। और जी आपका काम काम और हमारा काम तमाम। यस जी, नो जी, हम जी, तुम जी, और हम और तुम और तुम और हम और अम्मा। और इतना हमने किया और तुम साथ हो के न देखते। और बेचारी बुढ़ा गई और पड़ी रही और अकेली, और जानती भी नहीं क्या कर रही है, और नाम भी गलत सलत दे रही है, और दिमाग पर है असर, और सब के सब दौड़ पड़े। शुक्रिया।
No matter how many times you read this, I think it will get this response, Gitanjali, because it is really evocative, not only, about your writing, but also, I mean, the choice of words and language that we just spoke about. And this brings, I think, also for the question of perspective. The same things can be viewed in various ways, and we see that every day in the society. We see that in your book. And I also wanted to bring in, the characters. You write about women. You also have written earlier in your novels. And of course, it's the story and the characters that, take it forward. But do you enjoy writing about women, the situations, seeing things around you and your own experiences?
I mean, I think I don't have to think about that. It's spontaneous and it's organic that I write about the world I know, and naturally I do know something about a woman's world, and women are very much part of my world, and I myself happen to be a woman, so it's very natural for women to come into my work. But I also hope that I don't just write about women. In fact, I insist that I don't just write about women. I think a writer is not just writing autobiography. A writer wants and should have the ability to get into the skin of others. So I think, and that is why, writers have written about others as well. So I hope I do that too. And I would like to say that, look, in this book, I've written about crows. I've tried to enter the skin of crows as well. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And there's several themes in the book, and one of the things that, struck with me, and it's of course there in the novel, is about boundaries, both literal and metaphoric, and how, Ma also tries to cross them in her own ways. So tell us a little bit about that, the journey of Ma, and how she eventually gets to meet, her first husband.
Well, it's such a long journey that I don't think I could do justice to it in a few moments. You have to read the book to really see what all boundaries are crossed, or at least accosted and dealt with. Like I said, I start with something quite ordinary, and what struck me or what got me going was the back of an elderly person, which is a very, very common sight, a back which looked like, it was just turning away from life and the world and had no interest left anymore in anything, and just was waiting, belonged to a person who was just waiting to die. But that image stayed with me, and as it germinated in me, I think it gave rise to other questions, aroused my curiosity about what exactly is this person, thinking, what's going on inside that person. Is it really that she's completely fed up of life and is waiting to die? Or is it that she's pushing into the wall, turning her back to the family, not in order to bury herself alive in it, but actually to bore a hole through it and come out on the other side? And as the work proceeded, that is what the woman seemed to be doing, and she indeed rose up and started, she crossed the wall to begin with. And I think, sometimes a first step, or it kind of sets the mood and the character. So when she crossed the wall, she actually started developing the habit of crossing walls, one after another. So without any prior plan, the book became about all kinds of walls which needed to be bored through and crossed, and which this character, and I think other characters in different sorts of ways, kept crossing. So it became a book about borders, which, again, I'm repeating, but borders which are not borders but bridges, and they cross into the other side.
No, I think it's beautifully portrayed, through the story. It's the story, that we follow, and her life, and what happens. You won the Booker. And I was just listening to the session right now also, how writing is such a, like a process with yourself, right? And awards are great. It gets you recognition. We have the platform, and we have more audiences, and many more hopefully joining in. And but how does that? How has that changed your life? And what are the changes now that you feel?
Well, it's meant many different things. I cannot say anything but that something wonderful has happened. There is, recognition from somewhere that you respect, from, the Booker has established its credentials and has a certain integrity, and to have been chosen by them is my moment of luck, is my moment of the constellation of stars working well. It's my moment of, having the light shed on me. So it is a wonderful moment, absolutely, and I cannot possibly, rue that at all. So I'm really, really grateful for that. But even as I say that, I know that the light is not shed on me alone. The light is shed on me and the world I come from, the literary world which has made me, the literary world before me and surrounding me. So I think the really good thing about any such award is that it lights up a whole new area. And there is an opportunity there which I hope will be taken forward. For me personally, it's been wonderful. My community has expanded. There's a global reach that I suddenly know. I mean, I was very much in my own language area and had my, conversations within that and my ups and downs within that and my interactions within that. And suddenly that community is much, much larger. And I know so many more readers and writers. My work has gone to so many more readers. All that is utterly wonderful and surely is enriching me and teaching me a lot. There's also a negative side of things. You realize how much today's world is about the market, and you realize how much you are a part of that market. So, and that's not something which writers necessarily want to be wasting their time on, and may not even have the head and the heart for it. So suddenly, I can see the market, eyeing me in a completely different way, and that makes me uncomfortable and makes me feel I'm not quite equipped for this, and I don't want to waste too much of my time or energy on that. The other thing which I've learned is how much this world is about hype and celebrity. The celebrity culture and hype, I mean, all of which, okay, you enjoy some bit of attention, you enjoy, people coming to you, wanting to read your book and so on, and reading your book and valuing it. But I think it also reminds me very much that literature is something quiet. It's not about hype and celebrity. It is about discovering, deeper, quieter searches, literary truths in a more meditative way. So I think I'm learning from this experience even more to value my literary life and to value that quiet and solitude, which at the moment I don't have. But it only makes me more determined to return to it, because that is what a writer is about, not about prizes.
No, absolutely. I think prizes come in because, you write and, you've gone through the rigor and process of writing. And
a prize may come or may not come. You have to write. At the time of literature is something else. It's not today and tomorrow. So there are writers around us who don't have the prizes and who are very good. And there will be writers who got the prize, but ultimately what will stand the test of time is their work, not the prize.
Yes, absolutely. I wanted to ask you, and one of my writer friends also, urged me to ask you about Krishna Sopti, because you knew her, you interacted with her, and the book is dedicated, to her as well. So would you like to tell us, our audience, and me too, about a little bit about her? And
well, Krishna ji is not the kind of person you can sum up in a few moments at all. I mean, she is huge. She's a huge, huge person. She's one of those few writers who are, they're a wonderful writer, wonderful thinker, wonderful person, and one of the few writers who you don't regret meeting, because often, you like somebody's work and you go and meet them and they are very disappointing, because a lot of their richness is kind of inside them. They have rich inner worlds, or they have rich writers' worlds which come out on the pages of the book, but they as persons may actually be much, much smaller or more colorless as well. But Krishna ji, whether in her life or her literature, was a grand person, and sort of resplendent person. So she was just amazing. She was an icon every which way. Someone asked me, well, you're inspired by her. I said, yes, of course. I mean, I'm inspired by her spunk. I mean, she had the she'll face the bullet and say whatever she wants to. She will take on any powers to be absolutely forthright. You know, she was that kind of person. I'm inspired by that. I'm inspired by the kind of dedication she had to writing, according to what she felt was required for a particular piece of work. According to that, she would sit down and go about it. I mean, seriously work. If it needed research, she did research. If it needed classical style, she wrote. She worked on that and she wrote in a classical style. If it needed some other kind of colloquial and जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं थोड़ा ऊबड़ खाबड़ अंदाज, then she would go about it in that ऊबड़ खाबड़ way. So she really, went to different kinds of terrain. She traversed most happily and most courageously and most, फिर हिंदी का शब्द है दबंगई के साथ. That was quite wonderful. But there's a small thing which is not a big thing. No, sorry. Yeah, a small thing which is you may consider not a big thing, but for me it is. That also inspires me. Krishnaji was never good at spellings. And I think I don't have to feel so bad that I'm so bad at spellings. So she gives me a lot of courage to just write the way I want, write freely, work things out. And she was, I've had a very special relationship with her. She was a guru figure for me. We were never friends. Like Nirmalji is another writer who I met a lot, but Nirmalji had some capacity, some other kind of capacity, and there was, it was his stature did not come in the way of a very daily kind of friendship and camaraderie between us. So Nirmalji and I were often sort of drinking partners, and but with Krishnaji it was a very different relationship. She was very much the guru figure. But I always gave my first book, when the book came out, I first gave it to my mother and then to Krishnaji, at home to my mother and outside to Krishnaji. And she followed everything. I'm saying it was a very special relationship for me, but I also know I'm not the only one. She had special relationships with many, many people, many young authors, and she really encouraged them, and she really remembered, what they were doing. To the last day, I mean, I happened to meet her a few days before she passed on, and I went to the hospital several times. Even that time when, she was like really, it was the last few days, she remembered the book I was writing. She said, what's happening? And she said to me, the book had come out, I had given it to her. She had read it, and then she had got the companion she lives with to read it out to her. And Krishnaji wrote the first review of the book, and she was very unhappy with the review. She said, I couldn't concentrate the way I wanted to, and I wanted to write seriously about this. But for me, it was a huge thing that Krishnaji wrote. And she remembered all about it, and she said to me, she asked me in the hospital, she said, has it been reviewed? I said, no, not yet, but a few people have read it and spoken about it. So she said, don't worry, it's a big book. Wait. So she was sort of, she was just an amazing person. She gave you a lot of courage. She, gave you the right direction, that you have to go the way you have to. And one little story, I mean, I'll tell you about her. I mean, she also asked me at some point when I went to her, she said, have you thought of a name for the book? So I said a bit uncertainly, I said, Ret Samadhi. And I had told that to a few other people, and some of them had objected to it. Ret Samadhi, what is that? It doesn't work. And somebody said, ye to दोनों के opposite charitra hai, तो ये तो नहीं चलेगा. That also. So I told her a bit unsure how she would respond. So I just said, Ret Samadhi. So she thought for a moment. And she then raised one hand up, and she put the other one down. So she was like this. And she said, yeah, sand is light and it flies. Samadhi is deep and it goes in deep. She said, very good. So I suddenly thought, here was a Sufi darwish in front of me. Like this. And for me, that completely decided it. This is the title. So it became Ret Samadhi.
Oh, I'm just getting goosebumps listening to this. But isn't that what, gurus do, right? I mean, they just know what to say at the right moment, and it doesn't have to be something, long, but it's just like what you need at that point in time. I'm going to ask one last question, and after that, open the floor for questions. Just continuing with this, what would you like to say to, writers and anything for budding writers in our audience today?
I really don't know. I mean, this also I'm asked many times, but I don't think I have, some magic potion or some few lines to inspire anybody, because I think one of the things about creativity is that really we have to forge our own path. So I can say some larger general things that, we have to read well, look well, use your senses, observe well, don't be in a hurry, stop somewhere, stop, think, feel, and hone your sensitivities. And the other thing I can say, which sounds very trite, but is the only piece of advice for anybody who's doing anything, that just do it, write. And I say write, write, write. That is the only way to write.
Thank you. I think, I think that's what a lot of us also need to hear. Sometimes people just need to take the plunge like you did, years ago. I will take questions now. So if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand and we'll pass the mic around. I can see a lot of hands up. To the lady on the second.
It's terrible. I can't see anybody. These lights are, too bright on me. They should be on you.
Can someone please pass the mic around to the lady on the second?
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, like you said, you stayed with the book for 8 to 9 years. You worked with your intuition to write it, and it shows because the book is so deep, it has layers of meaning. I actually bought the English and the Hindi versions to go into the intricacies. Ma'am, my question is about the editing process. Like when you write a book and stay with the book for so long, how do you decide what to cut out, what to edit so that the coherence is maintained? That's my question.
I think when you're with the work, it's part of the process that you keep editing it. Because when you're long enough in a work, I mean, unless you're somebody who's able to write in a great hurry, I don't know which writer does that. They can immediately churn out something and it's ready for the press. Then it's something else, I don't know. But if you are someone who's, slowly mulling over your work, you're going over it again and again, you are doing new drafts all the time, then as you go along, you will keep tweaking and playing with it. Or as another writer friend said to me, you'll be tinkering with it. And you'll keep tinkering with it every time you touch it. Like now, I have something which is finished. But I know that when I go back and look at it, I'll again be tinkering with it. So you'll keep doing that, and that is the process of, editing as you go along. And go back to what I said about intuition. Your intuition is not a mysterious thing. It has been made by your experiences, which are both sort of tangible experiences, but also what you've imbibed, from your history, from your traditions, from your observation, from osmosis. So your intuition is something very rich. And as you become older and you're more in the field, I think your intuition is your biggest guide. It is telling you that, फिर मैं हिंदी में उस बात को कहूँगी कि वज़न गलत है, कि वज़न यहाँ पे सही नहीं लग रहा है, इसको हमें ये करना है या वो करना है. तो वो आपको आपकी एक एस्थेटिक सेंसिबिलिटी बनती जाती है. वो इंट्यूशन, वो एस्थेटिक सेंसिबिलिटी आपको बताते रहते हैं कि आप इसको किस तरह से तराशें, कहाँ पे थोड़ा मिटा दें, कहाँ पे थोड़ा और उभार दें. और आप जोखिम भी उठाते हैं, शायद कुछ गड़बड़ भी करेंगे, पर वो भी ठीक है, आप इंसान हैं. करना चाहिए गड़बड़, एकदम परफेक्ट चीज़ तो नहीं आएगी.
Next question.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. My question to you is that you said when the translator...
Just speak louder, I'm hard of
Uh,
hearing.
You said that translator, Daisy, kept asking you different questions. You had to research about it. So while you were researching about it, I wanted to know whether at that time you thought of maybe I should have rewritten this differently, or should I have changed it, or, you know, did you think of the original ever? Did you want to rewrite it, or did you feel that you just went with the flow? And the second question is, were there parts
मैं
of
भूल
you...
जाऊंगी.
Okay.
मैं भूल जाऊंगी. देखिए, एक तरह से बात एक अलग एंटिटी की है कि जब वो आपकी किताब हो गई पूरी तो वो एक अलग शख्सियत है. अब आप उसको, अब उसकी अपनी ज़िंदगी है, अपना उसका एक चरित्र है. अब आप उसको नहीं ऐसे कर सकते वैसे कर सकते, जैसे आप अपने बच्चे को नहीं कर सकती हैं. वो जैसा है ना, उसकी अगर नाक टेढ़ी है तो उसकी नाक टेढ़ी ही, वही उसका फ़ीचर है कि थोड़ी मोटी नाक या जो भी उसका फ़ीचर है. तो आपको उसी के साथ चलना होगा, उसी में आप जो भी कर सकते हैं आप करेंगे. तो ये जब किताब बन गई है तो उसको वापस पढ़ के मेरे मन में नहीं आता है कि अब मैं फिर से करूं तो वो दूसरी किताब होगी, ये वाली नहीं होगी. इसको मुझे नहीं करना है.
Thank you. Next question, please.
There's a gentleman there on the left-hand side.
Hello, ma'am.
Sure, go ahead. Either of you. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. This side, ma'am. Congrats on the book. I have a two-part question. I'll keep it quite short. The first thing is that you start with the mourning part on the first page itself, and then after 150 odd pages, she finally, comes out of this fact and tries to move on. So was it a conscious decision to, slowly, let the reader marinate through this process, or do you think that if it had been a shorter book would be more effective, the entire journey or the cathartic process?
Do you understand Hindi? हाँ. अब मुझे मालूम नहीं इफ़ेक्टिव से आपका क्या मतलब है. अब मैं तो कहूँगी कि इतनी जल्दी में आप क्यों हैं कि तेज़ी से कोई चीज़ होती जाए. भाई नहीं हो रही है तेज़ी से, बहुत सी चीज़ें नहीं होती हैं. और जब लोगों को लगता है, ये काफ़ी लोगों ने कहा है कि बहुत से शुरू के बहुत सारे पन्ने पढ़ जाते हैं और लगता है कि कुछ नहीं हुआ है. पर असल में आप ये भी समझते होंगे, जिन्होंने उसको पूरा पढ़ा है और फिर दोबारा भी पढ़ा है, कि होता है कुछ, धीरे धीरे होता है. धीरे धीरे वो बहुत ही धीरे धीरे बिल्कुल मंथर गति पे होता है. क्यों नहीं, उसका मज़ा लीजिए ना. आप संगीत में लेते हैं कि नहीं मज़ा, आलाप का मज़ा लेते हैं कि नहीं. तो आप बेचारी किताब पे ही क्यों इतने कठोर होना चाहते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि जिसको हम कहते हैं कि कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, उसमें जो बारीकियां हैं उसको शायद पाठक को भी उसके प्रति थोड़ा संवेदनशील होने की ज़रूरत है. अपने एंटेना और कान थोड़े खोलने की ज़रूरत है.
The lady on the right.
And one small question. The relationship between Rosie and Chanda, it was quite tastefully treated and it was quite empowering to say the least. So like any queer writer in India that you're inspired by or you would like to read or like to suggest the readers especially, because like I'm working on that project, so it would really help, like any queer writer that has inspired you and that is...
नहीं, कोई एक आप रोज़ी जैसे कैरेक्टर की बात कर रहे हैं. नहीं, मैंने कोई ऐसा, मेरे जहन में कोई ऐसी एक किताब या एक लेखक नहीं है, तो मैं आपको उसका जवाब नहीं दे पाऊँगी. पर हमारी ज़िंदगी में हैं ऐसे कैरेक्टर्स, और लेखक मेरे ख्याल में जाने अनजाने उन कहानियों को और उन लोगों को सामने ले ही आते हैं, या उनकी तरफ लेखकों की नज़र चली ही जाती है जिनकी कहानी कम कही गई है या नहीं कही गई है. तो शायद ये संवेदना का ही एक पुट है और होना चाहिए कि आप वो चीज़ें देख पाएँ जो लोग देखकर अनदेखा करते रहे हैं या नहीं देख रहे हैं. तो इसलिए रोज़ी का उसमें आ जाना मेरे लिए कोई ताज्जुब की बात नहीं है. लेकिन मैंने कुछ पढ़ के नहीं वो सोचा था. हमारे चारों ओर हैं और इनकी कहानी हम नहीं जानते हैं. मैं अभी भी नहीं जानती हूँ. रोज़ी उसमें आ गई पन्नों में, लेकिन मैं अभी भी नहीं जानती हूँ उनकी कहानी.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Congratulations for your book.
and I think I have 2-3 things which are kind of related.
आप लोग 2-3 बोलते हैं तो मैं डर जाती हूँ. My memory is so short.
I'm going to go slow because that's the word that I caught on when
Can
you
you,
spoke.
sorry to interject, we are like over with the time,
Yes.
so can you please be crisp?
Okay, yes, I'll try my best,
Yeah,
okay?
sure, thank you.
So, when somebody writes their first story, right? You are in
थोड़ा दूर पकड़िए, मुझे आवाज़ साफ नहीं आती. हाँ, थोड़ा सा.
हाँ जी, मुझे लगा कम सुनेगा. Is that okay?
I think so.
Alright. So I'm saying जब कोई पहली बार लिखता है, पहली स्टोरी कोई लिखता है, तब you are really full and you want to write the story, right? और उसमें आप जैसे I heard you say कि आप slow, you want to go slow, you want to marinate, you want to spend time. How do you balance that? Like staying true to the creative process, being in that space, think, feel, observe, and you're also anxious because your first has not come out. How does that kind of work out in the
And
mind?
I'm also anxious about?
Anxious about the fact that you really want to tell, but you also want to hold on, like the balance between the right space of mind as well as you want that to come out.
No, I don't think I'm trying to. I don't think I'm trying to tell it with any such impatience. I don't think I'm impatient to tell a story. So I don't think I had that state of mind at all. कि कहना है, जल्दी कहना है, कैसे कहना है वगैरह. I don't think I had that. With most of my work, I've not had that. Again, I say there's only one work, Hamara Sheher Us Baras, in which there is a certain sense of urgency I feel. And I feel there's something I'm trying to convey, and I have to try and convey it in such a way that others can understand. How do I do it? What should I do? So that anxiety comes through in that book. But in all the others, I'm in no hurry to tell. Actually, vague as this may sound, I don't even know what I'm trying to tell. So how would I, have any impatience about it? I'm actually working something out for myself. तो लिखने के प्रोसेस में मेरे लिए कुछ चीज़ें खुल रही हैं, मेरे लिए रास्ता खुल रहा है, मेरे लिए कहानियाँ खुल रही हैं, और जैसे वो मेरे लिए खुल रही हैं, वो किसी न किसी दिन मेरे पाठकों के लिए भी खुलेंगी. उस तरह से बात हो रही है. तो धीर गति से ही मेरा लेखन और मेरा ज़ेहन और मेरी कल्पना चलती है.
Thank you so much. I think we are out of time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was beautiful to hear Direct Dil say the story and beautifully conducted. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this was the Achievers Talk session that was brought to you by Rajnigandha. And if you would like to meet our author, we have a special designated area outside this hall. That is Rajnigandha Hub. We have a designated book signing area. She will be stepping out in some time, so you can get your books signed personally by her and enjoy the moment.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं. कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं. गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं. कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं. यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं.
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले.
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना.
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है. कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह.
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice then.
Yeah. Next pen.
पाकर दिखता है.
All right, ladies and
Come
gentlemen, we are ready to commence with our third
wonder.
session.
To fall in love.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to commence with our third session in this hall, that is the Rajnikanda Hub, Auditorium 1. And once again, I would like to repeat myself that we have 4 different auditoriums where different sessions are being held simultaneously. Well, it is said that story development encompasses everything from a story idea to working script to final edits. In the beginning, the script is your responsibility. You will be the one fleshing out characters, solidifying the plot, and it is your vision that drives you to complete your script. With the changing dynamics of cinema, the rise of OTT platform, does scriptwriting remain the same? Or does it have its own changing story? So let's figure out scriptwriting, the changing story. Allow me to welcome upon stage Ms. Ashwini Iyer Tiwari, an artist, filmmaker, a writer, a gold medalist in applied arts from Sophie Polytechnic, Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give her a huge round of applause? Ashwini Iyer Tiwari. Joining her upon stage, we have Ms. Juhi Chaturvedi, who's one of India's leading screenwriters in the Indian film industry. Ms. Juhi Chaturvedi. Joining them upon stage, we have Ms. Priyanka Sinha Jha, an author, journalist, and co-founder of Talkative Content Creators, a content development company. Ms. Priyanka Sinha Jha. I now hand over the floor to them to figure out scriptwriting, the changing story.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. And we have with us 2 very, very talented ladies from the film industry. They are the new sort of powerhouse of creativity, great writing, the result of which is stuff that you see on in your cinema as well as the web series that you watch. So without much ado, I'm going to start my conversation with the both of them. Hi, Ashwini. Hi, Juhi. Hi, Priyanka.
Hi. Hello.
Great to have you guys here. And, you know, I'm like I was very excited about this chat because we are at the cusp of something very new and very different from what we've been seeing for decades, which is that we have discovered the web series, especially the joys of watching web series, especially during the pandemic, you know. So I'm like just going a little askew with my list of questions. It was top of my mind, so I thought let me start with that since we're talking about the evolution of screenwriting. Now, web series is obviously something which is episodic and it's like different, but at the same time, it's different from what we saw on television, you know. So how has this been in terms of screenwriting for you? Has it been a challenge? Because movies का अपना एक grammar और syntax होता है कि 2 घंटे में आपको कहानी पूरी बता देनी है, characters establish कर देना है, उनके conflicts establish कर देने हैं. In the web series, you have more time because it's broken up into 6 episodes, 8 episodes, whatever have you. Does that has that helped the creative process or has it made it tougher? So for both of you.
I think I just finished a web series called Fadu now in December. And for me, it was almost like making 6 films together. It is a process. I just feel that there's a kind of maturity when you have to write a web series and also direct a web series. Because each episode is almost like a one short film which has to have a cliffhanger. It has to have a beginning, middle, and end. It has to have one character following, and you need to have too many permutation combinations when you're working on a web series. Versus when you are working in a film, you still have the opportunity to work with fewer characters and tell one plot point and have a point A, point B, point C. But when you are writing a web series, there is so many characters whose journey needs to be established because without that, the journey of
a multi-episodical story doesn't justify why we are telling the story. Having said that, there's a lot of joy also while we are writing and directing a web series is because mostly web series is written in a writer's room. It is not just one individual who's writing. There are a lot of points which can be discussed, and it's kind of little different is because one character is being discussed by one writer, and they have their own point of views, and then it leads by a senior writer who comes and completely joins everything. So that itself is a very different thing, is because you work in isolation and then you work in a group, and then how do you work in a group, especially writing, because writing is supposed to be a
Solitary activity, right?
activity. So it's interesting is because you get to know different point of views, and the beats, the fear. The only fear I think when we're writing a web series is that no one should just play the stop button or
Right.
the forward button, and that really scares us.
And it's also, and Juhi, I'm going to come to you on that,
Yeah.
because it's damn challenging, because you know that they have that option. पहले था कि टीवी भी एपिसोडिक था, बट टीवी में जैसे होता था कि अपॉइंटमेंट व्यूइंग होती थी, you watch this show at this time, and you didn't really pause, you let it play on even if you were not watching it, right? And you'd say कि अच्छा हफ्ते में एक बार ही आता है, तो I have to catch it during that time, right? Otherwise I'll have to wait a week for reruns, etc. Now that's not the option. You can pause anywhere, you can come back to it or not. You can just drop off. So obviously, and there's so much of data to tell you कि so many people watched it for so many minutes, so many hours. There were more women watching it. This scene was, this episode was like highest amongst this TG. How does all this, and I ask this specifically to both of you because both of you have advertising backgrounds as well, so you're familiar with that way of thinking. Has all this made it more challenging or has it made it easier? It could work both ways.
You know what, where Ashwini just left, that they should not pause the stop button. And look at the people we are talking to. We are consuming content everywhere, all the time, Instagram, Reels, 30 seconds. That's the focus time now I have. I'm fighting that 30 seconds. So when we are told, when you are writing, that the first 30 seconds of your episode or the first few minutes should be so attractive that I do not pause, stop, and move on to the next show, it really is a challenge because my attention span is just 30 seconds. If you don't give me joy within that, if you don't give me high within that, I'm going to move on. So yes, it is extremely tough, but having said that, there is something which is, superior to this whole time fight, attention fight. It is perhaps that idea. It is perhaps the people who are, communicating that idea. It is perhaps their intent. And believe it or not, the first visual of any show, or just those 3 lines of how you write about the show when you're describing it on the interface, the OTT thing, something right tells you to hang on from first episode to second episode to third episode, and that really is the intent of the writer and the filmmaker. That no social media, no star rating, no publicity can either amplify it or take it away. So the intent is really important. How is it that in times like these, even when there's this progress in a completely different technical AI, all of that happening, but we are still finding shows like the historical shows still relevant. So there is something inside us as audience which is still craving completely different era, right? And shows are there to cater to that requirement. Every day I might not want to watch a period drama, but the day I want to, it is there, right? The hours of the day, they affect our mood on what am I going to watch now. So while the challenges are there, but
ultimately it is really the quality of your show, of your writing, of your intent, I would say. And like your question, that did advertising help us? Perhaps yes, because the struggle to say everything in 30 seconds was our beginning training, right? So the use of time or making the most of the time has been our, schooling. In that 30-second also, 20-second was the story time and 10-second was the product window. So in effect, you had only 20 seconds. So you know what? I'm better than an Instagram reel. I can tell a story in 20 seconds.
That's
So,
a very good
So there's
point.
also one more thing adding to what Juhi said is that one thing, because you just picked up the point of advertising, and we keep saying that all the time, not maybe that's our schooling, is that we're very trained to know the objective of why we are telling the story. So for us, even when we're writing a scene,
You have in mind the end result that you want to achieve.
we need to know, and that's a technical part, that we need to know why are we writing the scene and what is the objective of writing the scene, and from whose point of view are writing the scene. So that makes it more meticulous in terms of, then you break all.
Does it get better results?
It just
It
gets
does.
better
It
results.
does, because
it gives a lot of clarity.
Right. Because you're then focused. You're not just doing a broader sketch of like, okay, this is a scene, and you know that at this point I want to push the buttons and I want people to like be rolling in the aisles laughing.
it is a purposeful writing. It's not just good writing. Good writing, bad writing, if it's not serving a purpose for the show, for the story, it is irrelevant. That'll be the first scene, no matter how beautifully written. It'll be the first thing that'll go away from the edit table. Your editor will come and put the scissor there, and you may sit and cry as a writer or filmmaker that I had shot it so well, the actor had performed so well. Everything is fine, but it did not serve the purpose. So that training has happened, that every spoken word, every sequence that is there has to make sense, or it's not there. It's pretty harsh, actually. And I would say that, and I'll say that from Ashwini's behalf also, that I think we are ourselves pretty ruthless with our writing, with our work, because it goes out only when it has gone through that round of editing and cutting and chopping in our own head. No emotions work.
I want to ask you
And also,
that
I think
you guys, building on the same point, because you guys came at a time when the cinema, Hindi cinema in particular, was at the cusp of like evolution, in the sense that there was a change from a certain kind of filmmaking, which was ultra dramatic, to a more, sort of different style, more Basu Chatterjee style of movies, which are becoming more and more popular, right? Has that like increased, or like now there is room for every kind of writing, cinema writing? Okay, sorry, maybe I'm not holding. But now, like, do you feel that, the cinema as you see it, since from the time that both of you entered the industry, compared to the past, do you feel that there is a different kind of storytelling requirement? Like, pehle jaise hota tha ki ek, there's a good and bad, there is a very clearly defined good and bad. For example, the conflict would have to be like a class conflict, right? Or a very moral conflict, very strong, like, oh, this is wrong, and like that sort of thing. Do you feel that that has shifted, and therefore, as storytellers, allowed you more scope?
For a changing country with the changing dynamics of human relationships, and also for a very young country which is growing, all our ideas, I do feel, keep changing according to what we see and what we hear. So insights are always a very important role which play in the kind of stories we want to say. Of course, we are telling stories which we would like to say, but at the same time we are telling a story for an audience to react, and somewhere to touch a chord. So every storyteller have their own nuances and their own strengths. And like for Juhi, when she wrote Piku, it had a certain insight there, and it had that beautiful, generation gap, at the same time, it was a story for a certain time of era where everyone was growing. You know, women were coming more in power, they were more in the forefront. So I do feel that for us, stories, or for me, Bareli Ki Barfi was something which at that point of time, I know so many friends of ours who are from advertising who had actually called me and said, "Hey, yaar, ghar ki yaad dila di." Because at the end of the day, we all are that generation where we wanted to buy clothes from Zara, we wanted to eat Italian food and everything, we wanted to travel by plane, travel outside the country. But at the end of the day, we would all call up home and say, "Dal chawal hai, bana ke rakhna." Because after all that pasta and noodles, we want to come back to dal chawal. And we do want to celebrate Diwali, we do want to celebrate all our festivals. That was the juxtapose of a generation, a different generation. Stories change according to what human psychology is and how the youngsters or the people are behaving. So, but emotions like love, relationships, between a father and a daughter, or between two sisters or two brothers, or a guy and a girl, that emotions are not going to change. But what is a relationship, that is going to change with the time.
So,
Or
it
changes,
is a very good example. And since you brought up relationships and the different dynamics of relationships, I'm going to ask that, from a time when there was a Mother India, which is about a mother and son relationship, right? And then we've had many other, but that's like an iconic landmark film. And then you have a Piku, where you have an older father and a daughter, and the dependence and the roles are somewhat reversed, right? What has changed in the storytelling? I mean, they are about relationships, they are parent-child relationships, but you're telling it in a different way? There is a natural evolution, not just of us as filmmakers, of what Ashwini pointed, as a society, as people, as country. When those mother-son relationship stories or father-son relationship stories were happening, and not that they are not happening now, but perhaps son was the only go-to point for a parent, and today it isn't. Today, daughters. So women characters are being written in a different way to capture what we have in society, the change that society has undergone, right? Even Bareli Ki Barfi, for that matter. But it is not, again, when I wrote Piku, my intent or the starting point wasn't that I'm going to write about a woman who's standing out and is empowered in her own way, and she's working and all that. That was not the intent. It's just a belief, or the friends that I see, the people that I meet, the beautiful working class that I'm part of. I see that, especially if you're living in Bombay, you have to take 8:04 train to Churchgate from Borivali, and if that woman misses that train, the next train is pretty late. That 20 minutes late or 15 minutes late costs her a day salary, right? But before catching that 8:04 train, she is making dabba for her husband. She is sending the child to school. She's finished her work. She's finishing some of the things while she's traveling. On the way back, she is chopping vegetables. And these are not just stories which Bollywood at some point in time showed us. This is the truth of the working class. And when so much is happening around me, it'll be really silly of me to not observe or not, understand, borrow, or evolve from it. Piku is still, demographics, if one were to say SECA, right? Chitranjan Park of Delhi, right? But across, that growth, that evolution, that dependence on the second salary has happened. And it comes with a price. It comes with a situation where, do I leave my parents, get married, or do I continue? And that is that's a dilemma. That is a dilemma. I saw my friends, and not just my friends. I see so many people, the staff working at home also actually is feeling that. The driver is thinking that what should I, what subjects should my daughter take so as to become independent? I don't want my daughter to be married to a guy who is a driver. I want her to be working. Right? So, that change has happened already. We are simply being little observant of it, and in some ways trying to understand this and maybe presenting it back. But
So, to that point, and it's a very good point that you make about the world changing around us, society changing, and therefore the movies must reflect that. Has it helped that, there is an inclusion of a lot more women as in across the workforce, but definitely as directors, as writers, within the film industry, and of course, at the same time, because society has changed, these choices are supported by the commerce of it, right? Because people want to watch these movies. So the powers that be in the film industry or the show business or studios, whatever, they are willing to back these ideas, these stories, because they see a commercial viability to it, right? Has that happened that because, they're like writers and directors such as the both of you, then we have Gauri Shinde, we have Farah Khan, we have Kiran Rao, there's so many else, Zoya Akhtar, there's Reema Kagti, so to speak of, and earlier also it's not like people were not there. There was Sai Paranjpe, one of the most commercially successful women directors, and what beautiful movies. We had Aruna Raje, that was more art house cinema, and several others, but there were fewer voices and a lot of women-centered subjects. I mean, this is just one aspect of it, but women-centered subjects used to become like, oh, this is like an, almost like an activist come art film, like we have to prove a point. And somewhere, has that moved away? It's become more matter of fact. It's not essentially championing a cause. You're just holding up a mirror to what society is. Has that happened?
Yeah, I think that has happened considerably because from any change happens when the number of voices increase. And there was a time when the number of voices were less, and we needed to tell stories about women being in the forefront in whatever way as storytellers, because it was our job, I think our responsibility to aspire a whole lot of younger generation or a society which can we can add some value to their lives, and they can have a change in their own households. So that happened. The more and more we started talking about it, like we wanted. There was a time when on the road, if a car is stuck, the first conversation would be definitely it's a woman driver. But now it doesn't happen. Now really people don't care. It's because it's as many equals. At the same time, when we used to see a woman pilot, we would say, oh, we used to feel very happy when we used to see a pilot as a woman. And now everywhere we are seeing that, and it's like, okay. So the more and more we as storytellers keep telling these stories, and it becomes almost like negligible, that's when I think we have achieved what we have. So now is the time for us to tell stories of all kinds. So even if I want to make a thriller or an action film tomorrow, it doesn't matter who I am as a gender.
Right.
I just have to tell stories, and I can tell stories which is dominated by a man.
But do you feel that, so even when you talk about, so it's a question of the female, it's not a conscious thought.
Gaze and the
female gaze and the male gaze, right? So when a woman looks at a particular situation, it can just be a little different, not consciously thinking that she has to be different. Like I remember when Angelina Jolie directed her first film, and it was about war, and normally the war movies that one is accustomed to seeing are very high octane, and there's a lot of bloodbath and all of that, right? This movie did show that, but there was also a very strong aspect of the fact that it causes such, such destruction, especially for women, and she'd focused a lot on the rapes and things like that happen in a war scenario, right? And that was starkly different from a war movie made by a man, right? So to that extent, do you bring a different kind of perspective, just a different perspective when you, have you got that feedback? Obviously you don't think, acha, main kuch aisa likhungi which is different and has the female. It's just the way you think. So have you ever got that feedback on any of your movies?
Oh yes, I've got it in all my films. In fact, in Fadu, I actually had Pavel Gulati coming and telling me that, the way you look at things is very different. It's because The character, yes, is an aggressive character, but when you tell me, you know what, you're not supposed to look at her like this. You're supposed to look at her with a lot of warmth because you completely are dependent on her for her conversations. Like in the evening when you come back from work, you want her to be around you. You want to show that love. That would not happen is because from my perspective as a woman, I'm looking at Saimi Khair's character and I want her to be equally strong in her point of view. So she may not, she is a literature student and she is studying, but she has a strong mind. A strong mind won't allow him to take her for granted. So those kind of things will always come, and it's because those are the kind of things we want to see.
Even, in Vicky Dona, Joey,
Yeah.
He was he was different. He was in a different, unusual situation and facing, kind of a dilemma about, whether he should talk about something he had done, which worked very well for him, but he didn't want to really talk about it. And then there were the women who were also very matter of fact. They were, they would have their, liquor when they felt like, they were stressed, and they were not like ultra judgmental and all of that, right? And it was a refreshing change from the sacrificing. And I mean, yeah, women do sacrifice, there's no denying it, but the projection of it, the presentation of it was just so sweet and so affable and so not like ultra melodramatic. Oh God, not another scene about the self-sacrificing, doting mother, and that's the change I feel.
Talking about Vicky Dona, I think the first thing that came to me was that, a woman has written this film about sperms, right? So even forget the ready film, the process of getting the film made, the process of discussing it with the possible actors, the possibility of, the whole process of discussing all the scenes with the director, sitting in the same room as guys and talking about sperms and all of that. So again, in my mind, I don't see that I'm a woman writer or a woman director or a woman thinker. You're just a thinker. You're a neutral. You're a gender neutral person. Brain is gender neutral. I would like to insist that. I don't know biologically if it is not, or I don't know. But as far as I'm consuming the world, there are certain things that really affect me, whether they affect me about a particular woman or whether they affect me about a particular man. I'm just an affected person. And at that time, I'm not a woman who's getting affected or a man who's getting affected. And what bothers me, affects me, or forces me to write or think, I do that. Maybe at that point in time, Vicky Dona came out in a particular way. The very fact that Dolly, as in Vicky's mother, is a working mother who's bringing up the son all by herself, and she's the man of the house, perhaps. And I hate this phrase.
Wearing the pants.
Wearing man of the house. There itself you've defeated, So, but the responsibility, obviously, either will be with the man or the woman. There is nobody else. What I mean is that gender is there. And to me, it's not a big deal. The big deal is when we decide that, I'm going to make a woman empowerment film. That is where the problem lies.
Exactly.
That is where you defeated the purpose. Your consciousness or your way of thinking only should be such that whether it's a man or a woman, you are going to create certain characters. And doesn't matter a negative character. Doesn't matter if if the man is a murderer or the woman lead is a murderer. I need to understand, minus the judgments, and not let them do things just because they are of a particular gender. If a woman goes out there in a thriller series and kills a man, that reason should be valid enough even for a man to kill another person.
I'm going to ask, it's not really gender related, but it's a question that I've been meaning to ask, and there is one gender related question, but that I'll come to later. Do you feel that, there's now this turn towards hyper nationalism in movies, right? And we are seeing, there's a lot of overt masculinity in the movies that have been successful, whether it's RRR or it's, I mean, they're entertaining movies, nothing to take away from that. But they're made in a slightly old world style, what the Hindi cinema used to be back in the day, like say 70s, 80s, Angry Young Man era. We're seeing a resurgence of that, and it seems to find resonance in the audience. They love it. And there's the hyper nationalism that you must indicate in a very overt way your love for your country, right? Is that now a must for scripts, or is that a more popular ask as writers, directors? Do you feel that people are looking for those kind of stories? कि ऐसा कुछ subject है तो बनाओ ऐसा?
No,
Do you
I
find
don't
that?
think so. That's not, it's not. It is about the kind of style of filmmaking you want to do. And everywhere we get, I do feel as a filmmaker, as a storyteller, what you do is that you just try to get some kind of colors and textures of our country, which is so, it's so insightful. Everywhere you get so many things, and I think that is something we should carry it on our sleeves. And it is so beautiful to have those bright colors and those food, and show that food in Bareli Ki Barfi. The name of the film is only Bareli Ki Barfi, and I showed food there. For me, that is something which I will carry on my shoulders.
Also,
And,
just
yeah.
adding to that, how you connect with your surroundings. I may connect with my surroundings politically. I may connect with my surroundings culturally. I may connect with my country geographically. For me, maybe setting up a film in the Himalayas might be my version of an Indian film. Right?
Yeah.
So it really is what connects you or influences you, and you're going to make that perhaps.
It's a very beautiful point, is because, yeah, for me, I think my whole, I want to carry our Indianness on our sleeve, on my sleeve, when we are actually telling stories, and also with the kind of direction we can do, with the kind of costumes we can use, with the kind of colors we can use, the food, everything. There's so much more there. When we were making Breakpoint, we just wanted to make sure that we take Mahesh Bhupati and Leander Pace to the Himalayas and show the Ganges, is because for us the Ganges as a background was actually like
symbolic of
it was about
country.
about just going back a little, looking at what your relationship was all about, and also
the starting point.
Yeah,
really,
also the
literally.
starting
The source.
point. And Leander
Origin.
actually told me that I'm so glad that you've taken us here, is because when we were not shooting, he was sitting there at the Ganges and literally thinking of his whole journey. So that's what the different places of your country does to you.
There is no clear PPT where, at least for the filmmakers, that this is what I am doing. Actually, you're doing many things your entire lifetime in a project. You're not one person when you're writing. I'm not only my present. I'm like so many lives I've lived through the people I've met, right? So you can't say that this is what I'm making. Of course, you have a particular goal that you want to achieve, but it is not that only. Through that, there are multi-layers, many layers that you are actually exploring about your own self. And the only people, I think, who have that clarity is OTT. Either it's a thriller, or it's a comedy, or it's a rom-com. There's a genre. And sometimes I'm thrown with this challenge that, where does my film exist? Where does slice of life is not there for OTT. OTT does not have the slice of life. Vertical. Yeah. No, that also doesn't exist. No. There's thriller, there's thriller, there is rom-com, romance, and comedy, and there is... what was the third one I said?
Romance, you said.
Yeah.
Action.
Action, right?
Slice of life.
No, slice of life, vertical doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. Okay.
So a Piku will be very...
Romance?
No, it won't. So it's a very confusing identity. Piku is very confusing identity. Bareli Ki Barfi, today, they won't know where clearly to
So I saw
put
it was
it.
written as comedy drama.
Yeah. No, but if you were to sell it now,
No, don't know.
we don't know.
So
that
for
if-
us, when we had to coin it, especially when Nilbate Sanara happened, they didn't know whether it was, what is it, whether it's like a social drama, but it has a lot of comedy, it has everything
it's
which
comedy
is,
or
has
drama
the
or-
ingredients of a theatrical. So then we coined this word called midstream cinema. So like,
So like
these are the
Schitt's
kind of
Creek.
streams which are midstream
But
cinema.
Schitt's Creek has a beautiful genre. It's called hate-free. Right? Now, it's such a wonderful genre to have, and so many things can happen in that space. Right? Irreverent. These are lovely names, actually. But as of now, they don't exist in our selling.
And there's something called
We don't
young
have
love
those
also.
boxes.
Young love.
Young love. Yeah. That's also like, overlapping
But I
with a
think
young
it's
adult,
important
young
for
love.
Us, I do feel that to keep changing with the changing times, we are also talking to a very young audience. Like just a few days back, one of our writer friends told me, he stays in Bangalore, and he said that, Ashwini, I think you just need to go to some, some party places and just see. Just go have some dance and go. I said, no, I'm not doing any of those. But
all this creative stuff, great.
And
But
also see what your kids are watching. You actually get to know the trends.
Where the
through what,
interests are.
through what our kids watch.
So, because all of this is so driven by commerce and all of that, from the time of grand old days of Salim Javed, when they could actually call the shots on a lot of movies that they put their names to, have things become better for writers, script writers, screenplay writers? Do they have that kind of sway where they are the creators and they call the shots and they get the money that they deserve? Has
I'll
that
tell you
happened?
what, one must not forget that it took years of work and film after film and film after film for Salim Javed to become Salim Javed. You can't come do one film or two film and say that, you know what, you should get the rightful amount right from the beginning, that is for sure. But when we take examples of Salim Javed, that's not...
I mean that all things being equal, somebody of equal caliber and success rate.
But
and overall, and I give the examples not just because they were successful and obviously very good at what they did, but because they believed and they stood for the writer's pride and the right to own what they
were
create
putting
and
their
have a
head out,
sway,
actually.
Right?
Now,
So
they were
it didn't come easy to them. They had
Of
to
course
fight their own
not.
battles.
They
right?
had to fight the battles, but they were willing to take the responsibility of the film. They were willing to carry it on their own shoulder, irrespective of the actor, irrespective of the director. Now, unless and until you as a writer do not take the full ownership of your work, of every written word that is there, if you do not argue and fight and debate with the director, if your intention is, look, my name should come. Look, just give me the money. No, it doesn't stop there. That is not the purpose of a writer there. You are there because you're a thinking mind. If your thinking is not leading to, at least in the form of script, it's not showing that kind of magic.
The success.
Success is still later.
It's
What
an
I mean
extension
is,
of
if
the
it is,
magic that you create.
Yeah,
obviously.
if
has
it is
to
not,
resonate.
yeah,
Otherwise
if it is not,
I do feel that for the longest time, especially in maybe in the last 6-7 years, we make sure that writers are given that kind of importance.
And Writers Association
Yeah,
is
writers,
working
and the
extremely hard.
Screenwriters Association has done something so marvelous in getting every writer a part of the Screenwriter Association, and also to register each and every script of yours before it even goes out. Also, there is a certain kind of meticulousness which has come in, that even if you're sending a story to a studio, you have to sign an NDA, and you have to make sure that you're registering your story. When I'm looking at scripts, I make sure that I'm only telling all the writers to register your script and then send it to me. So, those kind of malpractices have stopped completely. It's because there's a fear. And hats off to Screenwriters Association to put that whole
safety nets in
streamline
place,
that
yeah.
whole process, and to make sure that there's a body that today if something happens, at least you can go to someone and say, I didn't get paid for this, or my story has been
there is a minimum
lifted
wage.
and adapted, or anything like that. Because there's so many people involved in the process of making a film, but it starts with a story and it starts with a writer. So that is something which is very important. The second thing, every individual has their own role to play once the screenplay is over. But I always feel that it is very important to not forget that there was someone who was writing it, and therefore
So has
you
the
can
industry
direct
remembered it? Like what I'm saying is that the industry, grudgingly or not, is willing to give whatever they feel, whatever the ask is with a star or a huge director. Has that happened with writers? Obviously, you have to prove your, like merit. I'm not saying that it's just about anybody, but has that happened? Everybody keeps saying that, the story is the real hero. The writers are the backbone of the industry. Are those words being matched up with equal amount of action in terms of the support that the industry provides, whether it's in terms of money or the rights or all of those things?
Yes, I do feel that, especially good writers and experienced writers, writers who have shown their work, have shown their potential. I know studios who will pay more to the writer even than the director. So you may have like a first-time director, but then they will definitely pay what is right for the screenplay writer.
That's fantastic. Please give a big round of applause for that new development. That's great news for all of us who are writers. And I'm going to open it up to questions because I can keep talking to these charming, lovely ladies all through, but I'm going to open it up for you guys to ask them some questions that you may have. Yes, lady in pink.
Hello, ma'ams. Any or both of you may answer. Ma'am, when you get a brief, when you just don't connect with, so then how do you get yourself to write something on that topic? Is it the art or is it the craft which leads you on then? Like, for example, you wrote, ma'am, like Juhi ma'am, you wrote Wiki Donor and Piku. Both of these were ideas that you conceived on your own. But October, I believe, was a brief given to you by Sarkar sir that he wants an unusual love story. So suppose if you were not in that headspace, then how would you go about it?
Something about, when any idea comes from within you, obviously you have spent enough time thinking about it, introspecting how and why it came inside you. Why did you even think of it? There's many years. Was it some incident from the past that triggered it, right? So yeah, it gets slightly, I wouldn't say easy, but more possible, that you are willing to go that much far with that idea. When an idea is, shared by someone to you and they want you to write, the process would still be the same, that if you're sharing this idea with me, do I have it in me to begin with to understand what you're trying to say, right? Is there anything in my life, in my surrounding, which supports it? Have I been affected by it personally? Do I know someone who's been affected by it personally? And what is it trying to say? Everything needn't be about you, your life, because that's not what cinema is. But your existence as a thinker will only help you write. Now, if I'm aligned to the vision of the director, I will, put myself in that space and, start thinking about it and think enough that it becomes almost your first-hand lived emotion, right? Or experience. In the case of, say, October, not fortunately, it was something that I had also experienced in my life, right? So while he had shared the idea, and it's very interesting we talk about it, because in Piku, it was a follow-up to Piku. He said that in Piku, Piku did whatever she did for Bhaskar because of the relationship, because it was a father-child relationship. Would somebody do something as selfless as this if there was no relationship? Not even love, not even friendship, right? And that was a good thinking point for me, right? Therefore, trying to understand what that selfless space is, right? And it may not exist in selfless form, but then we all aspire to get there. And then whatever it takes You spend that many months to understand that, to write that, but the process has to be same. The joy that you derive every day after writing those, 4 sentences also has to be the same. No matter how original or your own idea is, it still puts you through struggle. It's not that it's easy to write an idea which I have thought on my own. Film is not ready in my mind. One episode maybe, one incident maybe, but a feature film or a series, it's like she said, either 8 hours or 2 hours, whatever. It's many pages, right? And that is a challenge, no matter it's your idea or someone else's idea, because it just has to be true. It has to be honest, and that is not an easy journey.
So Juhi, when you have, and Ashwini, when somebody else gives you a brief that we want to do something around this subject, it's like a prompt, right? It's like a story prompt, and then you think in different directions that what would this journey be, what is the motivation, etc., right? Because it's not like just कि अच्छा ठीक है एक line में idea है तो बस पूरी picture वही है, right?
Yeah. Obviously नहीं, आप खकोलोगे, जाओगे, ढूंढोगे, दरवाजे ठकठकाओगे कि कहाँ से कुछ आ जाए, कुछ मिल जाए.
Yeah, but also I do feel that the person who's giving the idea, a lot of times the producer gives a one-line idea or something they have read, a book they have read, or an article they have read, and they feel then that that this is the right person and the right writer, and it's nice to brief them. Nowadays what is happening is, and this has become like a little trend, and which is also good, is that what they do is that they usually get a writer on board to at least write a story, at least write about 10 pages to see where the story is going, and then they get a director attached to the story and the writer, and then the writer and director work together so that there are
Vision is matching.
The vision is same, but on the starting point, one idea can be looked in 5 different ways. If you are thinking in one direction and I'm thinking in one direction, then we are never going to match that story. So answering her question, we'll never be able to match that, is because your pitch is different and my pitch is different. So it's very important at that point of time to very clearly discuss that we are all on the same page. Right. Because your pitch can be here, your pitch can be here, and you can make all kinds of film. And even as a director, you can pitch it in all kinds of ways. So therefore, the producer, writer, and director are all need to be on the same page and walk the same lane. Otherwise, it just becomes too chaotic after a point if you're not on the same page.
Right. Any more questions? Yes, the gentleman there in blue. You need a mic.
Ma'am, a question for you. Now that both of you have made a space of your own in the industry, when you write now, do you have the freedom to think of an actor when you're writing your characters? And can you say to the studio while giving your script that I had this character in mind, and do they accept it?
Oh yes, absolutely. It comes over a period of time, but we must understand that even actors are as greedy to do good roles. Even the producers actually want good content out there. And if I'm willing to take that risk, or not risk, if I'm willing to put my foot down and say, no, this is what it is, people out there do listen because they are going by your conviction. And obviously it's coming from certain years of experience that why Irfan only should do Rana's character in Piku and not anyone else. And it doesn't, there's no logical explanation for that. It's very instinctive, right? And it's a beautiful relationship which the actors, directors, writers, they all share with each other. They believe in each other's instinct. And of course, that faith comes only over a period of time. When something has worked, your instinct has made sure that the decisions, and in spite of the instinct, sometimes the decisions can go wrong because, no one knows the fate of a film or a series or anything, but at least that trust is there that if she's saying something, she must have a reason for it.
Also, I feel that it is a very important collaboration. The writer, director, producer is a very interesting collaboration which cannot run on egos. It's because ultimately, when we are starting any kind of film, for us, the hero is not the hero or a heroine or the director, writer, and the producer. For us, the hero is the script, the story. Whatever we are doing, we're doing it for the story. The story is the king there. And for the story, whatever takes. So if it's not about, oh, you were right and I'm wrong, or no, but I said this. I don't think so. That also comes with a lot of maturity, that if he or she is saying something, which means there is a certain a quantifying reasoning for that. And of course, there are debates. There are healthy debates in a room, and there would be always point of views which has to be quantified with a backing that, you know, this is the reasons why we would need to do. Sometimes there would be one actor which I would really like, but maybe it doesn't resonate so much with my writer and my producer. So, and we have to balance out those things.
So very quickly, we're running out of time. We're going to take the last two questions. Gentleman in the blue t-shirt, and then sir, after that you in the striped t-shirt. And then you can talk to the lovely ladies outside.
Good afternoon, and thanks a lot for giving us delightful movies like Piku and Vicky Donor. So actually, and the entertainment, you know. So the topics of these movies would be considered rather crass in good old days, you know. But you have given a new perspective to these movies. So my question is basically, did it require the women writers to give a shape and a proper perspective to topics like you have touched in Piku and Vicky Donor?
Sorry, did it require?
Did it require a women writers to come center stage and give a proper perspective and proper shape to topics like you have touched in Piku and Vicky Donor?
You know, whether it's Vicky Donor or Piku or October or Gulabo Satabo or any of the films, you know, what you think about that idea. It's not just a guy who's going around donating sperms. I would, if that was my pitch, I don't know if it would have resonated that much with the director. It was a guy who goes around donating his sperm, can't have his own. That can't have his own added to the way he received that idea. And in the process, the film sort of brings out the you know, themes of adoption, of second marriage, or you know, women working, you know, the grandmother, you know, the out and out materialistic grandmother there, or the mother who's so you know, when I'm talking about an idea, I also need to be careful with my words, because I'm seeing it in my head and I want it to be out there. So I need to use the words wisely and carefully so that it's understood in the same way. It's nothing to do with me being a woman. Yeah, maybe it may have thrown my director a little off guard when I said sperm donor. What is she even saying? And yeah, honestly, I've said it so many times that for me, that phone call was after this, either the friendship continues or it ends. But I think he knew me sort of enough to know that there is something which I'm thinking, which is clearly on this side of the fine line. And I had that kind of trust that I may not have the entire script with me right now, but whatever I'm saying might sort of make sense. But do I need to have an entire film ready to pitch that idea? No, I don't. It just is few words, and even in Piku, it's very difficult to say what the film is about. Is it about shit? Is it about constipation? Is it about father-daughter relationship? Is it about the journey? Is it about the home? But it is about life as such, right? And so, you know, there's nothing that I can highlight. There's no one-word pitch for these ideas. I just have to be a little mindful of how I talk about them and make them convincing to the first person who's, you know, putting his faith in me.
The last question, to the gentleman in the striped T-shirt, and then we'll have to close the session. I have exactly 1 minute.
Lovely to hear from both of you. Lately, there's been a lot of hype around Chat GPT and AI. So I just want to put on your stargazing. If you gaze into the future 5 to 10 years from now, do you feel human writers would take assistance from software and AI to write scripts?
I might just open a BNB in Himachal. We don't know. You know, technology, how it's going to affect 5 years from now, we don't know. Is it going to evolve? Yeah, it is. That is the natural progression. Radio happened, and we all were like, what is this radio? And then television came, and Queen was most resistant to the idea of having a television and getting things, the cameras inside the, her palace and all that. But eventually, we all get used to it, and there will be downsides of things. There will be upsides. Are we going to take help from that? Maybe not. I think we are very egoistic there.
In fact, right now there's this new app which basically just nudges you for a plot point. Yeah, so it's like you're writing and suddenly you're stuck. So you can just put in like your keywords and it will give you, it's not like allowing you to write, it's not like teaching you to write, but it's only giving you some openers, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. So different ways to just like say some things.
I'll say one more thing.
It's a very
we
good
are
question,
in
actually.
Times
Thank you for
Litfest.
asking that question because, that's something that we are all struggling with in different fields, right? There's a lot of artificial intelligence that is increasingly being used and advocated as the next, the best way forward. But I feel that it's a very complex process. So some simplistic things, like you said, prompts, directions you can think, that kind of assistance may come, but I don't think you guys will be spinning stories from
No, but advertising
AI.
has gone far beyond this because I don't know how many, some 3 years or 4 years back, I saw this ad campaign which was for a lens, eyeglasses, and it literally, the whole film, you could do an interactive thing. And then you had to just click and you just had to go and check your eye frame and your lenses, and that's what it was. So yes, clients are asking for new technology. Also, when we are making films now, we are trying to use all new technology so that the budget also decreases in terms of, costing. And also because we have
So would you have something like what you just said, interactivity with characters or different multiple plots play out simultaneously? Those kind of things perhaps might be aided by...
But you can't be dependent on that.
Yeah, I think I will not doubt that a human mind will stop conceiving ideas on its own and be completely dependent. We'll perhaps use technology for its rightful reason. Books have existed, mythologies, the scriptures were written back then. People would have thought that will they survive the whole medium of storytelling, and here we are hundreds of years later. Books are still relevant. People are still buying books in spite of Kindle, in spite of everything. So evolution will happen. Some people will jump on the other side, and some people will be happy enough to go through their depression and write.
Because
I'm just request you to just wrap up the answer quickly because technology is telling us time's up. So quickly, just if you can just wrap
so
up.
basically, I like reading about, writers, what's the schedule like and what is their usual routine like. And even today, we see a lot of writers who would first write in their book, wherever they are, and then go through their notes and then type. But then there are writers who would directly go and type on their laptops. And then there are writers who would even type, do voice notes. And then there are writers who would, on their phones, type on their notes.
And then there are writers who don't write for many months.
So, people use all kinds of technology.
Well, thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thank you, panelists, for all the insights, and more power to writing, more power to Litfest.
And thank you for not being in India Art Fair and being here. The whole city is there right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was lovely to hear those stimulating thoughts, ideas shared out here. Thank you so much, ladies, and lovely to see the women power on the rise. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our third session. We will be proceeding towards our next session, but before we do so, I would like to inform all our audience members that in case you do want to meet our authors, they would be available outside the designated area. It's a book signing area. You can meet them there, our authors there, for signing your favorite books. They will be proceeding there after some time.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह।
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice then. Yeah. Nice then.
All right, the stage is all set for our next session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to commence with our fourth session. And I would like to inform all of you that currently we are in Rajnigandha Hub. This is the Auditorium 1. We have 4 audis where different sessions are being held simultaneously. Well, peace, if you look into the word in the Oxford English Dictionary, it means as the absence or the end of the war. So on one level, you could say that peace is a negative concept. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive deep straight into our next session on the topic, is war a prerequisite for peace? Our panelists for this session, allow me to invite them upon stage, Mr. Rajiv Dogra, a former diplomat, an author, television commentator, and an artist. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome upon stage Mr. Rajiv Dogra. Joining him up on the stage, we also have Dr. Nguyen Phan Kue Mai, an internationally best-selling author of The Mountain Sing, runner-up for the 2021 Dayton Literary Peace Prize, winner of the 2020 Book Browse Best Debut Award, Dr. Nguyen Phan Kue Mai. We also have Maroof Raza, a commentator on military and security issues, and is currently the consulting editor for strategic affairs of Times Television Network on Times Now. He also hosts the weekend strategic affairs TV show Latitude. Last but definitely not the least, I would now like to invite upon stage Rudranil Ghosh, who's a BA Honours degree in History with a postgraduate diploma in Journalism and a Master's degree in International Relations. He's currently working for the editorial page of the Times of India, India's largest English daily. Please welcome Rudranil Ghosh. And I now hand over the floor to them. On the topic they will be discussing, is war a prerequisite for peace? Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to first thank all the panelists for being here. We have a great panel, and boy, do we have a spicy one for you. Is war a prerequisite for peace? Now, here's something to get the discussion started. Last year, SIPRI, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, said that for the very first time, the international military spend, the global international military spend, crossed $2 trillion. It seems that every part of the world is spending more and more on weapons, expanding their armies, expanding their arsenal. At the same time, over the last year, we have seen different conflict hotspots pop up all over. Of course, there is Ukraine, which has been in the news relentlessly. But there are also conflicts which are sort of hidden from the media view or the public glare. Yemen, for example, has been a complete disaster. It is a catastrophe what is happening in Yemen. Huge humanitarian crisis. But yet, little attention is paid to that. Then we have situations popping up all over the world which haven't really crossed into full-fledged war, but have the potential to do so. We can look at the situation in the Taiwan Strait. We can look at the situation in the South China Sea. We can look at the situation in the Korean Peninsula. Closer home, there are tensions between India and China with border skirmishes which took place in 2020 and tensions continuing till date. So, my first poser to my panelists here, why does it feel that, the world is coming apart? Maybe Ambassador Dogra, you can get us started. Why does it feel that the entire world is heading to one big conflict?
Well, that's the subject of my latest book, Wartime, where I predict that world is indeed heading to a big conflict. But let me first begin by the topic of our panel.
Ambassador Dogra's
Hello.
mic. Yeah.
Okay. I must compliment the organizers for choosing the topic as they have chosen. Is war a prerequisite for peace? Now, it's like saying you have to die before you learn how to enjoy life. The second thought which came to my mind when I was thinking about this topic, very thoughtful, thought-provoking, and I thought of Napoleon. He said, war is the business of barbarians. So in a way, we have the answer to that war does not lead to anything good, least of all to peace. The second thing is that the world has changed, as you're saying. Maybe it is heading towards the war, which you are apprehensive about. Maybe it is leading to some good things. After all, war is not war any longer in the conventional sense. There is war against drugs, there is war against terror, there is war against COVID. All these are good wars. So every war need not be bad, but there are bad wars. Even Cold War, which started immediately after the Second World War, wasn't really good. It was hanging in balance. And the war which is happening in Ukraine certainly cannot be good. But can it lead to peace? People say that after Second World War, Europe had said, never again, which meant that never again a war. And for quite some time it held good. But it held good only for Europe. There was a war immediately in Korea. There was a war in Vietnam. There were wars in Gulf, 2 wars. And there were wars elsewhere. We had one in 47 in Kashmir. So war is subjective. War can be selfish, but war is always destructive. It might lead to some kind of a peace temporarily, but not in the longer term. Because
Right.
the resentment stays.
Right. So, Ambassador, you talked about World War II and how it did produce a period of relative peace. Well, we can argue that, yeah, at least it led to a period of relative peace for Europe, maybe not for the rest of the world. But it did create a system, an international system, which seemed to have the trappings of peace at least. So, my question is that, is that international system now coming apart? And do we need another upheaval to kind of remind us to go back to the drawing board and create a new system which works for everyone? Maybe Mr. Raza can give us an answer.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely honored to be invited here to speak at the Times Litfest. I'm not normally on the Litfest circuit, so I was pleasantly surprised when I was invited, and I'm equally delighted to be on the panel with such distinguished authors. Let me touch on a few bullet points, because otherwise we'll just get stuck on trying to address the first question when there are many more questions I'm sure Rudranil will ask. The first is the CIPRI figures that you brought out. I'm familiar because I quote CIPRI from time to time in my writings. Now, those figures are based on, the sudden increase in defense spending. A lot of countries which had adopted a very post-World War II pacifist approach, and they resorted to that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Germany, in particular, suddenly scaled up its defense expenditure and projected now that it will spend about 120 billion euros. Japan has again projected that it will be spending $150 billion over a period of 5-10 years. And likewise, lots of other countries are scaling up defense expenditure. So clearly, for people like me who comment on military, defense, and security issues, there is always that aspect. But does that mean that the world is going to be perpetually in war or at war? I don't think so, because an investment in defense expenditure is in itself a deterrence to conflicts. So this is one of the things that paid off for Europe after World War II, because they say that Europe's longest stretch of peace was after World War II, but then it tends to give you a sense of, a false sense of belief that because you haven't had conflicts for 5 or 6 decades, you're not likely to have it, and then you suddenly have it staring on your face with Ukraine. So that's the first aspect, that there is nothing, I believe, which can be a model that you can adopt to say that if there is war, then peace will follow. Because British military officer turned historian Sir Basil Littlehart had once rightly said that if you want peace, then understand wars. Unfortunately, what happens that countries that are in the peace domain tend to become indifferent to the conflicts of the past. Germany, of course, has tried to keep those memories alive. If you go to Berlin, you see all sorts of monuments which tell you that never again, as far as Germany, will they get sucked into the kind of propaganda that Hitler pulled them into and everything else that followed. But as far as the situation today goes, there are 3 things I want you all to remember. Since World War II, we've had more than 100 conflicts. They're not big ones. They're not covered by daily news, but they're happening. They're happening on the sidelines. As Lawrence of Arabia once said about his military operation in Aqaba, that it was a sideshow of a sideshow. Right. So basically, it's a sideshow that's happening, but hundreds and thousands of people become victims of those conflicts. The second point is that the warring sides need to have a motivation to sue for peace. So what happened in Bangladesh and the operations that followed, that India thereafter had achieved victory, so it was willing to have peace. Pakistan was sucked into a peace deal, which we all know Bhutto reneged from in Shimla, so there was no peace there.
Right.
And last quick point is that, so if conflicts per se don't lead to peace, what leads to peace? The other argument of theorists is that if you have greater economic integration, you automatically won't let war spoil the party. So without war, you can have peace if you have integration of your economies.
Right, but the counter to that, Mr. Raza, would be that when you're spending so much on the military, when you're increasing your defense budget by a huge amount, that's also an opportunity cost. I mean, you could have spent all that money, all those resources towards education, towards other humanitarian, needs. So isn't that an opportunity?
It's a very good question. Yeah. It's a very good question, but the fact is that Europe did precisely that for the last 60, 70 years. So they are now paying for the peace dividend because Russia has suddenly put them on the back foot, and if it wasn't for their debacle in Afghanistan and America looking for a fresh role in world affairs, and the Americans not being in an overstretch in Afghanistan and Iraq, jumping into Europe that we'll be your guardian angels, Europe would be staring at a disaster because it was Ukraine today, it could be Poland or Belarus tomorrow, and that's why they've gone back to defense spending. A 2% of the GDP spend, Trump, who always said the truth but was not liked, but Trump said you have to spend 2% of your GDP if you want a certain assured deterrence. Because you have those weapons and missiles, nobody will resort to an adventure against you. I mean, that's a thumb rule that...
Right. So we'll come back to America and, the implications for the international order later. Now, Dr. Nguyen, with modern media, and especially, with the advent of social media, there seems to be greater desensitization towards war. The term that was coined after the first Gulf War was the Nintendo effect. When we saw those, American missiles, slam into, their targets, and American people saw it on their televisions every day. They got, totally desensitized to that entire, the horror of war. So, and with social media, that seems to be happening more because, as I mentioned, so many conflicts are taking place, but, the people sometimes kind of, they're not even moved by it. So, do people need to be reminded about the horrors of war? And how do you break through that information fog?
Xin chào quý vị. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We have such a great audience with us, and I thank you for your time and for listening to us. I think for being here, you care about peace. You are peace advocates, so I thank you sincerely. I was born into the Vietnam War, in which more than 3 million people were killed. Not just Vietnamese, but Americans, Australians, Cambodians, Laotians, so many normal citizens, innocent citizens lost their lives. I lost so many family members due to that conflict. And I personally think that we should avoid wars at all costs. And I agree with the ambassador that there are bad wars and there are good wars, like wars against hatred, wars against COVID, are good wars, but armed conflicts where, human beings kill each other should be avoided at all costs. Normally in the situation of wars, the victims are reduced to statistics. And I think it's important of us to look at everyone in their full human capacity. When I was 8 years old, I was standing on the road of my village. I was looking around me at the bomb craters, at the people who had lost their family members, at the people who lost their eyesight, lost their arm and legs. And I told myself as an 8-year-old girl, the human race should learn from this. The human race should learn about the horror of what we can do to each other so that we will not have another war. And I think I was very naive because I grew up seeing how we forgot about the mistakes that we made in the past. And we always try to find reasons to stage another war. And I think there is so much greed and power related to a war. Sometimes people cause war so that they can gain power. And I really think that if politicians have to send their children first to wars, they would think about it carefully.
But yeah, that's a powerful statement. But Dr. Nguyen, like, the other way of looking at what happened to Vietnam, like, of course, devastating wars. But today, despite that, Vietnam is a shining success story in Southeast Asia. It has one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So despite the horrors of war that Vietnam experienced, it has done really well for themselves. So doesn't that prove that some wars can actually lead to peace and prosperity?
I strongly think that when wars are started, they will never end. You see the economic growth of Vietnam, only the statistics, but millions of people are suffering. If you go to Vietnam, if you visit orphanages, you see so many children still disabled due to the effect of Agent Orange. During the Vietnam War, the American military sprayed millions gallons of Agent Orange onto Vietnam. And until today, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese are still missing from the war. And they do not know what happened to their family members. So I do not want to talk about statistics. Can I read you a poem about the long-lasting impact of war? Sure. Because I think poetry can say so many things. Can I read to you in Vietnamese first and then in English? It will be very short. Hai nẻo trời và đất, trắng trời những ngôi mộ vô danh, trắng đất những người con đi tìm mộ bố. Mưa tả tơi xuống họ, những đứa con chưa biết mặt cha, những người cha không thể trở về nhà. Tiếng gọi con còn chôn sâu trong ngực, tiếng gọi cha hay hơn 30 năm thao thức. Đêm nay tôi nghe những tiếng chân cha và con từ hai nẻo trời đất. Những bước chân dần dật, những bước chân tìm về nhau, những bước chân cạn máu, lạc nhau qua triệu dặm đường, lạc nhau qua nghìn thế kỷ. Mỗi bàn chân tôi đặt lên đất nước, đang đặt lên bao nhiêu thân thể lạnh khói hương trong lòng đất, dẫm lên bao nhiêu biển nước mắt của những người con chưa tìm được mộ cha mình. Separate worlds, graves of unknown soldiers whiten the sky. Children looking for their fathers' graves whiten the earth. Rain falls down onto both of them. Children who haven't known their fathers' faces, fathers who live the lives of wandering ghosts. Their shouts to each other buried deep in their chests. Yet through more than 50 years, their shouts stay alive. Tonight, I hear their footsteps coming from two separate worlds, the hurried, trembling footsteps, finding each other in the dark, the footsteps sucked dried of blood, lost through millions of miles, lost through thousands of centuries. With each footstep I place onto my country, on how many bodies of wandering souls will I step on? How many oceans of tears of those who haven't yet found the graves of their fathers?
Thank you for that wonderful rendition, Dr. Nguyen. But yes, war is horrible, of course. But they still continue to be fought. And speaking of Ukraine, I mean, it seems that with Ukraine, the world seems to have reached a tipping point. That there is no going back after Ukraine, no matter which way that war turns out. So my question is that, how can the world proceed following this war? What can we do to ensure that either, another Ukraine doesn't happen? Because here we have the example of non-nuclear power being invaded by a nuclear power. And that is something that, was at least, not supposed to happen in the post-World War II architecture. So what lessons can we learn from Ukraine, and how can the world proceed from here? Anyone, any of the panelists?
When the Ukraine conflict began in, I think it was 24th of February, 2 years ago,
Right.
I got engaged in any number of television, discussions. Sometimes they're 10 to 12 hours every day. So I kept learning as I heard opinions from others, and I kept reading that, unlike some very astute observers, like most of us, I didn't expect Russia to invade Ukraine till a month or two before that, when we saw the signs of a possibility when Russian forces started building up. So what were the lessons? You see, there are American companies that do analysis of conflict models. And on the basis of their analysis, weapons are made, America plans their defense responses, etc. Apparently, 96 scenarios exist on how conflicts can unfold. But in none of the scenarios had anybody thought of the possibility of the country that is invaded, like Ukraine, for the people to rally behind the leadership and fight like hell like they did. So this completely upset Russian calculations. The second thing was that nobody had anticipated that America was looking for a conflict like this for a variety of strategic reasons. It could pour weapons into Europe and make Europe again dependent on American arms supplies. And there is a huge financial involvement. There is a Harvard-based economist, Joseph Stiglitz, with another lady economist. He's written a book on the First and Second Gulf War, and he called it a $1 trillion war. Now, we are looking in Ukraine at already $100 billion worth of commitment being made. But you count the cost of construction and everything else involved, and the human costs involved, the trauma involved, you're looking at close to $1 trillion again. So wars are expensive business, and they draw in both sides, and both sides try and make a profit out of it. I did a YouTube analysis of that, and it got a lot of hits, close to 700,000. Now, what I said was that even Russia is making money out of this conflict. People say, how? Russia has been selling its oil resources, which are largest after OPEC's holdings, and it's selling to any buyer at the rate India's increased its Russian oil supplies to 24% last I read, but it was up to 22% anyway from 2%. So the fact is Russia is making money, and an eminent economist in India 2 months ago wrote that Russia has already sold oil and gas worth $180 billion. So clearly now $200 billion worth of sales have incurred. So the fact of the matter is that both sides, Russia is funding its projects with that money it's earning as profits, because the price of oil otherwise should be $60 a barrel or $80 a barrel thereabouts. But you're selling it at $120 a barrel, then obviously you're making 50% or 100% profit. The third point, and that's the most important point, is that where is Ukraine going to lead us now? It has posed a very big question to the international community. Are you with the Americans and the Western-led narrative, or are you going to be the country that is going to go with the Russians and the Chinese, because that's a binding that's going to almost certainly take place after Ukraine? Or could you be, like India, a possible swing state, which is what I wrote about some time ago? That means, you respond to situations as and when you're asked to give your opinion, or you can make a difference. Now, that is a big question nobody has an answer to.
Right. Ambassador Dogra, war is big business. War is big business, as Mr. Raza just pointed out. So if it is big business, then is war inevitable?
Well, let's talk business first. Why did Biden say 1 month before 24th February that Russia can nibble a bit of Ukraine? Why did Biden repeatedly say in the weeks before 24th February last year that Russia is going to attack Ukraine in 2 days' time? When that attack did not happen, he again repeated the same thing. No, wait, another 2 days' time. So, was Biden really urging Russia to attack Ukraine? And is it because of that when Russia first did, as Marup said, a miserable failure in terms of military planning and execution by coming in from the Belarus side and got thoroughly exposed in terms of its bad planning, was it all a trap set up for Russia? The second thing is, did the West at all care for Ukrainians? Because the popular saying, at least in the initial stages of war, was that the West will fight Russia to the last Ukrainian. And that is exactly what is happening. 7 million have left their homes. And they may be outstaying their welcome in Germany, Holland, and other places where they've gone. So there is a spread of misery which we do not know enough of. And there is big business in terms of the sabotage of the Nord Stream oil and gas pipeline. So these things will come out eventually. But the fact is that it is not a nuclear power attacking a non-nuclear power. The fact is that Russia is virtually fighting NATO. The other point which we should in India think more and more of is that the rest of the world is not with NATO in terms of fighting Russia. If you look at the voting pattern in UN, if you look at their continuing relationship with Russia, then you would find that the rest of the world perhaps is sitting on the sidelines with sympathies towards Russia. Because it seems Russia is being penalized for a crime that it was pushed into committing. And that is a big nuance in this war. That had Biden not really urged it to go on and go and nibble a bit of Ukraine, perhaps this war may not happen.
But Ambassador Dogra, so that again, I'm coming back to my question. So that does that mean that war is inevitable? I mean, it will happen, no matter which age and which period we live in.
No, I would slightly take a different view on this. Wars are not inevitable if leaders are wise. But war becomes inevitable when leaders are impulsive and they take knee-jerk reactions to issues of national importance. Ukraine is an example of that.
Right. So, yeah, before I go to Mr. Raza, Ambassador Dogra talked about, or rather touched upon the Indian experience. So, India has fought wars. We have fought 4 wars with Pakistan. We have fought 1 war with China. We call it a border skirmish or whatever, but it was a war. What has been India's lessons from the wars that it has fought? And do we really have peace as a result of those wars?
Yeah, that's actually the nub of all our discussions where we should be leading to, and thanks for that. I've done a lot of work on it, written a couple of books on the subject, etc. So it's familiar territory for me. A couple of points. One, I just want to respond to very interesting narrative that Ambassador Dogra has weaved, and I'm with him on that. What I want to say is, if you look back to the history of the first Gulf conflict, American ambassador to Iraq, I think, her name was April Glaspie, and I've heard her give confirmation in a Senate hearing in Washington long ago when I happened to be there and happened to attend it, that she did say to the Iraqis that we don't have an opinion on Arab-Arab conflicts like that of yours with Kuwait and others. There were disagreements about Shatt al-Arab region and oil resources, which then encouraged the Iraqis to think that America won't get involved, so let's go for it. But there's a whole story to it. The second point is that, you know, wise leaders, as the ambassador brought out, are very important. You know, if you look at the history of Pakistan, the top leadership was always, I mean, in most cases, was reluctant to go in for a conflict with India. You look back in 1965, Ayub Khan wasn't really convinced about the idea of conflict with India. It was Zulfikar Bhutto that prodded him and led him on to it. And in fact, the Nawab of Kalabagh, who was the governor of Punjab those days, told Ayub that don't believe him. His forefathers have never held a sword in their life. So this guy is going to lead you into conflict, and that will be the end of your political, military ambitions, etc. And we saw after 60, Ayub faded away for a variety of other reasons. Right. Third, you know, when Pakistan's military officers were contemplating on a Kargil-like adventure, they first put up the plan to General Zia. Now, Christine Fair talks about it in a book. Zia said, okay, you'll intrude here, then they will counter-intrude somewhere else all along the 740-kilometer line of control. Then you will again do a bigger intrusion somewhere, and India will get exasperated and full-fledged conflict will break out, because that was the lesson of 65, that you try and interfere in Kashmir, and we'll fight you right along the border, right up to Rajasthan and Run of Kutch. So, are you looking for a full-fledged conflict? Zia told that brigadier, apparently it was Musharraf, told him, I'm not looking for it, so put off your plans. He tried his luck again in Benazir Bhutto's time. She again dismissed it. But then he kind of got past Nawaz Sharif, because Christine Fair argues that he made a presentation with such high-flown English terms and terminologies that Nawaz Sharif couldn't register what he was saying. So there was a kind of nod that was given, that General Sahab karo, lekin ladai puri nahi chalni chahiye. So we saw what happened in Kargil. Now, what is the lesson for India or Pakistan? The lesson is that, and I say this with a sense of responsibility, that those of us who believe that Pakistan and India will be one like Germany and East Germany and West Germany should set aside that delusion, because Pakistan's very existence is based on contesting India. So the idea of Pakistan will fail to exist now. It's likely to fail to exist because of economic collapse, what is staring at them. And it's a kind of model that Soviet Union saw with a 70-year collapse, with spending too much on defense and too little on anything else. So Pakistan's been doing the same. I've just written a piece to say 52% is eaten up by the defense budget and non-accounted spending on the armed forces. Hussain Haqqani told me 72% is eaten up by the army. Now, can you believe 28% of your budgetary outlay is given to the rest of the country to run your country? How can any poor prime minister deliver on anything except pleasing the military? So you have a situation in Pakistan that hostility with India is built into the narrative of the military, and the military tells the politicians when to stand up and when to sit down. Let us not fool ourselves that when Pakistan's a democracy, Pakistan's going to be a mirror image of India. It is not. The politicians are secondary to the military's agenda. So I say that 65, we were a bit humble to say that we had advantages, but we called it a draw. We only made Vijay Chowk next to the parliament as a monument to 65. Pakistan celebrates it as a victory over us. 71, they were humiliated. But two things happened. One is they dismissed the figures of 94,000 prisoners who surrendered, and there's only 25,000 surrendered. Aap is taraf aate to nahi surrender hota. But anyway, we have sworn to avenge the humiliation of Bangladesh, and therefore Kashmir was an insurgency that was initiated by them to do a Bangladesh on India. And Kargil, are they going to step back? They deny it all the time. Right. So the fact of the matter is, the only tangible gain that you've had with them without fighting a full-fledged war is in the Siachen Glacier. But our bureaucrats and our establishment are too embarrassed to even talk about it internationally for fear the Kashmir issue will get internationalized. So you're not rubbing their nose in the snow. And if you don't rub their nose in the snow, their military keeps putting through a propaganda in Pakistan that we can handle India. So whether another conflict is round the corner or not is anybody's guess. But previous wars have taught them nothing.
Right. So if the previous wars haven't taught them anything, but what you seem to suggest is that it may have, further hardwire hatred vis-a-vis India into their DNA. So
see, I'm not saying we have hatred for Pakistan.
No. I'm saying that the wars that we fought against them and the wars that we won seems to have hardwired hatred even more into their DNA.
Only 71. Only 1971, where it was publicly, their military was humiliated with the surrender. Otherwise, the narrative they spin out after every conflict, including 47, 48, when they launched the invasion in Kashmir. You know what the Pakistanis say? They said, we were already in Kashmir. India invaded the other part of Kashmir, took over, and we stopped them at what came to be known as the ceasefire line. With modifications, is called the line of control today. हम वहाँ भी नहीं रोकते तो वो रावलपिंडी पहुँच जाते. So therefore, Pakistan's narrative, you say anything to them. You say, I dislike you, then they'll say, I like you. It's an exact opposite, so they hold the other end of the stick. So if you want to be friends with Pakistan, keep saying, I dislike you, and they'll start saying, I like you.
Right. Right. Now, speaking of opposites, now Vietnam has had a very interesting experience. Despite the Vietnam War, today, Vietnam and the United States have what many would say is a very cordial relationship. So, how did once enemies, today become such good friends? So, and does that hold lessons for other countries and other conflicts?
Thank you so much. I think the Vietnam War ended nearly 50 years ago, and it has taken a long time for the people of Vietnam and the people of the US to come together. But actually, within our own community, we still have a lot to overcome, because the Vietnam War is not just about Vietnamese against Americans, it's Vietnamese against Vietnamese. So, during the Vietnam War, Vietnam was divided into North and South. So millions of people from the North fought against millions of people from South Vietnam. In many cases, like I wrote in my book, The Mountain Sing, family members fought against each other and killed each other. And that is such a sad reality. And I want to say that all of us are brothers and sisters. We are the children of Mother Earth. There is no need, no reason for us not to talk to each other. There is no need for us to use bombs on each other, to use weapons onto each other. We are capable with our hearts to understand each other's feelings. We are able to understand the other person as mother, as father, as a child, as a daughter. So do not use weapons onto each other. And in the case of Vietnam, reconciliation is still impossible in many cases because family members fought against each other. So it is still very painful. So, I want to, for example, after the Vietnam War, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese fled Vietnam by boat, to go to countries like the US, Canada. And many of them have refused to go back to Vietnam. And they prohibit their children to go back because they said they lost the country to the communists. And I think for a human being, losing a homeland is the deepest pain. And I feel so much pain within my Vietnamese community. And that is why I am anti-war.
Right. Now, Ambassador Dogra, you spoke about the US and Biden, somewhat pushing in Russia into making a mistake in Ukraine. And so, yeah, many people have said that, they've talked about or written about the warmongering tendencies of the US. But if, let's say, it was not the US, let's say tomorrow, China became the #1 superpower in the world. If China became the #1 superpower in the world, so would things change? I mean, given how China is behaving, against, let's say, vis-a-vis Taiwan or in the South China Sea, or vis-a-vis India, our border skirmishes with China. So yeah, people tend to blame the US for warmongering. But suppose if the US was replaced by China, would things be different?
If US what?
If US was replaced by China, would things be replaced by China as #1? Yeah, as the #1 superpower, would things be actually different?
There's an English phrase about someone having wings. Sometimes imagination takes you to places where you fear to go. And if China becomes #1 power in the world, US has done enough harm to the world.
Exactly.
China would be many shades worse. With your permission, may I use an Urdu couplet?
Sure. Please go ahead.
अंगूर की बेटी ने ढाया है गजब का शेख साहब का कपलेट है मारूफ इज करेक्टेड मी सो अंगूर की बेटी ने ढाया है दुनिया में गद्र शुक्र है खुदा का कि अंगूर का बेटा ना हुआ So if China were to take over, China is an expansionist power, it's a revisionist power. Look at what it is doing to the region around it. There are 14 countries which have land borders with China, and besides there are maritime borders. It has conflict with 27 countries, 27 of them. The case of India is entirely different. And in fact, the speculation in the world, spoken or unspoken, is that the next big conflict in the world is going to be either between China and Taiwan or China and India. And that was a starting point for my latest book, which just came out, Wartime. And I have reached the conclusion that it would be a war between China and India. Where it leads to, read my book and you'll get a precise idea. But all I can tell you is it's not going to be anything clean or anything that one can easily talk about. Because both in their own ways are big powers, both in their own way have a history, both in their own way have a civilization that would lead them to defend what they think is the right action. And in a war, the right action is that your national interest must be supreme. So China is not someone which respects others. In fact, a famous Chinese saying is that everything under the sun is China's. China is at the top of the summit of the world,
right,
and it does not want anyone else to climb anywhere near the summit.
So does that mean that India and China are destined to clash?
Well, you have to, there are a lot of points I want to make because the ambassador always gets my mind working with some very important statements he makes. Clashes can mean anything. Are you looking at a small clash that just happened recently near Tawang? Are you looking at intrusions that took place on the eastern side of Ladakh in 2020? Are you looking at a 1962 type two-part clash? One was in Nifa, now Arunachal, and the other was in Ladakh. Or are you looking at something even bigger? Because now there is the maritime element that has come into play. So I'm just going to bullet points. All I can say is that I have argued, since we are at a Litfest I take the liberty of talking about my own book, which talks about the Sino-Indian boundary disputes, contested lands. And I have argued that unless there is a workable solution around the boundary disputes, it cannot be allowed to fester forever, because you have to give a bit to take a bit. I mean, it can't be that everything else I have projected in my dreams, as Ambassador said, you can have a set of illusions, and I have projected that these territories are mine, because historically I have claimed it. It's another matter that at least since 47, we have not been physically in a lot of those territories. So what basis are your claims on? Your claims could be basis of history, but China says any history that you throw on us before 1947 is passé for us. We are not interested in that. Notwithstanding the fact that China's own claims on the South China Sea is based on some maps they have of 223 BC. So you don't know what to trust with the Chinese, whether they're talking of post-49 or pre-200 BC. Now, the second point is, can India and China actually go into a clash? And I know the ambassador is rightly making this point in his book. In fact, in my last chapter, I talk about what a current clash between the two would lead to, what are the implications, and is it a war that we can hold our own on? I believe certainly we can. Is it a war in future that we can fight? That is a big question, because China is rapidly pouring money into defense and other things. And China has already unleashed in various parts of the world, including India, in what they call unrestricted wars, which means win over dissenters in your society, win over NGOs who are looking for funding, who start creating a narrative which is pro-China, win over people who are weak and small, medium enterprises. They are down in the dumps after COVID, so come in, buy shares in them, and then eventually you find a situation that China is everywhere. China has done this stealth war in America for decades. It's now unleashing everywhere. 2 Chinese colonels wrote about it in a book called Unrestricted Warfare. Finally, with America and Quad and everybody coming all around in the waters, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, we are the only Quad country that has a boundary with China which is disputed. Others are floating in the sea, and from distributing vaccines to talking about sharing intelligence, they're talking of everything, but nobody's pointedly talking about China, that come on, we'll take you on, are you willing for a fight? Because China is not going to, I believe, disturb the apple cart before 2050, when they've made out a vision statement, when China's Communist Party completes 100 years, that they would then be in a position to rule the world, notwithstanding the fact that they already have the largest navy in the world, though they don't have a punch like the American Navy with all the aircraft carriers. But China is not going to be pushed around. China is not going to look for nonsense. And we cannot take the Chinese threat dismissively. We have to be. Pakistan is a tool in their hand. It's a vassal state they've created. The real threat is China. I've said it for 25 years, but after Galwan, everyone started saying it.
Right. So let's quickly take some questions from the audience. Can the mic be passed on to the gentleman there? Yeah.
Now
Yes,
my
sir.
question is simple and straight. Is China is such a big threat, and it is a big threat, I believe, what India should do desperately to its maximum to avoid a direct confrontation with China?
What India should do to avoid territorial confrontation with China?
War, to avoid a war, direct war.
Okay.
We have all kind of competition, but a direct war with nuclear weapons, what India should do to avoid a such terrible confrontation with China?
Okay.
Couple of points there before I pass it on to the distinguished ambassador. The first thing is that, you know, your preparations to deal with Chinese salami slicing, as they do in the Himalayas, cut off territory, or come and occupy something which you are not holding and say, we've always been there. So you have to be alert to that don't allow them any further border intrusions. But where they have already intruded, Aksai Chin is a case in point. I have been making this point again and again, and people get very worked up when I make this point and say that I'm speaking against national interest, but you've got to be real. The fact of the matter is, you have to seek a boundary settlement over the claim lines that run on Aksai Chin, not certainly the entire claim that we make on the Johnson Line. The Johnson Line is that hook, if you look at the map of India, from Ladakh, there is that big hook that goes into Tibet. And that was a line drawn by a British time Anglo-Indian cartographer, W.H. Johnson. But you have to get more real about what is your claim line along the Kunlun ranges that you're willing to accept, that they keep some part, we keep some part. So that will diffuse some tension. The second thing is, because you're not going to get bigger than them like America is and ask them to go away. Second thing is that you have to be aware about how China is moving into your society. And I talked about unrestricted warfare. And you have to make sure that those who are veering in that direction, instead of being harsh on them and putting strictures on them and locking them up, you have to give them the chance to bounce back after COVID, because that's also an investment in preventing a war.
Right. So we will take one more question. Yeah.
Hi, hi, this is Jyotika. Thank you for the insights by the panel. I'm a diversity champion, so my question is a little different. What has been your observation on women and war? Because sometimes, of course, there has been a systematic, for instance, rape or violence against women in the war times, but also there has been an opportunity. There have been, post-conflict, it has always been an empowering moment for women where status quo has been challenged and there have been more political presence, etc. So what has been your observation?
Yeah, Dr. Nguyen, maybe you would like to, war and women, you know, war and women, how has war impacted women? And is it like, you know, as ma'am said, that, you know, can it also be seen as an opportunity?
Thank you so much for your question. Actually, the impact of wars on women are many, you know, like wars can impact women on so many levels. First of all, you know, they rob away members of their families, the men who had to go away and fight in the war. So the women have to bear the burden of responsibilities and raise the kids and keep the family together. And in the case of Vietnam War, we have seen that these women have to become pillars of the returning soldiers. You know, they have to become doctors for these soldiers who become really traumatized during the war. And also, you know, wars have impact on the society in general. For example, during the Vietnam War, not many people know that hundreds of thousands of women have to serve as sex slaves for soldiers. You know, there were so many brothels and bars set up to serve the needs of American soldiers, and these women are still seen until today as you know, as the enemy, the ones who assisted the enemies. So, you know, they are very much discriminated against. So it's, you know, the trauma is still very much there. You know, I see very seldomly, you know, opportunities that rise from wars. You know, Maruf and the ambassador and you have discussed that war is business. You know, war makes the powerful people more powerful, the richer people more rich, because they don't fight in the war. You know, a lot of wars, the soldiers who fight the wars are the ones coming from the working class families.
Right. Thank you. Since we are running out of time, I'll go to like final statements. Ambassador Dogra. So finally, quickly, like, you know, is war a prerequisite for peace, or are there other ways of achieving peace?
Well, to give more food for thought to Maruf, in the last 4,000 years, there have been only 300 years without war. So I think that answers quite a lot of your query. The other thing is the hypocrisy of it all in our present day world. If you look at what is written in the long list of things that UN had set about to do, one of the first points was that war is an international crime. Having said that, it gave the sanction for war in Iraq, which was pointless. It gave the sanction for war in Libya. It also gave the sanction for multiple other wars. And not only that, it also passed a resolution saying responsibility to protect. Now that responsibility was given to the Western countries to go and bomb countries like Libya and most recently Syria, quite forgetting that West has 1 billion people, rest of the world has 7 billion people. So till this discrimination is over,
Right.
till countries are more equal, wars will be the bane of our society.
Right. Thank you, Ambassador Dogra. Dr. Nguyen, your final thoughts.
Instead of answering this question, I hope we will have another discussion on how to promote peace. And I really believe in the need for literature to humanize all human beings on earth. And in my book, this 12 years old girl thinks to herself, if people are willing to read each other and see the light of other culture, there would be no war on earth.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. Raza, your thoughts, final thoughts.
You know, a lot has been said, and I tend to go along with Ambassador Dogra. You know, we need to understand that the very organization that was set up after World War II, the UN, to prevent conflict, and the Security Council came out of that, the UN has emerged completely as a toothless organization. In fact, I call it the world's most overrated debating society, which is a refuge for diplomats, with due respect, sir, and which is a refuge for particularly retired diplomats who keep going back there for some assignment or the other. Otherwise, the UN can do damn all. At the end of the day, big powers can influence, or you yourself have to find a way out for peace after conflict. There are many ways to find peace without going to war. There are many ways that you will not find peace even after going to war. Unfortunately, you know, Switzerland hasn't had a conflict for more than 400 years, but it still maintains an army. So that says a lot about the point that Ambassador Dogra had raised. The world is not going to be devoid of conflict, and that keeps people like me in business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raza. So with that, I would like to thank the audience and our panelists. You have all been wonderful, and hope this has been a stimulating session. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. It truly was very engrossing and stimulating. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to remind all of you that we have a special designated book signing zone right outside this auditorium. You may meet your favorite authors right after the session. They would be joining in the zone after some time.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start with our fifth session. May I request all of you to kindly settle down? Well, they say that short stories have a way of conveying a strong message in just few words. They're difficult to write, but when done correctly, they deliver a powerful message that can be stronger than a 1,000-page novel. That is the power of a short story. To discuss more on this, allow me to invite upon stage our panelists, Mr. Shehan Karunatilaka, who is the winner of the 2022 Booker Prize for his second novel, The Seven Moons of Mali Almeida. Please welcome on stage Mr. Shehan Karnathlika. We can do better with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joining him up on the stage, we have Jerry Pinto, the award-winning author of several works, including M. the Big Moom, Murder in Mahem, and The Education of Fury. Jerry Pinto. Joining them up on stage, we have K.R. Meera, a multi-award winning author who has published about 20 books in Malayalam, including novels, short story collections, essays, and children's literature. Please welcome Ms. K.R. Meera. And last but definitely not the least, we have Kanishka Gupta, a literary agent, writer, publishing commentator, best known for his internationally acclaimed series for Scroll-In called Publishing and the Pandemic. And now I hand over the floor to them.
Hey kittens, listen, this is such a big auditorium and there are so few of you. Come in front now. Everybody come into the front and look like there are people. And we'll be happy. Chal, chal. Aage aa. Bindas. No one will spit. We can't get that far. And anyway, if you want to run out, we will not object.
Hi, it's a great pleasure to be in conversation with K.R. Meera, Jerry Pinto, and Shehan about short story writing. So the short story is one of the oldest form of storytelling, from folk tales and fairy tales in the oral and early writing tradition to serialized novels in early modern literature. Short stories have captured the imagination of the readers for a long time. However, the genre of short stories is at risk because it's not selling and publishers keep complaining that it's very difficult to market short stories to readers. So I just want, my panelists' take on the form of short story writing and why is it hard for publishers to find readership for it. Why is it getting increasingly harder for publishers to find readership for short story collections? And also because the short story format has acted as a sort of a springboard for so many writers in Malayalam. I would like you to talk to us about the tradition of short story writing in Malayalam.
Yeah. Good evening. See, I was caught by surprise because I didn't expect the men to give me the opportunity to speak first. So this is a different panel and I'm so happy. Thank you, Kanishka and Jerry and Shehan. So the question is why the publishers are not willing to publish so many short story books. Unfortunately, I'm not a publisher, but a writer. And in my experience, I started writing short stories in Malayalam. And in Malayalam, actually, there are many readers who look forward to reading short stories. And we have this tradition of publishing short stories in periodicals. We have a number of periodicals in Malayalam which are hungrily looking forward to about 6 to 10 short stories every week. That is one short story at least in every issue is a must for Malayalam readers, Malayalam publications. So we all start writing short stories, and even I started the first story published was a short story. And after you publish a number of short stories, your first collection of short fiction will come out, and then you slowly graduate into novel as novels, full-fledged novels, and that was what happened to me. Then I think your question, why there are not many takers for short fiction? Actually, it all depends on the readers. In fact, when I started as a reader, I was looking forward to short fiction as well as novels. Because, you know, short fiction, especially when you are reading a short story collection, it helps you live a number of lives at one go. Whereas for a novel, it's like taking a journey, a long journey along with the reader, well, with the writer, traveling the distance. It's always, novel is always about the time and space, whereas the short story, in my experience, is about the experience of the moment. So the pleasure which the reader looks forward to in a novel or short fiction is thus different. Maybe we readers,
Jerry, you've been...
Well, I often found this fact, and it's repeated often, poetry doesn't sell, short stories don't sell, where's the novel? This has always been counterintuitive to me. One of the many mysteries that publishers never explain to you, like how to read a royalty statement, or why the book has to come out in hardback at twice the price. These are the mysteries and I've asked this question because we live in an era of so-called snackable content, right, where low attention spans, and we're looking at stuff on our phones. And I feel surely maybe the economic model hasn't been figured out, but you can consume a short story while waiting for a bus, or while sitting in a car, or you can plug one in. And the idea that a debut novelist, you're expecting a novel rather than a collection of short stories, surely makes more sense that you dive in, read some shorter works before you want to delve into a bigger one. So I just wonder, maybe it's a question that publishing is still with the old traditional models and hasn't figured out how to monetize this, how I could download a couple of short stories while I'm sitting there in a waiting room and consume those. So I've never understood it, because I would have thought that the shorter and the more snackable the content, the more sellable it is. But it's a mystery to me as well.
Shyam, you've just published your first collection of very eccentric and eclectic short stories, The Birth Lottery and Other Surprises, and the surprises are not restricted just to the storytelling and the themes of the stories, but also to the acknowledgements page, where you acknowledge the Commonwealth Short Story Prize and Sunday Times Short Story Prize. So these are all prizes where you had entered your short stories and you were not even longlisted.
These are prizes that I didn't win. That I didn't
Tell us more about your struggles, you know, like writing short stories and also like finding the right home for them.
So I just began them as exercises in procrastination. When I was struggling with the novel, I think, okay, let me try this little silly idea for a month, and just as a diversion. There's a lot of like very short stories, I guess microfiction or flash fiction is the term. And that came out of a failed advertising campaign. We were trying to sell tea, and this bright idea was, could you write a story that fit on a tea bag? And it was on a tea bag. So this is also, I think I talked about the last session, how advertising agencies do these creative ideas to win awards. And this was one, and I was asked to round up a few writers. I think I got Hanif and Anuradha Roy to write a short story that fits on a tea bag. So the idea is you have this artisan tea, and then you put your tea bag on top of the cup, and then suddenly there's a little short story by Anuradha Roy that you can read while you're having a cup of tea. And I did this, of course, this was, it looked beautiful, the tea looked beautiful, but I think a collection of short story tea bags cost like $800, so I think the thing never flew. But in the end, afterwards, I had a bunch of these little things, and so I expanded some of them out. I didn't keep myself to 200 words. But most of these things were little experiments, and that's why we can talk about having a unifying theme. I don't have a unifying theme there. But the reason I thank those prizes is because, every year I thought, okay, I'll write 2 stories and enter one in each one. And each year, nothing would happen, but I'd kind of learn from that and think, okay, I'll read whatever one, and I'll try and write like that, and then fail again, and I think, okay, forget what the judges want, I'm going to write something to amuse myself. And after about 10 years, I had about 30 stories, non-award-winning stories, but still, it was a compilation.
Jerry, as an indispensable and a very important part of the literary and publishing community in India, what are the kind of changes that you've seen in the short story writing traditions from the time you started out to now, when short stories are being consumed via social media on different formats?
See, I think the short story that doesn't sell, or the short stories that publishers are reluctant to do, are literary short stories. What they want is beginning, middle, and click, 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 end with a nice surprise that, people like that dreadful convict, ex-convict, Jeffrey Archer, they write. So those are published regularly, and I have to say this looking at you in the face, you read them regularly, right? You don't read short fiction, and therefore it doesn't happen. It's just about the market. If you went into a bookshop with the same attitude that you had to a buffet, and you said, let me try this short story writer today, and you bought short stories collections regularly, they would sell. And if they would sell, then publishers would do them. But we talk a lot about translation and how important it is. We talk a lot about young writers and how much it is important to encourage them. We don't put our money where our mouth is. You go in and you look for the writer you know, and you buy that writer, and you leave. The new young writer who's just put out a book of short stories, perhaps he's even paid for it himself, perhaps he's self-published, you're ignoring. You do not expect a vibrant literary culture from a readership that wants to be stroked and patted and comforted and teased and titillated and not challenged. The short story, when it is a literary form, when it is a good short story, is a challenge. Because in that condensation, in that intensity, it is asking you to open it out. It is you have to unfold the short story and let it take you by surprise. Even this notion of what you said about downloading a short story, that was tried 2 years ago. Someone wrote to me and said, look, we are going to do this short story. Download a short story, 5,000 words, and we'll charge like 50 rupees.
Download where? What was the app? It was like a mobile app?
One of the, mobile app with, I think it was Juggernaut, because Juggernaut was the kind of place that did that. No sound of them after that. So I don't know that it worked at all. So this idea that people, are out there looking for content, most readers are looking for reassurance. They are looking for comfort. And comfort and reassurance is not what the literary short story will do. I've translated, for instance, some of the most powerful short stories I've ever read from Marathi. Baburao Bagul's The Day I Hid My Caste. They are like bullets, each one of them. Did they sell? No. Why? Because people didn't buy. Simple. The answer to everything is how you will demonstrate solidarity with the variety and intensity of literary experience. If you won't do it, it won't happen. Publishing industries will not jump out of the brain of Zeus. It will require all of us to take risks, to go into a bookshop with an open heart and a mind and say, hey, what haven't I read? Where can I be just challenged today? Are you willing? Are you game? Let's see you in full circle buying short stories.
So what do the three of you think about, publishers trying to market short stories as novels? Some of them don't want the words and other stories, or even short stories on the title. A lot of them, they just tell the author that they want to publish the book, but they want the stories to be connected in some way. They want the characters to reappear in subsequent stories, links, short stories, again pitched as a novel, blurring the boundaries between short stories and novel in stories. So just wanted your... Also, I was talking about what you feel about publishers often marketing short story collections as novel in stories, that they want a unifying theme, they want recurring characters to reappear in subsequent stories, and sometimes even the whole packaging around the book is done in a way that the book appears a novel to the book browser. So they remove and other stories, and they just have one title, and the short stories is never mentioned in the title of the book.
Actually, as a reader, I can answer that. To read a single short story will not satisfy your reading instinct in a way. You need a collection, you need a number of short stories, and if you are left with a book of short stories, you need a certain time, a gap, to be relieved from one story before you move on to the other. But when you read a novel, this I am telling you as a reader, in my experience, when you are reading a novel, actually you are just escaping from the daily routine for a longer time rather than short fiction. This may explain why people are more interested in reading novels rather than short stories. But I think that there is another reason also, because at a time when most of the literature, most of the books were written by men who have enough time to sit down for a long time and write very long books, and the publishers were all men who could afford to publish so many books with so many pages. Since the price of the book is proportional to the number of pages, that may be a sociological or historical reason for novels being celebrated over... Why? Okay. So, what Alice Munro said about writing short fiction. She said she can't think of a story idea which would require an attention more than 2 weeks. That is, she can't carry something in her head which would require contemplation or devotion of time more than 2 weeks. More than 2 weeks, because of her other distractions like household things which keeps her busy. I think this might be a reason that men used to read a lot of novels. They had more time compared to women. So they used to write novels, and we are all conditioned to consider that novels are far superior than short fiction. One more thing, there are certain writers in Malayalam who insist that they refuse to write novels because short fiction is a superior form of literature, like Padmanabhan. He says he won't write novels at all. He is considered as one of the gurus in our short story.
Tell us about his thumb stories.
Yeah, there is another writer. He's P.K. Parakadavu. He writes lightning stories or thumb stories, which is about one paragraph or a few sentences long. So his stories, actually, he has been writing a number of books. Number of collections are coming out, and there are many readers for his stories. They are very striking. He just he just brings out the essence of the story of a world. What's happening to my mic? Okay. So I think this is happening in many Indian languages. Maybe the English publishers are not aware of what is happening in Indian languages.
Did you have any of your major works in English been born of a short story, like the novels you've published?
See, I think it is very fundamentally easy to get a book of short stories published. You have to be born in America. You have to publish those short stories in the New Yorker. You have to get the Pulitzer Prize. You have to get a stamp from a white man saying that you are, that your book is, and then a book of short stories will come out. I would suggest that short story writers in India should form a prize called the Bulitzer Prize, Bulitzer. And they should like set it up abroad and give it to, to people. And you know, Bulitzer, P and B is like interchangeable. And then maybe, I don't get it. I don't get what this is about, that, you know, people will say, I don't read poetry, I don't read short stories, I don't. I think the act of reading is really omnivorous for me. I read anything. I read whatever I can manage to read, I read. If it is in the, you know, if sometimes if someone is sitting next to me in the bus and reading from a page of Tamil or Malayalam, I sometimes say to them, would you read it aloud? I'd like to just listen. And I listen. I don't understand anything, but I love the sound of the... I think it's such a fundamentally wonderful thing that we are able to read. Why do we create these little boxes in which we say, I do this and I don't do that? And you may not get a poem, or you may not fully be able to absorb a short story, but does anybody, can anyone actually fully comprehend what that book or that poem or that short story is doing? You won't. So why not just give it a good shot? Enjoy. No?
So my question was that, did the idea for any of your major novels in English emerge from a short story?
Well, there was the Blue Bedspread, no? Rajkamal Jha's Blue Bedspread, as far as I remember, was a short story that appeared in one of those Granta.
Your book.
Oh, my book? No,
Nothing emerged
no. Some of the, like Yuri, for instance, started as a short story.
Yeah.
Okay. So Yuri was a short story that I was writing because I was walking past my college one day and I was thinking, I felt a sudden rush of love for like the boy who went to that college, the person he was struggling to be, the things that happened to him around it. And I thought, I want to say this. I want to say friendship is really important in how we form our souls. It is so ignored in literature because it's almost always about fucking. I mean, I don't know why we're so obsessed with sex. And this act of being a friend to someone and having someone be a friend to you becomes so vital and has been so important to me. I just wanted to talk about that and the essential loneliness of cities. So I thought I'll write a short story in which this young man goes to college for the first day. It's his first day in college. He will experience the beginning of a friendship, and I will leave it there, and I will let everybody rejoice in the memory of their friendships. And I was writing it, and then, you know, it was 100,000 words, then it was a 200,000 word epic, and then I cut it down again to 400 pages. But it started out of the impulse of the short story. And did I give a flying fuck about whether people read short stories or not? No. I'm not interested in what people want to read. I'm interested in what I want to write. And then, if you are welcome to my dawat. I'm laying it out on the ground. I'm saying, Khale yaar, come and eat. And so, if you don't eat, someone else will. That's fine. But in my head, there is never a moment when the demand of a publisher is of any significance at all. Any significance. I am here with these words and I'm playing. And if I feel that, you know, my play is being interrupted by someone else making the rules, I'm out of here. I never played organized sport because someone else made the rules, right? I wanted to make my rules with my words. Yeah. So then, this teabag story idea is suddenly, there's something going on in my head saying, teabag story, teabag, wild. It's just like something that I'm going to try regardless. And it's just because it seems like such a wonderful idea.
What about you, Shehan? Were any of your novels inspired by a short story written by you? Oh.
Yeah, they all start as short stories. I think they all start as one-line ideas. And yeah, what a genius cricketer played for Sri Lanka in the 80s. It was a short story, a little biopic, but yes, it expanded. But no, I just like to comment on this question a couple of questions ago about this trying to pass off a collection of short stories as a novel. because it's a bit I find it a bit flimsy and a bit contrived when that happens. Not that there haven't been examples of, like I think of Ramesh Gunasekara's Noontide Toll, which is a collection of short stories, which is my favorite Sri Lankan book still, and I think it's a collection of short stories which are all self-contained, but because it's got a recurring character, there is a arc to it, and maybe Jennifer Egan's Goon Squad has that quality, but I find it a bit sort of flimsy when, and you see this when writers do it, they have recurring, and I'm guilty of that. You have recurring characters, even though the stories have nothing to do with each other, some character from one makes a cameo in the other, and this idea that there has to be some thematic link to all of them, because I write them, like I said, as self-contained pieces, and there might be something that attempts to be a literary story where not much happens, but there's a lot said between the lines. But I also have like a straight-out action story or science fiction story or experimental one. And they're all, apart from the fact that they're all, I guess, about Sri Lanka and I'm the one doing the writing, I think tonally and subject-wise, they're all very different. And I see this as more as a compilation album rather than a concept album. And I appreciate both if you can do it, but I think forcing it for marketing purposes, I don't know if anyone wins there. And you shouldn't be ashamed to say there's 20 different moods. And also, I mean, the reaction, I get a lot of mixed reviews because I feel that different people respond to different stories. And there's no one story that is everyone's favorite. And I sort of like that, I appreciate that, because different readers will take different things out of the book and maybe will intensely dislike certain stories that others will like, but that's fine. So I think both no, I don't think Seven Moons was ever a short story. I knew that was going to be something large, but I do take characters, and I'm breaking my rule here. I've got a couple of characters who are floating around the Chinaman and Seven Moons universe, and I'm writing a short story featuring them, two minor characters. Now, I don't know if that'll expand to anything, and I don't intend it's a self-contained piece. But for instance, one other story here, the Ceylon Islands, that also had I guess, a high concept, the idea that what if all the Sri Lankans who were expelled from Sri Lanka or in exile form their own separate nation, and what would that look like? Now, that could be the basis for quite a long novel, but I purposely kept it, I think it's about 10, 12 pages of just the crucial incident in the formation of the Ceylon Islands. So you can expand or contract, but there is some satisfaction in, like the story you described, where you end it at that point and then let the reader take the characters where they want to go. So yeah, it's a different form, but I think it's equally difficult. And I find preparation for short stories similar to the preparation for the novel. I have to find that tone of voice, which sometimes takes months, even though the writing of it may take weeks as opposed to years. Still, the preparation and getting into that tone of voice, it's as grueling as writing a novel.
So all the stories in your collection, they were written over a period of 10 years. They span various genres.
I would say longer. The oldest one, which is called Second Person. It's the first time I wrote in the second person. I didn't know it was rehearsal for a novel 20 years later, but that was, yeah, the early 2000s, so about 20 years. It was the first thing that I finished. And so, yeah, across that period, yeah.
And also spanning several genres. So tell us about the process of editing them and compiling them into one volume. And also tell us, tell the audience about the controversial story that you removed from the collection at the last minute, and what the story was.
Talk about the controversial story. I might as well put it in the collection. This is the reason I kept it out. So there was this sort of, I mean, we discussed it with the editors and whether, because I was worried, is this just too far out? You've got this one little story, 3 stories crammed into the tea bag, and then there's one story, The Birth Lottery, which spans 2,000 years, and there's a sci-fi story with a time machine and a political story, and I worried about that, but I was thinking I was going to do it anyway, because I appreciate that. I like eclectic mixes, and compilation albums are great things. So the editing process was just looking at each thing as a self-contained, and also how it looks on the page. I, again, used my wonderful brother Lalit's illustrations to augment the stories. The one that I left, so I left out a few, and mostly you leave them out because issues of marriage. You don't think they quite work, or they're repeating something you've said, or they fall flat. This one was, it was, I mean, I wrote it as an absurdist story, but I think it could have offended certain religious groups. And it was, yeah, it was a time, again, it was a flash fiction. I think it was a one-page story. And I thought, okay, it's not that clever that I don't want this to define the whole collection. And I suppose I chickened out and self-censored, but I thought, is that good enough? Is this story good enough to get beaten up or stabbed? And I don't think I've written one that's that great, so I thought, no, I'll leave it out and not get punched.
The collection was published in India first. It came out 2 months before, you were announced as the Booker winner. For 7 Moons of Mali Almeida, will there be a UK edition, and are you planning to edit the collection for the UK audiences?
Okay, you're pushing me to rewrite another book now. Well, let's see. There are conversations in that direction, in the sense, when this came out, we didn't know it'll be a follow-up to a Booker novel. So now there's the question of, do you want to follow up a Booker novel with a collection of short stories, or another novel, which could take another 7 years? I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to get out of having to rewrite it, but though I have got a few other new short stories you might be tempted to put in there. So yeah, that's another editorial conversation. I have a feeling I'm going to be writing every book I write twice for different audiences, but let's see.
Meera, when are you going to return to writing short stories? You've not written short stories in a long time, even though Penguin published a translation of one of your
my first book was a collection of short stories in Malayalam as well as in English. Actually, the name of the book is Yellow is the Color of Longing, and it actually paved the way for Hangman, the next book, which was a bigger novel. See, Kanishka, I want to tell you that if people are really interested in reading short fiction, if the publishers are really interested in publishing short fiction, there should be another award for this. For example, in Kerala, Kerala Sahitya Academy, we have awards for the best novel of the year as well as for the best short story collection of the year. So every year there will be a number of books or number of short story collections being published in Malayalam, and most of these writers they try novels as well. For example, in my case also, I got the best, first time I got Kerala Sahitya Academy Award for the best short story collection in 2009, and then when after in 2014 I received the award for the best novel as well. So this helps the writers to experiment both forms. And in my case, when I write a novel, as I told you, it's a vast architecture, it's a huge structure which I carry in my mind. So I would like to build it, complete the building of that structure before I move on to experimenting with another form. In the case of short fiction, the pleasure of writing short fiction is that you can experiment with new forms, new craft, new themes with each and every story. It requires a lot of mental involvement. So while writing a novel, it is almost impossible for me to write write a short story because the both will overlap. I see my short stories as making trying different molds, different shapes, different crafts, different narrations. It's kind of the pleasure of it gives me the joy of experimenting rather than with the language rather than the content. So
Meera, your first published short story was in the magic realist mode, featuring snakes and infidelity.
The first short story published as an adult, that happened in 2001, not as a child. So that happened in 2001, and I was talking about that. No, what was the question?
I wanted to know more about your first book.
Yeah, the first story published in Madhurumi Weekly that happened in 2001. It was titled Sarpayajna. Sarpayajna means in festivals, temple festivals and carnivals, a person will enter in a cage of snakes and he will stay there for some time for the people as a form of exhibition. So, Sarpayajnam is in Malayalam means that, living with the snakes. So, this was about an unhappy wife falling in love with a snake, which was dreaded by her husband. So, this happened, actually I experienced this falling in love with a snake for the first time in life that time. I stepped on a small snake, a baby snake, and it didn't bite me. Instead, it just crawled over my feet and rolled away. So I was wondering why it didn't bite me. And from that sensation, for the first time I experienced how it will be like a snake crawling on your body. Unless you experience that, no, I can't translate it into words. So this experience, together with another thing happened in that time. That is, the family we knew, the husband and wife were fighting with each other. For the husband found an "I love you" note in wife's purse. So my husband was mediating this fight, and I was wondering, compared to these experiences, no, I was wondering of a woman falling in love with a snake when she was in an unhappy marriage, and that's how Sarpayajna happened. It was published even now in Malayalam. It is published first raw draft. It was not edited. My husband, without my knowledge, sent it for publication, and it was published in Madhurumi Weekly, and it made me take writing seriously, and it was because of that only I became a fiction writer. I would have happily settled down with journalism and small essays unless for that. So that's how Sarpayajna happened. In those days, no, it gave me immense pleasure to experiment new forms, new crafts, new ways of expressing different themes we see around in our lives. But later, when we moved on to novels, it gave another way of, another kind of pleasure. I think to express yourself in the best form is what introduced a writer.
So, Jerry Mira spoke of how the short story form and short story writers are being bolstered and encouraged by the literary awards, you know, like exclusively for short story writers. Why don't we have that in the IWE, you know, setup?
You know, the whole idea of the award, I think anyone who has won an award knows, is deeply flawed, okay? Like really, you know that you won the award because it was written in your nasib. It wasn't like, it may not have been the greatness of your literary craft. Just let that go. I think even awards that we have in IWE are beginning to get less and less significant. Crossword apparently now doesn't give you a check. It just gives you the award.
The Crossword is no longer, I mean, it's shut
like,
down.
I mean, slowly things are falling apart in a way that seems to be, to me, rather encouraging. Because if this shakeout eventually means that people will be writing not for awards, but just writing because they are writing, we'll probably get a more juicy crop, okay, I think. Secondly, I think also because there's been a democratization of the ways in which you can send a short story out, right? I think, you know, one of the things that really struck me, I was doing a story on poetry in Dharavi, which is supposed to be a very large slum in Bombay. And there was a young man who was a milk seller. And this young man who was the milk seller would write a poem in the morning and he would send it out. At that time, there was this thing about you could send 1,500 SMSs every day free. Okay, some scheme that people had. Now, I mean, on WhatsApp, you can send 10,000 messages, right? I mean, it's perfectly... So he would write a poem, and he would send it out every morning. And eventually, he got to the place at which people were sending him gold rings. There were people who said, you know, you rescued me from depression. When he went back to Tamil Nadu, where he came from, he was a superstar. Every village required him to come and see and, you know, meet them and talk to them, and people were just... And I was thinking, this guy single-handedly has deconstructed the process of dissemination. He's just taken it into his own hands. He's rewritten it. He's pushed aside the publisher. He's pushed aside the award committee. He's pushed aside the printer, the bookshop, the facing forward or spine, or, you know, the top 10 list. He's just cut through all this and taken the poem straight out and thrown it at people and said, will you catch this? And some people put out their hands and caught it and got it. And it made a difference and a significance to them. And, you know, when I met him, he was still delivering milk. And he said, you know, I said, don't you want more time? Do you want to not, don't you want to stop this and, you know, settle down somewhere? And he said, why? I have enough time. I do milk delivery in the morning, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. I pick up the bottles at the evening, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. I collect the money, deposit it. The rest of the day is mine. And I sit and I write. Sometimes, I think, we create this superstructure, this imaginary superstructure that requires the banks of the Lucerne, and requires a residency, and requires permission from someone to call yourself a poet, and requires a publisher to put a stamp of approval. And this guy simply said to everybody, without even saying it, I mean, he was a very gentle fellow. He would never think of saying, fuck you, Charlie, I'm doing this myself. He just went ahead and did it. So I think, you know, every morning, I have a WhatsApp group on which I read out a poem. And people listen to it. And many people, you know, respond and put hearts and whatnot. Sometimes there's a dead silence because they didn't get it. Whatever. Why are we so locked into this notion that some publisher sitting in some city, which is far away from us, has to put a stamp of approval on my back? Why can't I just publish my own book and go out and say to friends, hey, short stories, interested? Read.
But I think there are credibility issues involved in self-publishing, and it's very difficult for like self-published writers, especially writers of self-published short fiction, to make their books available in bookstores.
Totally. The bookstore, you cut the bookstore out of it. You go on to Instagram. You put your book up on Instagram and you say, DM me if you'd like me to buy this, and GPay me the money. Here's a sample. I'm going to read you a sample of my book and make a little reel and send it out. You'd like it? Hey, pay me $50. Or pay me $100. You don't like it, send it back and I'll pay you $50. Make it we need to grab these opportunities and shake the shit out of them and start doing things differently if we want to save a form that we love. If there's something that you like about the short story and these idiots are not willing to do it, let's find other ways, yeah? Let's push through. We've been given this, and why is everything about fucking TikTok videos of people dancing? Like, why aren't you reading your poems on a reel?
But apparently TikTok is a major promotional tool for books in the UK, US.
Is publishing not a major promotional tool
I think
for everybody?
I mean, there are some marketing people
who are sitting in Delhi.
In the audience, so I'm giving them like tips to maybe.
No. I'm saying, listen, nothing that comes to you free is free. So WhatsApp isn't free. Instagram isn't free. You are the product. You are being sold. But we are anyway being sold. So let's just take our space there also, no? And sell what we can, what we write. Let's just do it. Let's fail. Let's have only 3 likes, but we tried. Karne mein kya hai? What's there to try it?
Maybe I have another question for you. So you also write a lot of short fiction and poetry for children. So what is the market for short fiction is in the children's writing space? And obviously, like one of the biggest, highest selling writers in India, she writes short fiction. Sudha Murthy, they are those collection of fables and stories. So
I tell you, Indian parents are scumbags. Indian parents want soft, pre-digested stuff to put in their babies' mouths. Danger-free stuff. If there is an idea in it, they don't like it.
that's why I asked this question.
What they want is, they want the epics retold. You see auntie and uncle, na? There is someone who is 5-year-old and they're buying a book for the children. This is Indian parents, maybe Sri Lankan parents are a little better, I don't know. And routinely I go up to them and I say, hey, listen, my friend Paro Anand has written this lovely book of, and they said, yeah, but we are buying Ramayana retold for children, and they hop off to the counter and they feel secure and safe and whatnot. Wonderful. Do that. Not a problem. I got no issues with that. Do not expect a vital, vibrant life of the mind if there is one narrative that you are constantly feeding the child. Bring home a book of African short stories, yeah. Bring home a book of stories in which there is a little boy who lives in a one-bedroom flat like yours. Bring home a book with a boy or a girl whose name sounds like the name of your child. Bring home a book about an Indian kid living in Indian circumstances. Can't you see how important that is for children? Can't you see that when you read for yourself, you want to hear your story in the pages? Why would you deny that to the child? So what is the market? The market is, you'll write, when I work on a book for children, they're a demanding audience. They're the worst audience in the world because they pick up the book and if they don't like it, they drop it. So they don't give a shit you got an award. They don't think your Parag honors list is anything of significance. They turn the page and if it's not captured them, bore, they say, and they drop it. So they're honest, and therefore you have to grab them and hold them. So when I'm working for children, I'm on my best game. I'm doing it as best as I can, and I'm working bloody hard, and the publisher will say, Jerry, lovely, we loved it. We loved it. 3,000 rupees. Yeah, thank you, because you know how it is. And we know how it is. I'm not saying I love my publisher. Speaking Tiger is like my karmic gift is Speaking Tiger. So I have nothing against them. But I'm saying to parents, where are you guys? Where are you guys? Can you rely entirely on the school library? Have you met the school librarian? Do you know what she's like? She's like you. Go out there and take a chance, yeah?
Coming back to Shehan, tell us more about the tradition of short fiction in, Sri Lankan, writing, like writers writing in English, writers writing in Sinhala also. Is it a popular form?
In Sinhala, so we still have serialized short stories in the paper. I hear radio plays as well. I mean, I don't know how it plays in, among the market, but I see them all the time. Not so much in English, but many, I think, from Ashok Ferry to Andrew Fidel, they all start off with short story compilations, collections. The Gratian Prize, which is the barometer of the kind of English writing in Sri Lanka, more often than not, I think in the shortlist you'll get short story collections. And I think this is fair enough. When you're starting out as a writer, you're never brave enough to try and write epic novels. So this is a legit form to get started on. But I still think that the wisdom still holds. The conventional publishing wisdom, that it doesn't seem like until you've written a novel, you're not quite the writer. And you can dabble in the short stories, but this is just a thing to jam on, but the serious work is the novel. That's still the case. But I think, yeah, in Sinhala, there's still perhaps more of a market for it, and there's more of a readership for it, perhaps.
Jerry, you're also a prolific translator, and you translate from Marathi and Hindi. So have you recently come across a brilliant contemporary short story collection that you just can't wait to translate?
I read short stories on a regular basis, and there's always something there, and there's always something that. But you know what? It's not about brilliant. Okay, for me, I have to fall in love. So because translation means I have to take time away from my writing and do the translation. So it has to be like a love affair, like an illicit love affair. It's like, I think, it's that seductive, come and experience some Marathi now. Chal, aaja. Let's have some fun together. It's like beckoning you from the door. And, there is your English work, which you love, and which is regular and steady. And then there is the seductress or seducer of translation waiting at the door. So I read constantly and like, sort of almost omnivorously. I read everything. I mean, if there's nothing else, I'll read hashtags. It's that way for me. So is there anything right now? Yes, there are lots of short stories that I want to translate, but I'll have to wait until, the Marathi, Aleph did that, the greatest Marathi stories ever told. I wish they wouldn't call it greatest, yeah, because it's just like two people judging it. So I get very annoyed, but I did 4 stories for that, which was really lovely. Because, when you've got like 4 different stories from 4 different people, and there are 4 different Marathis working, it's just such joy. It's just like, you feel, I could do this forever. I could just be translating short stories forever. But, aisa naseeb kahan.
So, what do the 3 of you feel about this recent blurring of boundaries between short story, one last question, short story, long short story, and a novella? So, like a few years ago, Speaking Tiger, they published, what seemed to me a long short story as a novel. This is a book by Upamanyu Chatterjee. It was very small, like very slim. So what do you think about like packaging like a short story as a long story, and sometimes a long story as a novella when it's clearly not a novella?
The ways of publishers are like the ways of God. They are mysterious and beyond our question. Thank you so much.
I think we are done. And I'm sorry, there was no time for questions, but thank you so much for your time.
Shehan, Meera and I will be in somewhere hanging around near the bookshop, eagerly waiting to sign books for you and to answer any stray questions that you might have had. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we are always happy to meet a reader. Yeah?
That's a beautiful and sincere words from you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful session we had. Those of you who are keen on meeting our authors, as mentioned by Mr. Shenoy, you can meet them. They would be outside near the Full Circle bookstore or near the designated area, the book signing area, in case you want your books, your favorite books, to be signed by your favorite authors. You may kindly do so as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just stepped in, we are in Rajnigandha Hub, Auditorium 1, and we just finished with our session 5. We are ready to commence with our next session, which is the 6th session, which has been brought to you by Thanera. Thanera is the youngest retail brand of Titan Company Limited, and it aims to bring the women of today best of India under one roof through its fine curation of handcrafted weaves from across the country. Our next session has been brought to you by Thanera. I'm sure many of us amongst the audience members would be able to identify with what I'm about to say. Back in the 1990s, childhood were really different. Those were different times. Childhoods were filled with feeling of joy, anxiety, tragedy, excitement, adventure, love and joy. Do you agree with me? Yes, A Country Called Childhood is a beautifully told memoir of growing up in Amritsar in the tumultuous times of 1950s and 60s. Now it's time to hear directly from the author herself. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome and invite upon stage Ms. Deepti Naval. Deepti Naval is an Indian actor, director, writer, painter, and photographer. She will be in conversation with Yasir Usman, an award-winning Indian journalist, editor, and author of 4 best-selling film biographies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deepti Naval along with Yasir Usman.
Come home, to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. Thanera. Come home to tradition. Come home to Thanera.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have the beautiful lady herself, Ms. Deepti Naval. And it's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am, with us. We'll be just joined in shortly by Yasir Usman. And for those of you who have just stepped in the hall, let me once again remind you that we are in the Rajnigandha Hub. This is Auditorium 1. And the session which we are currently going to have has been brought to you by Thanera.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Since we are waiting, we can chat a bit.
Why not? In fact, any queries you have before we start the session with the lady herself?
I know Yasir is taking another session.
Yeah.
So he has to make it here.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I didn't want to hear. Thank you. Thank God for Miss Chamko that people remember me even today. So I'm very grateful to Sai Paranjpe for creating that phenomenal character.
And in fact, ma'am, I would like to compliment you that you still look the same, ever gorgeous, and you haven't aged a bit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell us your journey from Chamko to
What
here.
is the secret? What is the secret, ma'am?
Keep looking ahead. Stay excited about something next. I think that's the...
I think the passion, the love for your work keeps you alive and youthful. That can also be said because you're enjoying your life, you're enjoying your passion, you're enjoying your work.
Well,
good. And yes, finally, we do have the gentleman here, Yasir Usman, an award-winning Indian journalist, editor, and author of the best-selling film biographies. Yasir, I now hand over the floor to you.
Thank you for waiting. और मेरे सामने दीप्ति जी बैठी हैं, मैं क्या बोलूँगा? मैं आज पहली बार मिला हूँ टॉकिंग ओवर फोन रिगार्डिंग अ बुक और बहुत ही कमाल की किताब है।
Thank you, Yasir. Thank you.
और you know, the first thing that came to my mind after reading it, I shared it with Deepti ji, and it was a very, I think someone must have asked this question that when you think about Deepti Naval, आप लोग भी आए हैं यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, you think about the beautiful actress on screen you have watched in numerous films, है ना, वो चश्मे पर दूर हो या साथ साथ हो, तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया हो. But when you read the book, it's a completely different Deepti Naval, where she's talking about her lovely childhood, And you will identify with that story because there's a part of each one of us in that story. So that story is universal. So my first question when we begin this is, when you started writing it, when you conceived the book, Deepti ji, did you not think about writing about your acting career? Why was it limited to just your childhood?
See, I was not writing as a film celebrity. This is the work of a writer.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, I mean, autobiography is understandable. I mean, at some point I will have to share my film experience. I will do that sometime in the future, but I thought, what would give me creative satisfaction if I wrote a more literary piece of work, if I did something more literary. And that could happen only if I tried to recreate my childhood. Otherwise, it's very predictable कि मैं so and so से मिली और फिर मुझे उसके बाद ये film मिली, वहाँ से उस film के बाद फिर then I met this, that and the other, and so the work progressed. That is understandable. I mean, there's nothing unique about that.
Okay, we don't agree, but of course, how could we agree to that? The book also, this story of Deepti Naval, this book also works on a larger level. It begins with her house in Amritsar, एक हवेली जैसी हवेली-नुमा घर है, सड़क के कोने पे, and it's actually a picture of the pluralistic society that we are so proud of. कि घर था दीप्ति जी का, उस घर के बगल में एक बहुत बड़ी, I think one of the biggest mosques in Punjab, वो है सामने मस्जिद. उसके पीछे एक कॉलोनी है जहाँ पर जिसको मोची मोहल्ला बोलते हैं, जिसको दीप्ति अपनी किताब में मोचिस्तान बोलती हैं बड़े प्यार से. और अजीब अजीब कैरेक्टर्स हैं, अलग अलग धर्म के, अलग अलग काम करने वाले. और सबसे बड़ी बात, though it's her story and when you think about your childhood, आपको कहानियाँ याद रहती हैं, आपको एनेक्डोट्स याद रहते हैं, आपको उतने नाम नहीं याद रहते. तो मोची मोहल्ले के 20 नाम भी उनको याद थे, कौन सा कैरेक्टर क्या करता है. वो मस्जिद के आसपास के लोग भी उनको याद थे. तो इतनी वाइब्रेंट तस्वीर उभरती है. वो when you go back to your memories, दीप्ति जी, वो कितना मुश्किल था? Was there research and why were those characters so close to you कि अभी भी आप उनको इतने प्यार से याद करें?
See, during my childhood, they were always there. They were just, over the shoulder kind of a thing, वो हमेशा थे पीछे. और जो एक गली सी थी, जो मस्जिद और हमारे घर के बीच में, my grandfather had, sort of asked them to settle down in the area behind the house when they were all refugees. They were cobblers from Rajasthan who'd come across Pakistan में जब पाकिस्तान बना तो ये लोग आए. तो तब से वो वहीं रहे 47 से. I was born in 52. So when I was born, they were always part of our environment. और वो भी बच्चे हमारे साथ ही बड़े हो रहे थे, जैसे वो फाटक के बाहर बड़े हो रहे हैं और हम घर के अंदर हैं. हम लोग भी we were the same age group, सब बच्चे लोग एक साथ. Of course we were not. You asked me something कि कैसे नाम याद रहते. काफ़ी सारे नाम मुझे याद थे. And then when I was writing and when I was doing my research, I wanted to cross check everything. I wanted to make sure कि मैं किसी को गलत नाम से नहीं बुलाऊं, मैं कोई fact जो है वो गलत नहीं हो. So I was forever going back to Amritsar and talking to my neighbors. Do you remember this? So that it just reaffirms. जैसे कि वो buffalo Charlie giving birth. Yeah. So, there were other people now, now in their, getting on in their years, who said, हाँ, हमें याद है ऐसा हुआ था. और so many, this book took about 20 years in the making.
That's a long time. It shows the kind of detailing you have managed
It
to do.
wasn't just कि गए और confirm
और आपने
कर
अभी
लिया.
धीरे से कहा कि वो चूंकि उस वक्त की सोसाइटी ऐसी थी कि था एक मोची मोहल्ला, वो जूते का काम करते, उनको भी आपकी फैमिली ने वहाँ बसाया था. और वो ज़्यादा मिलते जुलते नहीं थे. लेकिन एक घटना होती है, एक दिन दीप्ति के घर में एक सांप घुस आता है. दीप्ति वो क्या एनेक्डोट था, और फिर वो सारी जो हदें हैं और सरहदें हैं वो सब खत्म हो जाती हैं. वो सब लोग
Yes, my mother, she was quite particular that we didn't play with the, with the mochi boys. So me and my sister, हम लोगों को ज़्यादा encourage नहीं किया जाता था कि मोहल्ले में सब जो बच्चे हैं, especially the mochi boys, क्योंकि वो boot polish करते थे वो लोग सब, they were really damn cute, all of them, but we were not allowed to play with them. We could interact, ज़रूरत पड़े तो, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब. तो एक बार घर में जब huge big cobra gets into the house, then the entire mochi mahalla was inside the house. वो सब ऊपर नीचे, it was a huge house, like 4 stories, up and down, and couple of terraces and staircases. So they were all over the place. So कितना भी एहतियात कर लो मामा का कि नहीं, you have to keep your, respectable distance. So once the snake got in, then there was no distance. Everybody was all over the place.
The most important characters you come across in your book is, of course, your parents. Your mama and your piti, that's how you call your pitaji.
Yeah, pitaji.
उनकी जो कहानी है, खास तौर से, when she talks very lovingly about her mother, and there is this particular conversation when she says that I was also interested in drama and dance and culture, but I gave up everything because her mother-in-law, your dadi, told her something. So it's such a big statement at that, and it comes at a certain point in the book when you're not expecting it, because there are all good things in the first half, and then suddenly it hits you. When you look back, what are the memories? जब यादों के गलियारे में अपनी माँ और पिटी को याद करती हैं,
See,
तो क्या सबसे पहले
Mama was a born artist. The only difference between her life and my life is that she, it couldn't like manifest for her. I mean, she couldn't realize her dreams. She was she danced beautifully. She loved singing, and she was very fond of drama. She acted in plays and she directed them, and she was very fond of the arts. I mean, she was a born artist. Of course, she stayed a painter till the end of her life. She was painting, and that's what she excelled in. But उनका जो शौक था डांस, म्यूजिक, ड्रामा, वो पूरा नहीं हुआ. तो वो एक बार my grandmother, my dadi, said to her that the women in women's conference, they say that your daughter-in-law वो तो ड्रामे करती है. And Mama said that when I heard that from your dadi, I didn't utter a word, I just quietly gave up everything. And that sentence always used to haunt me, Yasser. I remember as a child that impacted me, that my mother wanted so much from life, but she just had to settle with having these children that we were, and a home, and her life as a teacher, and then her vocation as a painter. But she could have done so much more. She was beautiful, and she could have achieved so much. तो वो मुझे याद है. और जैसे I became an artist and I lived my life as an artist, it hit me more and more every time I thought of that. That for somebody to give up a dream, it is so hard to give up something that you have nurtured throughout your childhood. Because I nurtured a dream of becoming an actress, and I would have hated to, if anybody made me give that up. I would have hated. I would have thrown a huge tantrum. I would have done, I don't know, destructive things.
True. And do you remember what was her first reaction when she saw you on screen for the first time? That's not
First,
there in the book.
she was the one to fight me because they lived in the US. I wanted to come to Bombay, to India by myself to join films. So ऐसा तो होता ही नहीं ना. You can't be a girl and go to Bombay and want to become an actress all by yourself. ऐसे नहीं होता. You need to be protected. It's a bad world out there. So full of wolves and all that. वो सब बातें आपसे कही जाती. So you tell your parents that, look, you've brought me up. You've given me an upbringing जो भी आपने सिखाया, अब वो आगे जाके जब life जीनी होगी तो वही सब काम आएगा ना. I'm not going to become something out of the blue, something totally different than the way you have brought me up. So why are you know, feeling vulnerable about that? You should be confident, you know, about yourselves. So my father got that very clear. My mother was reluctant. She said, "नहीं, अकेले नहीं वहाँ." So she came around. I was able to convince her.
So Deepti is not talking about her film career in the book, but there are a lot of things, lot of stories about cinema and what made her decide that she wants to be an actress. She had a Meena Kumari phase.
Yes,
what was the phase all about?
Major fixation about Meena Kumari. You know, as a child, whatever appealed to me about Meena Kumari, my first ideal was my mama. Because she was most graceful and, you know, superbly talented, and she had this amazing voice and everything that you can think of. So, wo tha pehle, and then as I started watching movies, Meena Kumari became my big fixation because of the way she spoke, the way she emoted. There was so much depth in her that I found all that fascinating. I found that there was a world between me sitting alone in the audience and Meena Kumari on the screen. And this was a one-to-one equation. She was emoting and I was receiving everything. And I was, of course, I was like, you know, apart from being fascinated by what she did on screen, I also thought that this is what a woman should be. This is what I'm going to be when I grow up to be a woman. तो वो फेज था मीना कुमारी फेज. ऑफ कोर्स टीनेज तक जाते जाते तो बहुत बदल
गया. और एंड शी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट वो पुराना अमृतसर वॉल सिटी, पुराने टॉकीज हैं वहाँ पर जहाँ पे 3 शो और 4 शो चलते हैं रोज के, और वो रिक्शे पे लाउड स्पीकर्स निकलते हैं और बजते हैं.
हाँ, रिक्शा पे एडवर्टाइजमेंट आता था, जंगली एंड ऑल दोस मूवीज.
ये वो जमाना भी है जब शरीफ घर के लोग फिल्मों में काम नहीं करते हैं. लेकिन दीप्ति के एक कजन है इंदू भैया, he decides to go to Bombay to struggle in the film industry and make a career out of it. तो वो क्या हंगामा होता है घर पे, and finally he actually manages to get a role.
इंदु भैया my bua's
बड़ा
son.
कमाल का है वो, बड़ा मजेदार है वो इंसिडेंट कि जब वो स्क्रीन पे देखा तो बड़ा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट भी हुआ. दीप्ति को नहीं, बाकी सबको.
I know. We were very excited as children. We were girls now. We were in our adolescence. तो इंदु भैया चले गए हैं. He's in Bombay, and he's managed to convince his parents, who were both teachers, कि उनको एक्टर बनना. He looked like Devanand. So everybody chadawed him, अरे आप तो अरविंद तुम तो देवानंद की तरह दिखते हो, you should be in the movies. And so he had come, and we knew that he had signed a few films, Sant Gyaneshwar and Dosti was the first film. So when Dosti released, we were so excited. We thought, oh, Indu Bhaiya ki film hai, Indu Bhaiya ki film aa gayi. So when I saw the film, he was there in about 3 or 4 scenes. And that time, I remember everybody said, oh, acha, ye to phir chota sa role hai na. It's not like nothing major. But I felt, Indu Bhaiya, hamare Indu Bhaiya, he's on the screen. So it's a big achievement. Whatever it is, 3 scenes or 4 scenes, it's a big achievement. He's on the big screen. Bas.
Yeah, these are the experiences that make you, है ना? That make you,
कि पहुंच गए वो, यहाँ से इस environment से निकल के वहाँ पहुंच गए. हम तो सिर्फ देखते थे, dream करते थे. He actually went there, he did it. So he was my lead. उन्होंने मुझे बहुत encourage किया, छेड़ते भी थे. मेरा वो साधना कट था ना, तो he would say साधना,
मीना कुमारी के बाद साधना और आशा पारेख सारे.
साधना, आशा पारेख, I mean वहीदा जी तो खैर वो तो मीना कुमारी उस जोन में नूतन वहीदा रहमान. लेकिन साधना, शर्मिला टैगोर.
जब आप इन सब से मिली एक्ट्रेस बनने के बाद आपने बताया ये कहानी कभी?
मैंने शर्मिला जी को तब पता चला जब 2nd or 3rd of 5th of July this year, my book was released and she came to inaugurate the book, and that is when somebody told her कि दीप्ति, जब आपकी अनुपमा फिल्म आई थी, जिसमें she doesn't speak for the entire movie. And I, as a 15-year-old, didn't speak for the whole season. I mean, it irritated the daylights out of my mother, but I went through that phase. I was so impacted by that. I just wanted to be the girl in Anupama. I wanted to be like her. मैं जिसको देखती थी मुझे वैसे होना होता था.
एक्टिंग
मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि हाँ
एक्टिंग और एक चीज़ और बड़ी अच्छी लिखती हैं दीप्ति उसमें. शी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट हर grandpa who's a renowned lawyer,
criminal lawyer
in Amritsar, very well to do and a very serious guy. और दीप्ति थोड़ी बड़ी होती है तो उनको पता चलता है कि वो 3 थिएटर्स पिक्चर हॉल थे अमृतसर में, उन तीनों में उनके लिए एक बॉक्स रिजर्व रहता था क्योंकि वो रोज शाम को एक नई फिल्म देखने जाते थे. सो शी सीज हर ग्रैंडफादर इन अ न्यू लाइट कि अच्छा ये
Absolutely. You know, ये तो तब पता चला when I was, you know, going around doing my research and collecting family history. So one of my uncles, you know, my father's cousin from Africa, he said, "Do you know something about your grandfather?" I said, "Yeah, he was a leading criminal lawyer. और उन्होंने बहुत से partition के बाद बहुत cases." He says, "वो सब तो है ही है, but he was a big movie buff." उन्होंने घर के आसपास जो नज़दीक के जो 3 सिनेमा हॉल्स थे उन्होंने एक बॉक्स उसमें परमानेंटली उनके नाम से रिजर्व रहता था. सो आफ्टर अ हैरोइंग डे इन द कोर्ट फाइटिंग ऑल दीज मर्डर केसेस एंड एवरीथिंग, ही वुड वॉक इनटू वन सिनेमा हॉल. 10 मिनट मिले तो 15 मिनट कोई भी फिल्म जो चल रही होती थी उसका कोई सीन देख लिया, एंड देन यू नो इट वाज लाइक unwind time for him, you know, and then he would walk back home. तो walking distance में थे वो, अपने मुंशी थे उनके मूलचंद जी, उनके साथ जाकर के थोड़े बहुत scenes कहीं किसी भी हॉल में बैठ गए, थोड़ा देखा और फिर घर आ गए. And I was like zapped. I said 3 boxes reserved throughout the year, जहाँ दिल किया वहाँ जाके बैठ गए, थोड़ा देख लिया. Is this my grandfather?
अब जब आप दीप्ति नवल की फिल्में देखें तो याद करिए कहाँ से आ रहा है वो जो जुनून था वो एक्टिंग का, और डीएनए होता है कुछ ना कुछ तो
होता है,
तो डेफिनेटली होता है ना? हाँ. और हमने एक्ट्रेसेस की बात कर ली, साधना फेज, मीना कुमारी की, बट देयर वाज दिस एक्टर, आई हैव रिटन द बायोग्राफी ऑफ राजेश खन्ना. तो जब चूंकि जो आप लिख रही हैं ना, मैंने ऐसी बहुत लड़कियों से बात की, मैं उनको लड़कियां ही कहता हूँ क्योंकि जब मैं उनका इंटरव्यू ले रहा था तो वो राजेश खन्ना के बारे में ऐसे ही बात करती थी जैसे वो लड़की हैं कि अरे इट यूज्ड टू बी अ डेट बिटवीन अस. So she also went through a Rajesh Khanna phase because he was, I think, the biggest star Hindi film industry has ever produced. I believe it after writing about him. And I think there is more about him in Deepti's account. How do you remember that phase?
बस वो एक तो he was from Amritsar. So Amritsar walas तो they were sort of, you know, glowing with that fact कि राजेश खन्ना हमारे यहीं के हैं, लोगड़ में रहते थे, तो something like that. Of course, I don't know, I never identified where he lived, but he was a huge craze. Like, I think India may, every girl growing up at that time, in those years, which is the late 60s and early 70s, वो आराधना के time से बस, I mean, every girl was in love with Rajesh Khanna, and everybody idealized him. It was an added thing कि he was from Amritsar. So we felt कि oh, वो तो यहीं के हैं ना, यहीं से गए और इतने बड़े स्टार बन गए. So it was like a feather in our cap.
Great. और ये बहादुरी बढ़ती रही थी कि इंदु भैया भी एक्टर बन गए हैं और फिल्में देख के सीख लिया है, दीप्ति ने दुनिया देख ली है. तो एक दिन वो अमृतसर से ट्रेन पकड़ के निकल पड़ी थी. वो बहुत It's a wonderful anecdote क्योंकि उन्होंने देखा कि अरे कश्मीर की कली भी वहीं शूट हुई है, आरजू भी कश्मीर में शूट हुई है, ये भी कश्मीर में शूट हुई है, वो भी, मतलब कश्मीर जो है वो जन्नत है और मुझे कश्मीर जाना चाहिए और अकेले जाना चाहिए. तो ये कैसे डिसाइड कर लिया? आप कितने साल की रही होंगी उस वक्त?
I was 13.
वो क्या हुआ था? I think if you want to read that or if you want to narrate that, I think it's a wonderful anecdote.
Let everyone read it. But at 13 I ran away from home. Not because, I ran away from home because I wanted to see Kashmir. I wanted to actually live in Kashmir and not in this walled city of Amritsar with all these, you know, कोई सामने कोई Patangwala and the Mochi Mahalla in the back and the carpenters and the tailors and everything. I decided, no, this is not a place. This is not the place to be living. You should be living in Kashmir. Everything happens in Kashmir. It's so beautiful. So without thinking, without planning, without really even realizing the dangers of running away from home at 13. I took a train and I was going towards Kashmir. I didn't make it. It was very unfortunate or fortunate because Pathankot में ही उन्होंने मुझे
What happened in
वहीं पे
Pathankot?
पकड़ लिया.
पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया इनको.
पुलिस ने.
हाँ, बोले ये अकेली भाग रही है, लड़कियां अकेली कहाँ भागती हैं?
I was wearing a uniform under my overcoat. It was the month of January. It was bitter cold. अमृतसर की ठंड अगर जानते हैं तो अंदर तो यूनिफॉर्म पहना हुआ था. तो I was caught and they said, okay, I was walking out of the platform and I'm very confident. I think I'm going to catch बसें लगी होंगी कश्मीर जाने के लिए. जम्मू जाएगी, जम्मू से फिर बस आगे जाएगी. I'm walking out in the pitch dark. So one guy follows me and says, where do you think you're going? I said, bus लेनी है. So pretending to be very confident. He said, कोई बस नहीं जाती इस वक्त. ये यहाँ से ऐसे नहीं जाती बसें. अंदर चलो, waiting room में बैठो. So I was brought and that night you must read about the waiting, the night I spent on the railway platform in the ladies' waiting room. You must read in my book. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. Tell them anymore.
I feel it's like written like a screenplay. So it's like
it is.
It's thrilling. All those anecdotes. And you know, coming back to Amritsar.
That's the only thing about my childhood that I regret, because I think the terror that I created in my mother's heart was unimaginable. I didn't know. I didn't even think कि वहाँ पीछे how they will be, what they must be going through. So I won't get into that. मैं तो सोचती ही नहीं उसके बारे में.
So she was a teenager and she was interested in performing arts and being an actress. And स्कूल की ज़िंदगी का भी जिक्र है जिस तरह है. बहुत खूबसूरत है वो. लेकिन एक particular point पर आके वो इतना moving एक incident है that इनकी एक दोस्त बनी जिसका नाम नीता था.
नीता देवी चंद. I went to a Catholic school, Sacred Heart Convent in Amritsar, and we were brought up by these European nuns. They were all from the Belgian congregation. Very strict, very strict. That environment.
नीता से मुलाकात हुई. And Neeta was different.
Neeta joined our school when we were in the 8th standard. So 8, 9, 10, those 3 years we knew her.
And Neeta was different. Neeta was very talented.
Yeah, she was hugely talented. She was a wonderful poet.
Yeah.
And very good in acting.
Yeah.
Acting में मतलब she was amazing. She was brilliant is the word for her. She would take part in plays and direct plays, and then she would also do debates, and she would always come back with the first prize. So she was very good. I mean, she was somebody.
But there was something going on in her life.
She was mentally disturbed, and in those days, it was a situation that nobody knew how to handle. I mean, I can't imagine what her family must be going through, because us time pe it was so not spoken about. If there was a mental situation in the family, everybody wanted to cover it up. It was such a hush-hush topic. It was like a taboo to talk about it. It would rather be hidden and covered up rather than be confronted and find help for the person. तो ये वो टाइम था जब मेंटल इलनेस के लिए कोई हेल्प नहीं था. बस वो मेंटल हॉस्पिटल में डाल देते थे और वहाँ कुछ बहुत ही रफ टाइप की कुछ शॉक ट्रीटमेंट्स या इस तरह की थेरेपीज वगैरह. आई मीन दोज टाइम्स वर वेरी 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 चैलेंजिंग फॉर एनीबडी हु वाज सफरिंग फ्रॉम ईदर schizophrenia or depression or anything like that.
Bipolar disorder, but उस वक्त वो सिर्फ पागल word ही use किया जाता था.
हाँ, पागल.
Which is unfortunate in today's times. And so there was this last meeting, and you all must take the book and read about it. That there's this last meeting between Deepti and Neeta when she is admitted to a mental asylum. And that was her last performance, you know, as you call it. That
Yeah.
was her last performance. And, you know, you want to talk about
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So when this friend of ours, she was put away in the mental hospital. So we girls, we didn't know how to deal with that actually. The nuns also, they were very flustered. They just thought कि उसकी family को inform किया और बोला कि no, she's trying to harm herself. It's very dangerous for her and for others. So she was put away, and then we had to go and see her. Because how could one of us be sent away to a mental hospital and हम लोग बैठ के अपने आराम से pretend as if nothing has happened? So we went to see her, and that is when I saw her. I saw her put up an act, but I saw the reality behind the act. You know, so I saw her cross the line from enacting
To the reality.
to going into it, and it becomes real for her. And that was frightening. That was frightening. I mean, that experience left me completely stunned, you know. And when you are young, you're so impressionable.
As a reader also, it
Yeah.
left me stunned. And I
Yeah.
think it'll have the same impact because you have written about her so lovingly, about the disturbance with her in her life.
Yeah, yeah.
And the most important character, I think, in your book, your father.
Yes,
Deepti, as you
Pitaji.
called him. And you've talked about a lot of things, like completely three-dimensional character. And during the first half of the book, you're talking about your parents in a very loving manner in the sense that they were like made for each other.
Huh.
And then suddenly you
Yeah.
go back and say, okay, no, there were problems
There were
too.
cracks. Yeah, there
You
were
know, and then I
problems.
think when you grow up, you understand that, okay, every relationship goes through
Yeah.
certain things.
Yeah.
And they must be going through that. And then you write that
I-
because of that, I am not able to trust. You know, you have trust
Yeah.
issues in your life.
Yes.
You want to talk about that aspect
Yes.
of your parents' life?
As I was writing, I was not that I thought I will cover it up or camouflage it or anything. I've tried to write this book with great amount of honesty, as much as I could, and remember things and put them down the way I remember them. तो उस बीच में लिखते लिखते फिर मैं जब इस स्टेज पे पहुंची, when I remembered the separation of my parents happened much later, when they were in their 70s, when they were well ahead in their years and they were living in America. At that time it happened. But when I thought of that, I also thought of the 3 instances when, as a child, I felt things were not okay and they disturbed me. I heard them in an argument, and that argument petrified me as a 6-year-old, 5-year-old, and then again as an 8-year-old. And I mean, those memories of those little bit, चाहे वो कुछ खास बात नहीं रही होगी, but वो that tone, जो उनके कमरे से जो उनकी आवाज़ें जो आ रही थी, that tone, and something falling and cracking on the floor, and I remember being very traumatized by that. तो वही मैंने लिखा है जो बचपन में एक्सपीरियंस किया. बाद में जो हुआ वो it's not there in the book. I don't go into it because it's not part of my childhood memory.
Yeah.
So I've stuck to that.
Yeah, and part of your childhood memory is also leaving the walled city of Amritsar and going to
And
the US.
you-
Because your father, very late in life,
migrating.
decided to immigrate.
Yes.
And he struggled a lot.
Yeah.
And then there is one, I think, a phone call or a letter when
My father was a teacher. He was a professor of English at Hindu College, Amritsar. He'd studied English literature at Government College, Lahore, had done his master's there, and then he was teaching all his life. And at some point, when we were teenagers, he decided to move to America for the betterment of better opportunities.
to provide better opportunities
If,
to your
yeah,
kids.
family. huh.
So
You
he
were saying?
struggles hard in the US, and
Yeah.
you ask him that, what can I do?
Yeah.
So he tells you, okay, typing सीख लो.
Yes.
है ना, और आप दौड़ के जाती हैं एक टाइपिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में.
हाँ. See, my father went to America a year. We all joined him a year later. तो वो वहाँ से जब चिट्ठियाँ लिखते थे, एरोग्राम्स आते थे नीले रंग के, तो in one of the aerograms, mostly to me and Didi, जो addressed होती वो they were full of the Radio City Hall देखा और Empire State Building देखी और ये वो, you would describe all that. But in one of the aerograms which was addressed to my mama, there she told me that he's going through a tough time. It's not that easy over there. You know, he was a professor, he was the head of the English department, but he's having to work as a librarian during the day and an ordinary watch guard of a factory in the night. And it was a bitter winter time, and he had written ki when I have to open the door to people who walk in and walk out, and the draft gets me, and I'm sitting there in the cold, and sometimes my eyes fill with tears, thinking that I've left a prestigious position as a teacher, as a professor, and I'm struggling here. So I wrote to my father saying, Piti, suggest something, what can I do to help? When I come there, I want to immediately get a job. And I will pay for my own tuition through college. I will pay for myself, So he said, Deepi, learn how to type. तो हमारी सड़क थी जहाँ पे हमारा घर था, उसके एंड में एक प्रिंटिंग प्रेस थी. तो वहाँ पे एक बड़ी सारी, all my life I've seen that big painting or poster of Madhubala life size उस दरवाजे पे चिपका रहता था. तो वो it was identified as that Madhubala का printing press. तो वहाँ पे typing students भी बैठते थे. We could see them, in the evenings. We would see these, young people, boys generally, learning how to type. So I ran to that printing press at the end of the street, and I said, मुझे typing सीखना है. So when can I join? So they said, now. The man said, आज, अभी. And I joined. And within a month, I was typing like a pro. Yeah. And that gave me, I remember that gave me tremendous sense of power, that I can do something. Something I didn't know a month earlier, but I know it like a pro now. And see how fast I can type. And when I went to America and I got my first typing job, I was typing like 72 words a minute. So
next time when you watch a Deepti Naval film, you should realize that she is the sum total of all these experiences she's talking about in the book. Deepti, was reliving all those memories, difficult, or was it like catharsis for you?
Cathartic. Some were joyous, joyful, recalling them and recreating them. But some were really cathartic. Some really, at times I've howled my way through the writing process. I've gone through that.
The most moving thing, or the most moving story in the book that you go
I
back
think
to?
I think the displacement within the family, my Nana's side, my Nani, my mother was born and brought up in Burma. So she would, as a child, she would tell me all these stories about Burma, how she grew up, how she went to this Catholic school, convent school in Mandalay, and how she was brought up by nuns again, and unka wo sunati thi, and then how the family, how the Indians had to flee Burma and walk across the Assam hills to reach India during Second World War. This is when the Japanese invaded Burma and the Indians had to leave their homes and then leave everything behind and come back with nothing really. So those stories of displacement, पहले बर्मा से एक्सोडस हुआ इंडियंस का, तो पैदल चल के मेरी नानी अपने बच्चों के साथ, 8 of them, they came across to India. My Nana stayed back. He was working with the PWD, so he was not allowed to just leave. He was posted, so he had to stay back. But ये लोग जब आए, फिर आके लाहौर में, they just barely, next few years, barely settle down. 42 में आए, settle down and thinking that Lahore is going to be their final home and final destination. This is where they're going to make their lives, and then the partition happens. So again, they leave everything, whatever has been collected, you know, they leave that, and then again they have to run away.
You talk about
those
partition a lot in your book, which you have seen through their eyes.
Yes, through their eyes,
many
through
stories.
through the stories that I heard throughout my growing years. है ना? वो stories तो बचपन से आप सुनते सुनते, and then of course.
और आप ऐसे मोहल्ले में भी रह रही हैं जहाँ सारे तरह के लोग हैं.
So many refugees, you know, lot of people come from Lahore to Amritsar and settled there. I mean, including the Mochi Mohalla in the back and so many around us. कोई क्वेटा से आया है, कोई कहाँ से, Sharma's, the tenants upstairs, they were all, they had come from Quetta. And so many people.
And did you see any bitterness in them? Because a lot, when you talk about partition, there are a lot of इतने ज़ख्म.
दर्द बहुत महसूस किया, but bitterness was camouflaged, I think. होगी ज़रूर. जिन लोगों ने अपने family members को butcher होते हुए देखा, I mean दोनों side पे हुआ ना ये. दोनों साइड पे हुआ. It's not just one. It's not just they. Of course, when we were young, we were told उन्होंने ऐसा किया, वो ऐसे हैं, वो ऐसा करते थे. And as you grew up, you realized there was no choice. Even our people did the same atrocities. And दोनों तरफ हुआ है ना. Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs behaved identical. And the times were such. They were very, very unfortunate times that nobody could be sensible and wise, and they just reacted. People were just reacting to the madness around.
And there's also a very moving account of when you leave Amritsar, when your house is demolished. Happened at the same time?
Yeah, no, during the partition, the house, देखिए वो जो there were two Muslim brothers, barristers थे, जिन्होंने एक barrister थे, दो भाई थे, जिन्होंने एक ने मस्जिद बनाई, Khairuddin's mosque was built by one, the older brother. The younger brother, he built this house. है ना? हाँ, और फिर दो पंडित लोग आकर के उस घर को खरीद के आधा करके वो रहने लगे. There was क्या पूछा?
मैंने पूछा कि जब ये जिस घर में आपका बचपन बीता था, this house was also demolished.
हाँ, तो क्या था? Because during the partition, कभी अमृतसर सुनने में आता अमृतसर पाकिस्तान में चला जाएगा, तो कुछ अजीब हरकतें होने लगती थी शहर में. तो कभी पता चलता कि अमृतसर is going to be in India and Lahore is going to be in Pakistan. तो the house got burnt down. I mean, burnt down नहीं, attempted आग लगाई घर को 3 बार. हिंदुओं ने आग लगाई, उसको ग्रीन क्रॉस मार्क कर दिया कि ये मुसलमान प्रॉपर्टी है, तो ये दिस शुड बी बर्न डाउन. और मुस्लिम्स ने आग लगाने की कोशिश की, सेइंग कि ये पंडित का घर है, इसको तो डेफिनेटली जलाना है. तो इस तरह की चीजें हुई.
दीप्ति नवल और उनकी फैमिली की स्टोरी नहीं है, दिस इज आल्सो द स्टोरी ऑफ दोस टाइम्स. तो बहुत मल्टी लेयर्ड है. सिर्फ एक मेमोयर समझ के पढ़ेंगे तो लिमिट करेंगे उसको. When I was reading it, I think, oh, this is the largest story. I think this should be on screen.
It is the largest story. It is, yeah. I didn't want to just talk about my. हम बचपन में ये करते थे, वो करते थे, फिर मैं बड़ी हुई और मुझे ये फिल्म वैसे मिली, वैसे how I came in films. That somehow didn't interest me so much.
Now I understand your perspective, but even I was thinking, why? Okay, this is fine, but कुछ तो हम दीप्ति नवल को वो खूबसूरत एक्ट्रेस जो पर्दे पे आती है, उसके उस जर्नी का क्या होगा? So I'm sure that there'll be a sequel.
See, this is not a book of a film celebrity. It is not.
No, I understood it after reading.
It's a writer's work. Please read it as a writer's work.
सब पढ़िए. मेरे कहने से पढ़िए. मैंने अभी recently पढ़ी है because इन्होंने भी मुझसे कहा था बिना पढ़े मत आना. Not that I wasn't reading it, but yeah, I have read it. और इतने moving accounts. In fact, when I say it's written like a screenplay, when the book opens, it opens with a scene of dust storm, जहाँ पर एक 4-5 साल की लड़की फंसी हुई है सड़क के बीच, क्योंकि उसके माँ बाप पिक्चर देखने गए. यही है ना?
बिल्कुल.
तो पिक्चरें शुरू से रही हैं.
हाँ, अंधेरी
किसी ना किसी फॉर्म में.
Yes.
है ना? और वो एक और फिल्म है जो जिसकी आप बार-बार बात करती हैं. मैं उसका नाम भूल गया. इसका गाना भी बहुत आपको पसंद है. दुर्गेश नंदिनी.
Yeah. That was the first film I ever saw.
हाँ मैंने नहीं देखी है वो film, but
1956 में रिलीज हुई थी. I was 4 years old.
हाँ दुर्गेश नंदिनी देखती हैं, उसके बाद देवानंद की फिल्में भी देखती हैं, फिर राजेश खन्ना. तो फिल्मों की हिस्ट्री भी आगे बढ़ी, जैसे जैसे बड़ी हो रही हैं इनको ये हीरो और हीरोइंस को अलग नज़रों से देख रही हैं. जब तक राजेश खन्ना तक पहुंचती हैं वो रोमांस वाला फेज भी आ जाता है. तो ख्यालात बदल जाते हैं और उस समाज की स्टोरी भी है. तो
I've described actually, I've taken some time to recall those movies and what I retained from those movies. क्या याद रह गया मुझे? I've just stuck to that. कि मुझे क्या याद रह गया उस फिल्म का, वो मैंने उसके बारे में हर फिल्म की.
B.R. चोपड़ा की एक मशहूर फिल्म है धूल का फूल, which is about an unwed mother. उसमें दीप्ति लिखती हैं कि हम बच्चे थे, हमारी समझ में नहीं आया वो बच्चा कैसे आ गया. ठीक है, फिर बाद में किसी फिल्म में लिखती हैं कि तब तक हमारी समझ में आ गया था.
आराधना तक
समझ में आ गया था कि रूप तेरा मस्ताना जब गाना हुआ. तो एवोल्यूशन हो रहा है हर मामले में, किताब के अंदर भी हो रहा है.
अच्छा, वो धूल का फूल की भी स्टोरी ये है कि पोस्टर्स पे आई थिंक डेजी रानी की तस्वीरें हैं और तू हिंद बनेगा ना मुसलमान बनेगा, इंसान की औलाद है इंसान बनेगा. तो गाने रिक्शा पे वो निकलते जा रहे हैं इश्तहार उसका. तो माय पेरेंट्स थॉट धूल का फूल बच्चों की फिल्म होगी. तो ले गए हमको.
धूली
I was like I was really a kid. और पता चला कि it's about unwed mother. और तो बड़ी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस होते हैं उसके. तो इतना समझ में आया कि ओके, इफ़ यू स्टे द नाइट आउट with a guy and if it is raining, you're bound to come back pregnant.
बात समझ में आ गई, मतलब बात यही है. तो फिल्में हैं, मदर इंडिया का जिक्र है और डिटेल में जिक्र है. जब वो देखी तो समझ में नहीं आया कि एक माँ अपने बेटे को गोली कैसे मारती है. You know, so all those thoughts are there.
I was very confused. Very confused. It was a very confusing emotion for me. Couldn't figure it out.
Tell us something about your life when you went to the US.
When I
How
went?
did your life change? वो अमृतसर की एक लड़की, एक मासूम इनोसेंट लड़की, और जब वहाँ टाइपिंग सीख के वहाँ गई, जहाँ उसके माता पिता अभी पहुँचे हैं.
I think I was never the. एक तो मैं अपनी जो मेरी स्क्रीन इमेज है उससे मैं काफ़ी ऑपोजिट हूँ to disappoint you to the point of disappointing you. Because ये जो फिनोमिना है ना हमारे यहाँ कि शी सो स्वीट एंड इनोसेंट, ये एक्चुअली मुझ पे तो नहीं फिट बैठता. आई एम नीदर सिंपल नॉट स्वीट नॉट इनोसेंट. तो वो थोड़ा गड़बड़ा गया यहाँ पे, ठीक नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि मिडिल क्लास लड़कियाँ जो हैं, दे हैव देयर बिग ड्रीम्स, they are determined to achieve those dreams. They are ready to fight it out with society, starting with their parents, कि हमें ये करना है. और ये वो sweet innocent वो इसलिए नहीं, because they are not going to sit back and accept कि ठीक है, हाँ वो जो whatever lot in life मेरे हिस्से में जो भी होगा ठीक है, I will live that. That is not the girl next door at all. और वो जो image है वो काफ़ी harmful है. हाँ, हार्मफुल है बिकॉज उसकी डिस्क्रिप्शन सही नहीं है. इट इज इल डिस्क्राइब्ड. इट इज नॉट करेक्टली.
मोस्टली दे हैव वॉच्ड चश्मे बद्दूर एंड थिंक यू आर लाइक दैट.
देखिए ना, मिडिल क्लास लड़कियां जो हैं, दे आर फायरी इनसाइड. they know what they want. They have a head on their shoulders and they are out to achieve in life. They are not somebody ऐसे जो स्क्रीन इमेज है. मिडिल वो स्वीट गर्ल नेक्स्ट डोर, ये गलत इमेज है. हाँ, उसको तो करना ही है रीडिफाइन.
नकार दिया मिस चमको नहीं है दीप्ति जी.
हाँ, अदरवाइज तुम क्या पूछ रहे थे कि वहाँ जाके कैसे? Immediately I think I took up a job as a typist, and I would get a job like this, you know, with the kind of typing speed I had. I was very good at it. तो थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा from a manual typewriter to a electric typewriter कहते थे तब. तो and I was studying. I was working during the day, and I was studying at night. At night I was going to college. I was an art student. I had taken up psychology, English, fine arts, painting, American theatre, and photography. So I was studying all this. नाइट स्कूल जाती थी, उसको नाइट स्कूल कहते हैं कॉलेज को, जो 5 बजे के बाद स्टार्ट होता है और 10 बजे तक चलता है. So this was my routine for the next few years in my life.
But throughout this life, you had this dream of becoming an actress?
हाँ, वो थोड़ा under wraps रखा हुआ था.
And coming,
because
that you want to come back to Bombay film industry.
Yes, because I knew कि unless I finish my education, I cannot utter this in front of my parents. दोनों teachers हैं और education was the big thing ना at home. तो वो तो आप बोल भी नहीं सकते थे. You couldn't, I had to finish. Once I finished, I said, okay, now, let me tell you, this is what I want to do with my life. They said, no way.
तो ये कहानी, like we said, कि इतने सारे experiences से बनी है दीप्ति ने. वो जो performances आप देखते हैं, उनमें जो 2.5 घंटे की फिल्म में गहराई नजर आती है, वो पूरी जिंदगी जी हुई है. चाहे वो अमृतसर हो, चाहे वो पठानकोट की यात्रा हो, चाहे वो अमेरिका में रहना हो, तो वो इट्स अ सम टोटल ऑफ ऑल दोज एक्सपीरियंसेस लाइक आई सेड. और किताब खत्म हो जाती है वहाँ पर जहाँ इनका करियर शुरू होगा.
Where we leave for America. Where I leave, yeah.
Where you leave for America. तो मुझे लगता है सेकंड पार्ट ज़रूर आना चाहिए. उससे पहले आप सबको फर्स्ट पार्ट ज़रूर पढ़ लेना चाहिए. और मेरी जो याद है, मैंने फिल्में तो देखी हैं ऑफ कोर्स एंड आई एम अ फैन, but I also remember a series she made for Doordarshan, which is called Thoda Sa Asman. Because I think that was one of the first TV shows which talked about feminism, which focused solely on female characters.
तीनों middle class
which had a brilliant title song.
Yes.
So I have that personal memory of your creation, and I hope आप आगे भी create करती रहें. I think we should go to the audiences now. हमने किताब की बहुत बात की for the question.
I'd love to have
question round.
Yeah.
Questions.
Don't be so quiet. I mean, I'm sure there's something you want to ask me.
Yeah.
Or Yasser. Thank you. Thank you.
मैम, सबसे पहले लॉट्स ऑफ लव एंड रिस्पेक्ट टू यू. आपने एक इमेज, आपने भी जो बातें बोली आपकी जो लाइफ के लिए, आपके बुक लॉन्च को मैंने पहले भी सुना, अभी दिल्ली में 2-3 इवेंट्स आपके हुए, और मैं समझता हूँ आपने जो एक बहुत अच्छी बात कही ना कि मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के जो बच्चे होते हैं उनके अंदर एक रेबेलियन का वो होता है, और मुझे लगता है आपकी फिल्म्स के अंदर आपने वो इमेज ना बनाई है. वरना आप देखिए कि मिर्च मसाला की वो लड़की कितना विद्रोह लेकर आती है, और साथ ही साथ कि वो लड़की अपने पति तक को छोड़ देती है. तो वो इमेज आपने कहें कि वो हाथ में तलवार लिए बिना सब में बनाई है. एंड हैट्स ऑफ टू यू.
थैंक यू
सो मच. और मैं आज भी कहता हूँ कि मुझे कोई फिल्म मिले ना तो मेरी एक्ट्रेस आप हो, तो आई लव टू डू दैट.
I love you too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
सवाल उधर, let the girl in yellow.
हाँ जी.
This side. Hello.
आप किसके पास माइक?
There's a girl in the yellow sweater. हाँ, yellow t-shirt.
Sir. This.
आप जरा आप सेंटर में रहें और इधर माइक पास करते हैं.
Thank you so much. So, अभी आजकल काफ़ी ज़्यादा women centric films आ रही हैं and people are taking it really well. But back then जब आपने ऐसी मिर्च मसाला जैसी movies बनाई थी, what was the audience back then?
Your question is not clear.
What was the
audience pattern?
What was the audience back then? Like उन्होंने क्या movies को बहुत
audience
अच्छे
उस
से
ज़माने
लिया
में
था?
कैसी थी जब मिर्च मसाला थी?
मिर्च मसाला के टाइम पर?
Yes, back when you were in the movies. So
Yes, people identified with those characters. Definitely. I mean, those films made whatever their history. They have a place in parallel cinema. They are the classics of parallel cinema.
Yes,
those movies were loved by the audience.
There's a question from this side, right hand side.
उनकी audience कम होती थी, but those were the classics.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
My name is Rajiv. Now I'm a doctor. I would like to take you back to 1984 when you had come to our school in Ranchi, Bishop Westwood Boys School and Vikas Vidyalaya, where we had shot for Hip Hip Hooray. So I remember standing for days, weeks for 1 minute shot, which we couldn't locate ourselves. And for months it went off. So I just want to tell you, ask you rather, that you were typecast as a fine actress which were cut out for art movies, and you have a long list of such art movies, national award winner and all. But do you regret not being a typical Bollywood, that actress, or you missed out on that something?
No, I don't regret, but I don't consider Chashme Badur was a big commercial film, okay, and a huge success. Everybody knows it. तो वो आर्ट फिल्म्स जो थी वो इस तरह की थी जैसे मिर्च मसाला है, कमला है, but I did these commercial films also. Saath Saath was also a commercial film. It was
I'm
not an
also
art
a medical
film.
legal expert and have started writing.
I had my choice. I didn't want to exactly be the fantasy of the male audience, maybe. I wanted to play real women. I wanted to play women of my time. लेकिन उसमें मुझे बस थोड़ा सा यही है कि मुझे डांस का बहुत शौक था, वो मुझे मौका नहीं मिला.
I have started writing. I would like to show you my book after the event.
We'll take more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the center, the green, yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
I'm a big fan of yours. I just want to ask you, from what I have heard of you about your childhood, I have seen a very good movie which is not available, Main Zinda Hu, a gem which you had done. What kind of, inspiration did you draw from your childhood in your movies? What was the strength that you draw? Could you tell us something about it?
I've written about it in the book. The book tells you categorically at what stage of my childhood, what impacted me, and where were the beginnings of my big dream. वो सारी चीज़ें मैंने identify करके, particularly my dream of becoming an actress, वो मैंने सारा पूरा किताब में, आप किताब ज़रूर पढ़िएगा, because इतनी सारी बातें करने के बाद I can't answer this in one sentence.
Sure. There's a young kid on my right hand side. Before we take the gentleman, a young kid eagerly standing on the right hand side.
Yes, little one there. Yeah. Hi. Hi.
My name is Anya.
Anya.
I want to ask, in how many movies have you worked?
How many movies have I done?
Worked.
Have you worked?
Worked in. I've worked in about 103 movies, but I would like you to remember at least 30 of them. The rest you can forget. Or na bhi dekhenge to I will never hold it against
Yes, you must watch those movies. One last question we can take.
Hello, Hi, Deepti ji.
Hello, madam.
Thank you.
I'm a very big fan of yours, and I grew up with Chashme Badur, and there was a song Kali Ghodi Dwar Khadi, and I couldn't understand what Kali Ghodi. There was no Ghodi, but actually you were mentioning that bike, black bike which was waiting, and that was the funniest moment I still remember. And I want to compliment you because you kept us engaged throughout this conversation. No, not even one moment was kind of
thank
boring.
you.
Thank you so
and
much.
thanks to Yasser.
You are a very
also.
great storyteller.
Thank you.
एक सवाल ये आपके right
Yasser, इसका credit आपको भी
नहीं नहीं मुझे
We can take 2-3 more
Okay, this
questions.
is the last question. We'll be short
one
time.
question, please.
जी.
हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं दिल्ली में.
Thank
और
you.
हम आपसे ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आप सिनेमा और कविता यानी लिटरेचर दोनों में सक्रिय भूमिका आपकी रही है. कृपया आप यहाँ के हमारे साथियों को बताइए कि पहली कविता आपकी कब और किस पत्रिका में छपी थी.
पहली कविता
जी.
छपी तो 1981.
किस मैगजीन में छपी थी? जहाँ तक हमें याद है धर्मयुग में छपी थी.
नहीं, छपी नहीं थी.
अरे धर्मयुग में आई हैं कविताएं आपकी, हमें
नहीं,
याद
वो तो जब मैं फिल्म्स ज्वाइन कर ली.
जी.
हाँ,
उसके बाद
धर्मयुग में छपी थी.
और हम आपके पास एक संदेशा लेके आए हैं. डॉक्टर धर्मवीर भारती की किताब बन रही है पत्रकारिता.
Sir, you can take one-on-one. There's a lady standing here.
Okay. The lady in white shirt. Sir, thank you. The lady in white shirt. Last question. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Where are you? Okay, hi.
I've known you from my parents who have loved you, and it's just not just my parents, overall also, it's known that you are so loved as an actress and now as an author. And my question to you is, what do we expect in future from you as an author? Do you have any more ideas left? Like sir was just saying that there should be a sequel, and I hope we all agree that there should be a sequel to something like this. So what do you have in mind for future?
Yeah, well, I definitely want to keep writing. There's lots that I want to write about. And also, certainly my journey through cinema also. I will write about that also. But there are other books also in my laptop.
And not just her memoir, but before that, Deepti ji has written poetry and scripts. And
this is my fourth book.
This is a fourth book.
Yeah.
So you must, read her books. But सबसे ज़्यादा जो मैं चाहता हूँ आप सब यहाँ से शपथ लेके निकलें, and I'm not, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ बुक प्रमोशन के लिए हम बोल रहे हैं. It's been a few months और दीप्ति जी की किताब है. It doesn't need my promotion because I have read it recently, and it is a book all of you must read for different reasons. It's multi-layered. It talks about those times. It talks about emotions of a girl. It talks about dreams and finally achieving those dreams. So each one of you, I request you to buy the book and read it. That would be the greatest tribute to any writer. So मुझे लगता है कि इतनी कहानियाँ आपने सुनी, we were spellbound, और इतनी खूबसूरती से वो बयान कर रही थी. 1 घंटे में सब कुछ समेटा नहीं जा सकता है. So you must read it like one chapter at a time and absorb it and learn from it.
And let me say that there's a film which I did recently during COVID. Actually, हम लोग लंदन में गए और एक छोटी सी फिल्म शूट करके आए वहाँ. It's in English, but called Goldfish. And I'm looking forward कि वो अब जल्दी सबको देखने को मिलेगी. And then I will get a reaction from everyone. And thank you so much. Thank you. It's been
बहुत खूबसूरत शाम दीप्ति जी. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yes.
मेरी तो खुशकिस्मती है कि मैं आपके साथ बैठ के I'm discussing your.
Thank you, Deepti ji. Thank you, Yasir ji. We would like to tell our audience members that they would be.
हम सिर्फ thank you बोल सकते हैं. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. और ये किताब ज़रूर पढ़ें.
If you want to meet our authors, you may meet them on a one-to-one basis. We have a designated book signing area outside. They will be joining you there in a short moment from now. You can kindly proceed towards the book signing area right outside the auditorium. And ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful session was brought to you by Taneira, the youngest retail brand of Titan Company Limited, who aims to bring the women of today best of India under one roof through its fine curation of handcrafted weaves from across the country. And this session was brought to you by Taneira, our cultural partner. And we shall be starting shortly with our next session.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं. कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं. गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं. कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं. यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं.
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है. कैच मसाले हर खाने की चाह.
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice then. Yeah. Nice then.
दिखता है.
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. The Nera. Come home to tradition. Come.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to proceed towards our next session, which is the 7th session. And yes, we are in Rajnigandha Hub Auditorium 1. Right now, it's a competitive world out there. Everyone wants to win. Everyone thinks to win. But have we ever thought if the easy way to win is also an option? We are going to discuss on that right now, how to win without fighting, with author Bernard Mosto, who will be in conversation with Preeti Shenoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our guest for the day, Mr. Bernard Mosto, an international best-selling author, business mentor, and photographer, who will be in conversation with Preeti Shenoy, who has authored 15 bestseller ranks amongst the highest-selling authors in India. She's also on the Forbes long list of the most influential celebrities in India. I hand over the floor to them.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to be here. I'm honored to be in conversation with Bernard. I read his book. I loved his book. It's called Shaolin, How to Win Without Fighting. I'm an avid reader. I read and review many books in addition to writing my own, of course. And the moment I read this, the moment I read the first few pages, when I was asked, will I be in conversation with Bernard, I read the first few pages and I said, yes, this is something, I want to be in conversation with the author, and I'm happy to be in conversation with you, Bernard. So to those of you who do not know about the book, it's called Shaolin, How to Win Without Fighting, and it's divided into 3 parts. Part 1 is learning to stand, part 2, learn to be strong, and part 3 is learn to win. And Bernard talks about the Shaolin principles, like the principle of calmness, principle of slowness, principle of imitation, opportunity, principle of yielding. And he tells us how we can use this in our daily lives. In addition, there are little exercises which he urges you to do. And using the book and using these exercises as a guide, you can achieve your objectives. So that is about the book for those who haven't read the book. And as we shall have the conversation, you shall know more and more about the book and about Bernard. With that in mind, shall we start? Louder! Yes, because if the audience is energetic, then we feel energetic as well. Thank you for that. So my first question to you, Bernard, is you're known as the European with an Asian spirit. How old were you when you were first exposed to the Asian culture, and what drew you to it?
Yeah, first of all, hello to everybody, and thanks for having me here, and thanks to Preeti, who prepared some wonderful questions for me, like this one. I was 12 or 13 when I firstly read a quote of Buddha. And Buddha once said, the mind is everything. You are what you think. And by then, at the age of 12 or 13, so what's that? I thought, what's that? I mean, I am what I am. What is my mind to do with what I am? But then I started to realize that in a way it is true. And not only that it is true, but if I am what I think, I am what my mind is, it would mean that I could become everybody I want to be. And my whole life is in my hands, as long as I'm able to control my mind. So from then on, I felt very attracted by Asian culture, by Asian thinking, by the Asian way of thinking. I was 20 when I came to Asia for the first time. It was in January 1991, more than 33 years ago. And from then on, I was attracted with everything that had to do with Asia.
That's wonderful. That's really nice to know that Buddhism is what drew you. And it's amazing if you think about it, how certain words can have an impact on your life and completely change your life. So, and the second question to you is, I saw a picture of yours with Kalari master Sunil Kumar. Now, I am from Kerala and I'm very well versed with Kalari Paita, which is a very difficult martial art. And both Kalari, and you have also trained in the Shaolin Kung Fu. So both Kalari Paita as well as Shaolin are martial arts. In what way? But of course they are completely different. Other than the fact that they are martial arts, they're completely different in style. But what, in your opinion, do they have in common? Or maybe the other kinds of martial art, like say Tai Chi or maybe Muay Thai, or we know so many martial arts, karate. What do they have in common?
So I would not really say that they are so different, because what later on became Shaolin Kung Fu, the martial arts of Shaolin Kung Fu, was originated in Kalari Payat. So without Kerala, without India, I always say there would not have been Shaolin at all. So what Chinese people did is they adapted it, they developed it further for 1,500 years. And I would say that the main difference is that, as you said, Kalari Payat is martial arts for defense, for whatever, while Shaolin Kung Fu is more a form of meditation. So it is, of course, it is for defense, it is real martial arts. Shaolin Kung Fu is real martial arts, the same as Tai Chi, as Muay Thai. But there is probably a wider philosophy behind. So Chinese people started to imitate animals, just to become an animal, just to clear their minds. That is what the main difference is. But in a way, it's just a development of what originated here in India.
Yeah, that's actually very nice, because I did read that in your book. There's a lot about the Shaolin Kung Fu and how they kind of took everything, because they were very open. The Shaolin monks were very open. If somebody was good at something, they were not rigid, they were flexible, and that's something that you will read in the book. Now, my third question to you is, how did you gain access to live with the Shaolin warrior monks? They are one of the most fierce fighters, and they are like, it's not so easy to go and live with them and gain an insight into their way of life. How did you manage to do it? And could you tell us a little bit about your experience in living with the monks, what it was like, and what it taught you, how it helped you, and all of that?
Actually, the idea of living with the Shaolin monks, or with becoming a student of Shaolin, one day, it started when I was 14. There was a very, very famous television series. I don't know whether you heard about David Carradine. It was called Kung Fu, and from then on I dreamt to go there one day. But there was no internet, nothing, so there was no connection between me and the Shaolin monastery. But one day in '95, the Shaolin monks, they would come to Europe on a tourney, and I got to know Qian Wang, who was behind that. And I got to know him personally, and I said, Qian, I want to go there. I want to live in Shaolin. And they said, okay, I will try to arrange what I can. But then it was really, really difficult to do that. Now it's much easier. So I came there, and I spent 1 year with them. And for me, let's say, it was probably, I wouldn't say the best time of my life, but it was an incredible time just to see what people can afford. So on what level you can reach. If you start training at the age of 5, 6 years, the perfection they had, everything, the perfection, how they control their body, how they control their minds, that was the incredible thing for me. And it was the first time that I understood what it means to be invincible. So, yeah.
It must have been very hard and very different from what you were used to.
It was indeed, and people always ask me, did you do the same program like the Shaolin monks? Of course I did not. I would not have survived that.
Yeah, and this is a very curious question, which, it's just because of my curiosity as a writer. Did you have to sleep on a hard bed, or what was your mattress like when you lived there? It might sound very...
No, it doesn't. Everything was very hard there. There was only cold water. There was no warm water. There was, I wouldn't call it a mattress. So, but that's what I wanted. I always try, wherever I go, I try to experience the whole thing, not the comfort of the hotel bed. No, I really lived like them, and yeah, the food was the biggest problem. Was food for me. To be
I
very
can
honest.
imagine. That's wonderful.
It was the same food every day.
Yeah.
It was a hard mattress. It was getting up at 5 in the morning, sports all the day, martial arts training, meditation, martial arts training again, running again. So it was, in the beginning, it was awful. To be very honest.
Fantastic, yeah. Fantastic that you managed to go through with it. So the next question I have is, Bernard mentions in his book that he was a very naughty child, extremely naughty. And he says that his grandma was so patient with him. She'll always say, when he did some naughty things, she'll always say, it's okay, now let's see what can happen. If it was my grandfather, I would have got 2 slaps and I would have been banned from doing whatever he did. So which is a very rare quality. So could you tell us a little more about the naughty things you did in childhood, Bernard?
Oh, I did many, many naughty things. I never did what I should have done. And my parents were the total opposite of my grandmother. But it was not that I did really bad things. I just didn't go to school when I should, or so I wouldn't be at home when I should. And for example, my grandmother, when my parents were gone, when they left to India, for example, my parents started to visit India in 1986, so many times they came here, so I was alone with her. And my grandmother had the instruction that I must be at home at 10 in the evening, even when I was 16, 17 years old. And I came later than that. And my grandmother said, okay, let's say you came a bit after 10 p.m. So even if it was 12 or 1 a.m., it's a bit later than 10 a.m. There's no reason to tell them. So in German we have a saying, what I don't know doesn't make me angry. So, but whatever I did, there were things, financial things, there were many, many things I didn't the way I should have done. And my parents said, okay, you did it, so try to get out of that situation. But my grandmother, she always said, okay, what are the steps we need to do? And she helped me without any discussion, without anything.
Why did your parents visit India? Was it on a tourist, for a tourist purpose? Why did your parents?
First, yes. In 1985, they came to India, to Rajasthan, to visit Rajasthan.
Okay.
And in 1986, they would go to a small city near Madras by then, which is Chennai today, for a project. So they just wanted to help Indian people to get in contact with them, and they really worked with the, let's say, the poorest people in near this village. It's called Tandalam.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So now let's talk about the book. So in the book, you talk about, detachment. You talk about the principle of detachment, and you talk about targeting your opponent's greed so that you can hit them at a vulnerable spot. And this is where I'm quoting Bernard. So I want to ask you, who do you see as opponents or enemies? And Bernard talks about a little incident in the book. He says, he gives us the book is full of little stories which you can relate to, which will stick in your mind, because rather than talking about principle, he really elucidates the story. So Bernard has given a story about a Native American who narrated it, saying that, if you want to befriend an animal, starve it in a pit, put it in a pit and starve it. And when it is nearly dying, give the animal some food and make sure that the animal sees that you are giving the food. You are the person giving the food, and the animal will not leave your side for life. Now, when I read it, being an animal lover, it gave me a jolt. So I want to ask Bernard, do you think that humans are an inherently cruel species, and that cruelty comes more easily than kindness? And by the way, I'm just putting this in context. That is not what the book is about at all. This is just a tiny incident which I'm just highlighting, just so that you get the idea about the book.
So, in principle, no, I don't think that humans are a cruel species. Just because there is not such a concept like cruelty in nature. It's only a human concept. So we have moral. If my parents would have been cannibals, if my parents would have eaten my neighbors, or our neighbors, or whomever, I would be a cannibal too. So if you grow up in a society where all people are vegetarians, you are vegetarian. But if you grow up in a society where everybody eats animals and kills animals for eating them, you wouldn't consider yourself to be cruel. And the tiger wouldn't consider itself to be cruel because it eats other animals. So I think the idea of cruelty is only an idea we have in our mind, that is put in our mind. There is no such thing as cruelty or moral in nature. And to answer your question about detachment, actually the idea, what I try to explain in the book is that our whole society is controlled by this greed. So when you pay a fine, for example, It's just the idea that someone is taking something from you you would like to still have. You give money to the police, let's say. You pay a fine to police, and you pay 1,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees, whatever. So why do you feel bad? Because of your greed, because you want to keep that money. Now just think, the policeman says, give me 10,000 rupees. That's the fine. It will say, here you are, 120,000, I give you whatever I have. So Lord Buddha, he said that the origin of all suffering is greed. I have no idea whether he thought about policemen and fines, but in a way, he is pretty right. That is our most vulnerable point, that we are not able to detach ourselves, that we want to save things, that we want to have them. And that is why I say it is so important to overcome this idea. Just imagine that somebody would come to you and say, okay, I will take all your stuff. I will take everything you have. And you will say, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm really fine with that. Take it. Here you go. So this person would not have any control above you.
Yeah, that is very well explained. Suppose you do not, you're cool with it. Like you're not so attached to your positions and you tell them like, yeah, just take it away. Then you make them powerless. That's a very powerful concept to keep in mind. So Bernard has given a lot of exercises in this book. Throughout the chapters, there are a lot of exercises which are given. And he suggests that we get a notebook and we actually write down the questions that he asks. He says, use this notebook as your companion to improve yourself. And whatever questions he asks, write down. Because this book, it needs a lot of thinking. It needs a lot of reflection if you are to get the full benefit of the book. I mean, if you just read it, you will not get the complete benefit. But it would really help if you write down your answers in a notebook. So my question to you, Bernard, is when I was reading the book, there were so many exercises to which I just could not think of any answer. So I was sitting in the flight and I'm closing my eyes and I have your book in my hand and I'm thinking, I said, okay, what is the answer to this question? I really had no answer. So as a reader who reads this book, what if they have no answers? How do you suggest they go about it?
To give you a short answer to your question, then they have no answer. Actually, the idea of my book is it's a workbook. So it's not, if you would like to learn a foreign language, if you would like to learn German language or Malayalam or whatever other language, you would not read a book about this language, would you? I mean, you would read the grammar and you would say, oh, it was quite interesting. No, you would not do that. You would do some exercises just to integrate everything, to integrate grammar, to integrate vocabulary, stuff like this. You would write it down. And that is why I ask my readers to have a notebook and to write down the answers and maybe to see if he or she would read the book later on to see how the answers changed. And the reason, I know because Preeti told me, we talked before, the reason why I usually ask the reader to answer the question before he or she keeps going on reading is that it would have no effect, because if he or she would do anything else. The idea is that I put a question and I tell you, I know your answer. But if you would not give the answer before I tell you that, you would say, no, I would have answered something else. So that's why I always say, please answer the question and then go on reading. That's the idea. But if there is no answer, there is no answer. Just write down, I have no answer at the moment. Maybe it will come.
Yes, and the other thing that Bernard says, which I found very true, is that he says if you read the book for a second time, it won't be the same book because you're not the same person. And that was so true. I finished reading the book and then I said, okay, let me just quickly flip through it again. And when I was flipping through, you are approaching it with a different mindset, because the book does alter you in some way. You may agree with the principles, you may not agree with the principles, but it will definitely make you think, it will make you reflect, it will make you pause, and that's what's wonderful about the book, whether you have answers or whether you don't have answers. So that's really nice. So, and one of the things that Bernard talks about in this book is one of my favorite topics, which is decluttering. I'm huge on minimalism, I'm huge on decluttering, and I believe in a minimalist lifestyle, keep things simple, use only what you need and all of that. And my parents, in fact, moved from a large house in Kerala. They had a massive house and they moved to a small 350 square feet house, which was unheard of at that time because it's not so easy to let go of your possessions. And I have seen my parents do that. So I could completely relate to what Bernard was talking about. So my question to you, Bernard, is to someone who has never heard of decluttering and who has never given up holding on to stuff, like how would you explain decluttering? Like, is it to avoid being a prey to our own greed? What is decluttering and why should we declutter?
In a way, it has to do with greed, but it's not necessarily greed. Let me tell you a story, one of those Zen stories, how they called it. And this story goes that one day a student would visit an old master. And when he enters his house, he sees that he has no meubles, nothing, only a chair and a bed. And the student bewilderedly asks the master, Master, where are your meubles? Where is your furniture? And the master looks at the student and says, where is your furniture? And the student says, I'm on transit. And the master says, yes, me too. So actually, the concept of decluttering it's not especially greed, but it is one thing I learned as a traveler. We call those travelers like me, I'm still a backpacker. So that means, and what I learned is everything I own, and to be very honest, even every book I buy here in the bookstore, and I love to buy books, but I have to carry it. I will be on my way for 6 more weeks. I will go on to Nepal by train, by public bus, whatever. So I once learned that whatever you own not only owns you at one point, but you have to carry it. You always have to carry it with you. And decluttering is the idea to do what you have to do what you can with what you have where you are. That's, I think that's the easiest description for decluttering. Just not to try, everybody says I need this and this and this and this and this. Decluttering means, to be honest, I want this and this and this and this. You do not need it. You want it, that's okay, but you do not need it. And my idea is to just own things I really need and not everything I want.
So when Bernard talked about that, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think he deserves an applause for that. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So when he talked about that, I remembered the movie Up in the Air, George Clooney. How many of you have seen it? Yeah, so George Clooney is this very efficient guy, and whatever he needs, it's all very quick. He travels a lot, and it's all very quick. Everything that he needs, he just has in his backpack, you know. So when you talked about that, when you talked about being on the move, I remembered that. So my next question, in the book you talk about mock attacks. So my son told me, my son does Muay Thai, and he said, Mama, in Muay Thai it's called feinting or something like that. So I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. So it's, what Bernard talks about it is like, you know, using this principle of deceiving the enemy. That's what he talks about. For example, he gives this example, and I quote from the book. Suppose Bernard wants to know where I went last evening, and I don't want to tell him. Then he tells me that I think your car came and dented my car. So my first reaction is, of course not, I didn't dent your car. But he insists that, he says, no, you dented my car. This is what happened. And then I say, no, I did not dent your car because I was with X and Y last evening. And then he's got the information that he wants to know because he provoked me. And I reacted to the provocation. So this is an example which Bernard has given in the book, where you are kind of provoking and probably heckling the person so that they give you what you want. Now, I see this as manipulation. Is it okay to manipulate people to achieve what you want? That's my question.
I think the question is not whether it is or not is okay to manipulate. We always manipulate. We do that consciously or unconsciously, but we manipulate. There is so much manipulation in our world, in our lives, and it starts when you open a newspaper in the morning, when you open a website, a newspaper website, and there are 10, 15 news. There is a person who wants you to know some things, some news. So to be very honest, most of the news have no connection to your life. It's totally useless that you know it. So I always gave the example, I remember when in Austria, there was a news that I don't know which prince in Africa was tested positive with COVID. And I said, so what? Why is this interesting for me? It's totally uninteresting. or whether Prince Charles was tested positive for COVID or not. Even if he would died from COVID, I wouldn't have been able to change it. But this is the first point where manipulation starts, where this finting starts. And manipulation always is like this. If I want to sell you something, I would not say I want to sell it because I have a benefit. No, I want you to choose product A, and you tend to product B. And I say, you know, I have no advantage if you buy product A, the product I want you to choose. So that's this kind of attack. And you would say, okay, if he has no advantage, I can buy this product, you know? So the question is not whether it's okay or not. I think it's not okay, because manipulation, and there is a big difference between influencing and manipulating people. That's not the same, even if many people think it's the same. Influencing means you ask me, where did you buy this shirt? And I say, I bought it from this or that shop. And you go to this or that shop, but you know that Bernard told you that he bought the shirt there. Manipulating means you take a decision, you think it is your own decision, but it's the decision I want you to take. That's the big difference. And that is how what we do with finting attacks, with all this stuff.
And Bernard elucidates a very beautiful principle, and about the principle of slowness. So I'm reading from the book, and he quotes Lao Tzu, and he says, it's better to do nothing than to achieve nothing with a lot of effort. So he talks about how, earlier he talked about how you can provoke people into making mistakes. And in this principle, the principle of slowness, he tells us to deliberately slow down. And I think that's a very beautiful principle. Because when you slow down, you tend to do a lot of things which you don't do otherwise. Now, I am a portrait artist, and I also draw from real life. And it's that moment of slowing down and observing and getting it, and it's a beautiful principle. I just absolutely love this principle. And Bernard says, do not confuse slowness with dawdling. So the two are very different things. So could you please, give us any tips on how to recognize and distinguish between, are we dawdling or are we actually slowing down? And this would particularly be useful for young people who tend to do this, I'm just going slow, I'm not dawdling.
So actually, I would say that the most important thing is that whatever you do consciously. So if I don't want to do something, the worst thing I could do is, I say, yeah, I need to do it. I know I need to do it. I will start in 5 minutes. Okay, give me 10 more minutes, then I will start it. Okay, no, but I do it, but I know I need to do it. I do it in 20 minutes. So time will pass by, and you won't have done anything. You will not have done anything. That is dawdling, as she calls it. The idea is to say, okay, now at the moment, I don't want to do it, so I will not block my time with always procrastinating. That's the worst thing we can do, because we lose the time. We say, I will do it in 10 minutes, it's the same in the morning. You put your alarm, it's at 6. So the alarm rings at 6, 10 more minutes, you get up at 7. But you are very tired, because the last hour wasn't the real sleep, because every 10 minutes you thought, oh, I need to get up. Would you have put the alarm to 7, you would have had 1 more hour. So it's simply about consciousness, about doing things consciously, saying, okay, I don't want to do it now, I will do it tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow at 10, and then do it tomorrow at 10. That's the difference.
That's a great tip, to actually be conscious and to recognize what you're actually doing and take a decision based on that. Now, my next question to you is on the principle of imitation. This is one of the things that Bernard talks about in the book, about how we can learn by imitation. And he has quoted Confucius in the book. The book has a lot of quotes, the book has a lot of interesting stories. And I'll read out one quote. Confucius said that there are 3 methods by which we may learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is the noblest. Second, by imitation, which is the easiest. And the third, by experience, which is the bitterest. And Bernard says something very interesting here. And he says, if you decide to write a book similar to this one, I would not be able to stop you, and why should I even try? Once you have written the book, I'll read the book, and maybe I'll learn something from that, which was a very beautiful thing to say, and that really struck with me. Because essentially what he's saying is they can steal your content, but they cannot steal your story. Now, as a novelist, for me, it's all about creativity. And Bernard has written 13 other books, and one of those books is fiction. And he has set that fiction book in a Shaolin temple. So when you do that, it's like how much weightage should we give to creativity? How much of weightage?
I think that creativity is what makes us special. So when I wrote that, even if you would copy my book, and I just want to say that here because I'm asked many times, should I do it? I mean, this exists already. Yeah, it exists, but not done by me. So I think that creativity is the most important thing, but when trying to achieve a goal, when trying to write a successful book, and Preeti knows that pretty well, we always must understand that with all creativity, we are not talking about us as the writers, we are talking about our readers. We always must think and must keep in mind what people who will read our book want to read about. And from there on, there is all creativity, whatever, but it's not about us. It's not about telling our story because we want you all to know it. I think that's the most important thing.
So on the same principle, I'll read out a small little thing which I found, I found it as funny and I found it as amusing and I found it as so true. So Bernard says people are the worst imitators when they are in a crowd. To demonstrate this, I suggest you conduct an experiment when you get the chance. The next time you're at a metro, bus, or a train station, walk so slowly that a crowd forms behind you. Lead this group for a while and then suddenly make a show of looking at your watch and in the same moment start running. You will be astonished to observe that the group behind you will suddenly switch pace and start running too, which I found like very funny. So could you please tell us what are the advantages and disadvantages on relying on the principle of imitation to get through life?
In a way, it is the same. I think that the biggest advantage of imitation is that I do not need to start from the scratch. So let's say I want to write a successful book. I would see that Preeti is a successful writer. So I could find some ideas. I could start to analyze how is she doing it. Because there is a reason why she's a successful writer. It's not a coincidence. There is a reason. There are techniques behind, whatever. So I could start to analyze it, and then I should adapt these techniques, this idea, everything I learned from her book and from other books or whatever I want to do, and imitate it, plus my own creativity. That's the most important thing. The bad thing with imitation is the moment I do imitate things without knowing why. So if you all start to get up and run out of this room now, and I would run after you, that could also be a big mistake because I have no idea why you're doing it. And I could go into a trap or whatever. It's all about consciousness. It's all about conscious decisions. So imitation is probably the best thing because we only learn by imitation. So how did you learn your mother language? You imitated your mother and your father. You did not invent Hindi or English or whatever language. No, you imitated somebody and then you knew this language. So it's a natural concept, but as adults, we should always do it consciously, intentionally, saying, okay, I analyzed how Preeti does her books, how she became a successful writer, what are the principles behind, and then not to steal it and not to copy it, but put my own creativity in that and do that intentionally. That would be the difference.
Yeah, I think this is very true even when I am drawing a picture or when anyone is learning to draw. We first copy, we look at a picture that has been printed and then we copy it. And then we become proficient and then we develop our own style and we develop our own voice. So I think like that you've explained it very nicely on how you can learn by the principle of imitation. And this is just one of the small things in the book where the book has a lot more.
I just would like to add one thing because it seems quite important. If you do something because everybody else does it, that's probably the worst idea. Just doing it, just imitating because everybody else does it. My mother always said, okay, and if everybody else jumps out of the window, would you do it too? No, I wouldn't.
Yes, our parents love to say that, especially when you ask permission to go out. All my friends are going. So if all your friends jumped off a bridge, will you also jump off a bridge? That would be the question they ask. So, Bernard, you also talk about the famous theory of 6 degrees of separation by the American psychologist Stanley Milgram. For those of you who do not know what the theory is, what it says essentially is that all of us, everywhere in the world, are only 6 social connections away from each other. Like you will know someone who will know someone, and we are all connected. There's just 6 degrees of separation. And have you ever used this in your career? You are a successful photographer and you've taken, you've taken a career, and mainly for the young people out there, maybe who are just starting out and who do not know how to network, who don't know how to find opportunities. Have you ever used this in your career anywhere, not only as a photographer, anywhere in your life? Have you used this principle to kind of further advance your career or your goals?
So I would say the best proof of this principle is that I'm here. I'm an Austrian writer, writing in German language, living in Romania, and now I'm here in Delhi at the Times of India Litfest. So I think that's the best proof how connected the world is. But to be very honest, I never used it that in just a conscious way. I never tried to misuse it to say, okay, how could I get to this person? I need to get to know this person, that person, that person, that person. But what I write in my book, and what is very true, I'm a person who lives on opportunities. That means, on the one hand side, I'm always prepared to take a chance, always. So when Rashmi asked me, do you want to come to India, to Times of India Litfest? And even if she would have said, but it's tomorrow, I would have said yes, of course. That is, in my opinion, the most important thing, to be prepared to take any chance, to have everything ready. It has to do with decluttering, with everything. So I do not need to make many arrangements at home. I just can leave every day. So that's one of the things. And on the other hand, of course, what we live from and what we depend on are connections. It's about knowing people, it's about knowing the right people, and it's about getting known by the right people. And once again, taking every chance, even if it looks small. You might have the chance in your life to talk to 2 people. So they give you a name, let's say in Austria, and you have no idea, and you say, wow, for 2 people I should come to Austria? Yeah, but the thing is, it's the president of Austria, and it's the president of one of the mightiest companies in Austria. You never ever know. So I think especially the same is photography with everything. Take every chance, do not judge it, because you never ever know who might hear of that and who are those other missing parts from these 6.
And Bernard gives very practical examples. In the principle of opportunity, he says generally what people do when they start a business is they'll go take an office on rent, and then they will pay the rent for that office. They say, okay, I have a great idea for a startup, and then they send out mailing lists, and this I'm quoting from the book. And he talks about how it's so important to make use of the opportunity at the right moment. And he gives a very simple example of waiting for the mango to ripen. Okay, so when the mango is ripe and when it falls, you have to go grab it, because and animals know this very well, and humans can learn about this, because I mean, if you don't grab it, then you are left with the rotting fruit on the ground, which you have to be satisfied with. So I wanted to know, like, could you tell us like a little more, or maybe an example in your life where you kind of grabbed an opportunity? You just gave an example of saying yes to this Litfest. Maybe an example of someone, say, who just wants to start out and who wants to make that first move. So
actually, just to say one thing before, I think that Indians are professional when it comes to that. I'm not joking. That is one thing I really, really love in Asia, and especially in India. So I have my hotel near the, usually I have my hotel near the train station. And Irene, she had a hole in her trousers, so she needed her trousers repaired. And we just walked through the streets, and there were 3 persons sitting with a sewing machine. And I said, wow, I mean, that's India. That's taking the chance. That's taking the opportunity. In Austria, they would have ran, as she said, they would have ran an office for that. They would do advertising. They would do a web page. They would try to find clients, whatever. So what Indians do is they just go out and start. Maybe at some point, this will become an imperium, and it will become really, really big. But just to give you an example, as you asked me, to give you a personal example. People always ask me, and they say, okay, you're a writer. So I assume that in your whole life you wanted to be a writer. and now you got the chance. So the truth is, there is one thing in my life I always excluded, to write a book. I said, I'm a professional photographer, I can do everything, but I cannot write books. So one day, a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, he called me on the phone and he said, yeah, we always talked about writing a book about the Shaolin things. And I said, yeah, why? Yeah, because now I found a publisher for you. And it was a big German publisher, and he told me they want your book. And I had no idea what book to write, and I had no idea, I told you, I excluded that I would be able to write books. So I went to the publisher, having no idea, and they asked me, so what was the idea? How did you want to write this book? And being totally unprepared, I invented some stuff, so I'm really good in inventing things. So I said, yes, I thought about this and this and this and this and this. And just to tell you at the beginning, they told me this book will never sell more than 10,000 copies. If I sell 10,000 copies, I will be the greatest and whatever, but be sure this will never be more than 10,000 copies. And this book will never have a second edition. If it should one time have a second edition, you will be wow, but it will not happen. In a way, I was not disappointed. I said, okay, that's exactly what I told you. I said, even if it's a small chance, I will have written a book. Shaolin now sold more than 1 million copies, and it's in the 37th edition. It was translated in 60 languages. I don't tell you this to promote myself. I just want to tell you that I proved myself. I said, even if it's a small chance, it's a book. And even if I never wanted to write a book, I did it. There was the opportunity, and I knew if I would say no to this opportunity, it would never come back again. Or maybe it would come back, but 20 years later. So that is, it was the same with the English book. Just to give another example, it is very, very hard to get your book translated into English language. My book is translated to Russian and to Lithuanian and to Netherlands and to Romanian, but I had no English. So an Indian publisher came, and my German editor said, okay, yeah, but there are Indian publishers and maybe there will be a big American publisher, and just wait. And I said, just wait a moment. They didn't come for 13 years. Let's take the chance. Let's do it. And to be honest, that was the best decision, or one of the best decisions I made in my life.
That's really nice to hear. And I have a similar story. I never thought I would have written 15 books. My first book was published at the age of 34. So we share a similar story. But we're not talking about myself. We are talking about Bernard's book. So I want to speak about Bernard gives these examples throughout the book, and I don't know how many of you have heard of Miyamoto Musashi. Has anyone heard of Miyamoto? Yeah, even I hadn't heard. Okay, by this I can see one hand, he's heard of Miyamoto Musashi. Probably he's into martial arts. So Miyamoto Musashi was a fighter, and he was unchallenged. He was this brilliant fighter, and Bernard is given this example in the book. And what happened is he killed many people. I'm not sure how many people he killed, but a very respected warrior. So he killed the father and the uncle of a 13-year-old boy. And this 13-year-old boy challenged Miyamoto Musashi into a duel. He said, come out in the duel, fight with me. And the boy came with an entire band of people ready to kill Miyamoto Musashi, and Miyamoto Musashi was hiding quietly in a bush. So the boy came, they all waited around, and there was this big group of people, and they waited, and Miyamoto Musashi did not move at all. And then they dropped their guard, and just as they were turning to leave, he leapt out and he killed this boy. So this is one of the stories that you give. And then in the next paragraph, you have clearly said, this should not be confused with ruthlessness. This is not being ruthless. So could you please explain?
Okay, I maybe might need to add one thing. Miyamoto Musashi, he wrote the famous book of the 5 rings. Many people might know that. It's not only for martial artists. And he was a samurai. He was a samurai in the 17th century in Japan. And he was a ronin. That means that he had no employee. And by then, sword fighting was a kind of advertisement. It was something normal. To us, it doesn't seem normal, but what was Kalaripayat to India, when they would fight instead of a war, they would do sword fighting in Japan. So there was nothing rude or nothing strange. That was the normal business. And Musashi, when he was 29, he had killed all of his opponents. Everybody. There was nobody alive who could have challenged him. And that was the moment when he could start thinking about himself, when he could start thinking about the principles of fighting. Because he was invincible. There was no more opponent. Nobody who could have challenged him. So that is why I also quoted him. And it's not about killing, but Musashi says you need to be resolute. If you start a fight, bring it to an end, or just leave it. There is no reason. There is no reason to start a fight with nobody. But do not start a fight with somebody and get weak in the middle of the fight, because otherwise you will lose all your energy. So that is the idea Musashi had. And even when it was a 13-year-old boy who challenged him, it was not Musashi's idea. It was the idea of this 13-year-old boy who was a sword fighter. It was not a child from the kindergarten. It was a sword fighter, a professional sword fighter by then. And Musashi, yes, he hit, and they say, oh, he's not a brave man, and he's hiding, and he probably doesn't appear for the fight. And when they almost felt that they had won, Musashi appeared and killed his last opponent. That is the idea. But Musashi's idea is that he says, when you take out the sword, you must be prepared to kill your opponent. Otherwise, leave the sword where it is. And for me, that is a very, very important concept, because many people start fights. They start fighting not with a sword and not even with their fists. They start to fight with a lawyer, whatever. And then after 3 years, they say, okay, forget it. It isn't worth all the troubles, but they lost 3 years of their time. They lost lots of money just to gain the same result they would have gained 3 years ago without any fight. That is what I try to explain with this example.
Yeah, I think somewhere else also you used the example of, I'm not sure if it was a gun or a knife, about if you're keeping it for self-defense, be prepared to use it, otherwise do not keep it. I think somewhere else in the book you also talk about that. Because if you know for sure that you're not going to kill that person, then probably pulling out that weapon will only provoke the attacker to attack you more, and you'll probably lose. So he talks about that. Then there's the principle of yielding in your book. And there's some excellent advice about anger, which I absolutely loved. So he gives the example of a hedgehog. And he says the animal hedgehog has no defense technique. When challenged to a fight, it reacts with complete refusal. It'll just not fight. So Bernard says it works the same way with a human opponent, because he says if someone shouts at you, insults you, provoke you, and they want to defeat you in a fight, but your pride doesn't permit it. But he says don't do anything, just let the person keep shouting, keep screaming till their energy dissipates. And then they'll just run out of steam and eventually stop. So how effective is this technique, Bernard, in a marriage or a relationship? That was my question.
I would say that this technique is effective anywhere. So you might have been wondering why I call this book How to Win Without Fighting. There's a simple reason for that, because there is no way to win with a fight. You might win a single fight, and you might win 3 or 4 or 5. But even if you win over 5 opponents, 10 opponents, 100 more are going to come. The idea, and that is the main idea of Shaolin, is that you become that strong that people lose the interest in fighting you. It's that simple. And just the idea, I will come back immediately to this idea of the partnership. But one of the experiences I made in all those years I traveled was that, for example, let's say in India, it doesn't matter, in Asia, anywhere where I do not know the language, people, they cried at me in anger. And I had no idea what they were talking about. So probably I do not want to know what they taught me, what I am and what they think about me. I had no idea what I did wrong, but people really, really cried at me and yelled at me and things like that. And the only thing I could do was to laugh, because I did not understand the word. I talked to them in German language and I say, sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about, what your problem is. And after a while, they would go away, because they saw they could not reach me, they could not provoke me, they could not provoke any reaction. So that was the point I learned. It's useless to give back. And it's the same in a relationship. It's the same in a partnership. Usually we're talking about the ego. We are talking about, I cannot accept this person, my partner, whatever, say this to me, and I cannot accept it. Okay. But let's put it a bit further. If your partner, for whatever reason, would have talked to talk to you in Arabic language, or in Kazakh language, or in any other language you do not understand, would it have affected you? No, it wouldn't. So that's the idea of yielding. Just to imagine either the person is not crying at me, but crying to somebody behind me, so I would not be affected by that. Or I simply did not understand what he or she said.
That's actually very interesting. You know, when my son was a little boy, I used to yell at him and I would get no response from him. I'd scream and shout and there would be no response. So one day I asked him, I said, Atul, doesn't it even affect you that Mama is shouting so much at you? So he says, Mama, I have an internal switch in my head. If you start to shout, I just switch it on. So I don't hear you, you know. I stopped shouting. This was when he was very young, which made me understand exactly what Bernard is talking about. So the last question is, who should read this book? Who is it for?
Actually, the book is for everybody who wants to understand that there is no win with fighting, and that the only way you can win in life, you can achieve things, is if you're not fighting. If you really get to understand why people are acting the way they act, and how you can deal with that. I would say that's my main target group, people who want to feel better, people who want to understand the techniques of other people, they want to understand how they're manipulated, and what they can do against that. And in general, I think everybody who wants to live a better life, calmer life, and...
Yeah, we'll open the questions out to the audience in a minute. And one last thing which I wanted to, talk about the book is it gives excellent advice about not depending on external praise. Like, you know who you are, why should you depend on external praise? It was not really a question, it was just an observation about, how beautifully he has written about not being influenced and not living according to like what people think about you, which was very wonderful. If anyone if any of the audience members have questions to ask Bernard, please raise your hand and we can take questions. We have about 5 minutes to take questions. Yeah. This gentleman here, can the volunteers please pass the mic?
Hello, Bernard. I had a quick question to you. So the question was, how have you used your, say, the discipline like of doing a martial art? How have you incorporated that in real life, and has it helped you in any way? And what are the benefits of living a very disciplined life full of routine? And yes, that's about it. Yeah.
How did discipline help you in your life? Have you incorporated the discipline of martial arts into your life?
Yes and no. Yes and no. So my discipline, and that is what I said, and I'm really, really serious with that. My discipline is to live consciously. To say, okay, I want to do it now, or I don't want to do it now. And discipline is not stronger. For me, discipline never must be stronger than what I want and what my feelings are. So if I can be very disciplined, otherwise, that Preeti, as a writer, we need to be disciplined on the one hand side. But on the other hand side, discipline is not the highest level for me. The highest level is to live consciously, to say, okay, I want to do this, or I do not want to do this now. And to be honest to myself, and to allow myself to say, I don't want to do it.
Okay. I think a gentleman here in the front, on the third row.
Namaskar, sir. My name is Ravi Chabla. So your title is very nice. I have not yet read it, book title, but I have taken it and I will definitely read it.
Yeah,
I would
please,
like to...
this book is available and Bernard will be available
I
for
have
signing.
taken it.
Yes.
I have taken it. Maybe some answer may be there for what I am asking. Since you are there, so I want to use this opportunity. I want to ask how to always say right thing in the right manner. Or in other words, how to avoid saying right thing in the wrong manner. We become sometimes angry. We fail to say right thing in the right manner.
Sorry? The question is about writing.
No. How to say, we become angry in conversation, in our reaction. So I want to take guidance, how to say right thing in the right manner.
How do you say right thing in the right manner?
Or in other words, I will rephrase my question, how to avoid saying right thing in the wrong manner. We say sometimes right thing.
Okay, so how do you say right things in the right way?
Thank you.
I always person in front of me. So to say the things in the right way is I always need to understand what the person in front of me will understand. So this is, I just give you an example. When you learn a foreign language, you start to translate things. And there are many things, for example, you could say in English, and you could not translate the same thing into German, because it would be an offense. So to learn that, it's always the question, what do I want to transport on the one hand side, but what will the person in front of me understand? That I really need to imitate, and then I will succeed with that. It's not, again, it's not the question what I want to say. It's the question what I want the other person to understand. And then you will never fail with that.
Okay, this gentleman here has a question. Thank you, Bernard, for answering that. Could you please? Yes.
Bernard, great to hear you out. Bernard, what do you think is the role of money in life? As because a lot of successful people have said you should...
You're not clearly audible.
It's not audible, yes.
Sorry. Bernard, I wanted to ask your perspective of the role of money in life. Because a lot of successful people have said you should become philosophical only when you become a millionaire.
Role of money in life.
What is the role of money in life, and what is the question? What's the role of money in life?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me personally, money is a tool.
Money is
a tool. It's a tool,
Yeah,
nothing
it's a
else.
tool, yeah.
So in German we have a saying that the last shirt has no pockets. There is nothing you can take with you. So money is nice to have, but for me it never ever was a target. So I never ever would do things for money. But it's a personal decision of everyone. Again, money is nice to have, but I still, even with 52, when I come to India, people always wonder about that. But I go with the train, I go with general ticket, which is, I think, 90 rupees for 300 kilometers. So for me, money is interesting to have, but money also can destroy you, because you become very superficial and you lose contact to everything. So I think it's not a good idea to give money a bigger role than it should have.
With that, we come to the end of this wonderful session, and give Bernard a big round of applause if you guys found it interesting. And his book Shaolin will be available outside, and if your question was not asked, Bernard will be happy to answer it outside and sign your books. So you can meet him at the author signing session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Preeti.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you so much, Preeti. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned by Preeti, in case you do want to meet our authors outside, we have a special designated area outside the auditorium where you can get your favorite book signed by the author themselves. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you there. Thank you.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
तेरे लौंग का लश्कारा मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर
Happy birthday. Thank you. There you go. Nice pen. Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come Come home to celebration. The Nera. Come home to tradition. Come home to the Nera.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our last session of the day. But before we move towards that, I would once again like to thank all our sponsors. The Times Litfest Delhi has been presented to you by Rajnigandha. Our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times OOH. Our writing instrument partner, Parker Pence. Our official bookstore partner, Full Circle, and our cultural partner, Tanera. Our last session is now going to be a talk and performance session, Living Histories of Sufism in India. Sufism is known for its inclusive nature as well as its ethics of love and compassion, its devotional music, art, and architecture. We now are going to talk more about Rana Safi's latest book, Living Histories of Sufism in India. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our panelists, Ms. Rana Safi, a renowned writer, scholar, translator. She's a passionate believer in India's unique civilizational legacy and pluralistic culture, which she documents through her writings, podcasts, and videos. Ms. Rana Safi. Joining her upon the stage, we have Reeni Singh, who's a singer with a difference, who with a soulful voice touches a chord with the audience. She's trained in classical music, Thumri, and Ghazal Gaiki. She carries with herself a vast knowledge of Sufi and Urdu poetry. Last but definitely not the least, I would like to invite upon stage Kenny Shri. Kenny, as an author, writes stories, poetry, and columns for media companies. She is a co-contributor to 4 published anthologies, while her debut novel is work in progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I now hand over the floor to the ladies upon the stage.
Thank you so much. Namaskar, good evening, Adab. How are we doing? Are we doing good? Just that is the last session of the day. Could we get some more energy on the stage, please? Whoa, thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you, we hear you, we get your energy. Thank you for passing that to us. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. What do I even say? Thank you, Times of India team, for giving Times Litfest to us, the 2023 edition. This is the last session of the 2-day fest. It's almost coming to a wrap. And in the last 2 days, we had been caught up and hooked between 4 auditoriums, writers, celebrities, people who are our favorites, people who we want to hear from, people who we look up to, and it's been so, so beautiful. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you a very, very interesting session ahead. There are a couple of reasons to it. Number one reason is that we are talking about Sufism today. The mystical, alluring, soul-rendering session. Number two is that we are talking to none other than Rana Safi herself. She's an acclaimed scholar, she's a historian, so you would guess by now that the talk is going to run deep. And number three is that we have Reeni Singh with us, so it has to be music. It has to be music and poetry and literature. Everything put together. How do I even begin? Rana, you have to tell us. You know, we have always related Sufism to literature, to poetry, and music. But there's certainly more to it. It's a sort of a religion, a discipline. So what does it entail? What is Sufism?
You know, as I explained in my book, Sufism has been understood by many people in many ways. Use a parable of the blind man and the elephant, that somebody touches the tail, somebody touches the ears, somebody touches the trunk, and to them it is that.
Yes.
So Sufism has been understood by the lay person in different ways, but mostly as music and literature. But Sufism is much more than that. It's a way of life and a way of worship. It's a stream of interpretation that emphasizes the interior path of mystical love and worship for God. And this is, like not something that anybody can just say, I'm a Sufi. It takes years and years of, worship and जिसको इबादत कहते हैं, devotion, to even start on that path. Like I've been studying it for the past 12 years, but I would say I'm not even anywhere near the doorstep. मैं तो चौखट से बहुत बाहर खड़ी हुई हूँ उसके, और अभी भी मैं सिर्फ देख ही रही हूँ. और so it takes a lot of time for somebody to decide, and those who decide to take the oath of allegiance, you take an oath of allegiance with a master, with a peer, and then you go into his muridi, you become the murid, and then they take you through various stations. There are 4 stations called Sharia, Tariqa, Haqiqat, and Marfat. Marfat is the last, which is Gnosis in English, and that is the stage at which you are one with the divine. Yes. And I met many people during the course of the research of my book. I met one Sufi master, and I asked him, he said, I have about 400 disciples. So I said, I was very impressed. I said, are they all taking oath of allegiance with you, and are they all, studying to be on that path of devotion? He said, most of them who come to me come for just simple guidance, or sometimes just for help for their daily problems. He said, nowadays, it's very few of the disciples with whom who take an oath of allegiance with me, who come to the 3rd or the 4th stage. And he said the 4th stage is where maybe out of these 400, 1 or 2 will come. So I asked him, I said, when I'm writing in the book, can I use your name? And that is where I understood what Sufism is. When I said, can I take your name? He said, मेरी कोई औकात नहीं है, मेरी कोई वजूद नहीं है, अब वजूद सिर्फ उसी का है, उसी का नाम दीजिए. So that is Sufism, where you've lost all ego, you've lost your identity, you've lost everything in the love of divine. You are just, you are attuned to him. So it's a very personal experience of the divine. And another thing I'd like to say is that many people think it's a sect in Islam. It's not a sect. It's very much the essence of Islam, and it comes from the religion itself.
How beautiful is that?
And I think Rennie can explain it even better with a song.
Absolutely. We'd love it. Iman, Ihsan, or Akhlaq, or iska combination. Rennie, why don't you... No, I don't think the mic is working. Would you like to take this one meanwhile?
Check, 1, 2, 3.
This one is, yes.
Check.
It's on.
So I will say the same thing in a verse of Hazrat Amir Khusro. मक्के में कोई ढूंढे, काशी में कोई जाए, संसार कुल को पूजे, कुल को जगत सराय, सैया सैया मैं अपने पी के पैया परूं ना काहे, हर कौम रास्त राहे, दीने व किबला गाहे। आपने अपनी किताब में भी लिखा है और उसका ये मतलब है कि हर कौम का एक ही रास्ता है और एक ही मंजिल। हर कौम रास्त राहे दीने व किबला गाहे। शुक्रिया।
हर कौम का एक ही रास्ता है और एक ही मंजिल है। When I think of Sufism, like you mentioned, it is about the personal experience with God. And I am reminded of the 8th century saint from Basra, Rabia al-Basri, from Iraq. She was one of the women saints, the pioneers, who talked about the concept of pure love. So what do you think has been the contribution of women saints to Sufism? How have they seen it?
As you mentioned, Rabia al-Basri is the first person who gave voice to ecstatic love. And ecstatic love is something that the Sufis are known for today, that personal experience of the divine and, losing yourself in him. And as Rabia said, that if I adore you out of the fear of hell, then throw me into hell. And if I adore you out of, the greed for heaven, then deny me that. But if I love you for your beauty, then don't deny me your beauty. So that is that you want to love the divine just for his sake or her sake, not as a incentive or, as a something to try and prevent some kind of punishment for you. So that is the very pure love. But later on, we see that women are sidelined, and that the nature of that is the society we live in, the patriarchal society we live in, where the role of women have been denied or marginalized. Also, most of the malfuzat and the literature related to Sufism has been written by men who have not written the women in it. And the women themselves also have been at times quite happy to be in the sidelines, and they are famous as mothers, sisters, daughters, etc. Like we know a lot about Hazrat Namuddin Aulia's mother, Mai Saiba, and her dargah is in Achini. So when I went to her dargah and I started exploring, then I realized how much of an influence she was and how big a personality she was in herself. And yet we only talk of her as the mother. Mai Saiba is the name of the dargah also. And that again is the reason, because due to parda or whatever the reason was, that the women have not been talked about. And very recently, in the past, I think, decade, there was a book that was discovered, written by As-Sulami in Arabic, which talks about 100 Sufi women. And this is written in the 8th, 9th and 10th century. And there, then he discusses how there were so many of them in that particular time, from Rabia to the 10th century, where he's talking about women who have not only played a very important role on their own, but have been big influences on the great sheikhs, like Ibn al-Arabi, who's called Sheikhul Akbar, that is the greatest sheikh. He says his master was a lady called Fatima, but we don't know about it. So these books have now come up, and now a lot is being written about that, about women and the role in Sufism. And not only just as like as saints themselves or as relatives of saints, women have played a very big role in disseminating the lessons of Sufism. There are very popular songs called Chakki Nama, Lori Nama. So women are grinding the chakki and they're singing songs. They're singing songs about the divine. They're singing songs about the unity of the divine, about the message, but in a very simple local language. So it's easy for people to digest. They're singing loris, that are lullabies. Again, they're giving the same message. They are doing their work and they are, like singing these songs. So their role has also been there as, like people who are taking forward the message. But as I said, we live in a world where women's roles are very marginalized. So in my book, I have the last chapter is on women and why they have been denied this role. Although traditionally, Islam gives a lot of importance to women. And Islam, in fact, says that faith is, women are equal to men in faith. And it's not as if that women pray 2 rakats and men pray 1 rakat. They both pray equally. They both, their worship is equal. equal, the sawab for the worship is equal. And, you know, like in the end of the day, when resurrection comes, the day of resurrection comes, when the Qayamat aayegi, सबका सवाल जवाब एक ही होगा सबको अपने ईमान का जवाब देना है nobody is going to take over the responsibility say because she is my mother so I take the responsibility of her sins or of take the the good deeds to myself. Everybody will be on their own. So these are conversations that have now started.
Yeah, and it's been so beautifully put in the last chapter of your book where you talk about how subtly yet remarkably at the same time the role of women and the contribution of women has been in Sufi movement as such. That's so beautiful. Really, अगर आप इस पे वो घर नारी वाला कलाम सुना दे तो.
So I also wanted to say what she's saying, that Hazrat Amir Khusro in the 12th, 13th century wrote in woman's voice. Everything was, felt like a woman, and he wrote everything which over the centuries has been sung by women, their pain, उनके दिल का दर्द, उनका जैसे उन्होंने बताया रोज़मर्रा के कामों में हज़रत अमीर खुसरो की कलाम गाए गए. So I will sing some of that where she's waiting for her Pia. And of course, Hazrat Amir Khusro was written for his Mehboob-e-Ilahi, Nizamuddin Auliya.
क्या बात है?
Akhtar hai mere saath. He's always accompanied me in these beautiful
Let us hear for Akhtar also. Thank you very much. You've been very kind.
मैं तो खड़ी थी आस लगाए मेहंदी कजरा मांग सजाए देख सुरतिया अपने पिया की देख सुरतिया अपने पिया की अपने पिया की अपने पिया की अपने पिया की हार गई मैं तो तन मन को एरी सखी मोरे पिया घर आए आग लगे इस आंगन को एरी सखी मोरे पिया घर आए भाग लगे इस आंगन को एरी सखी मोरे ख्वाजा घर आए मोरे पिया घर आए मोरे सैया घर
एरी सखी मोरे पिया घर आए. इतनी रूहानियत, आप बस इसमें समा जाते हैं. आपको लगता है अपना सब कुछ समर्पित कर दो, सब कुछ दे दो, देने के लिए कुछ बचा ही ना रहे. इट कंज्यूम्स यू completely, it consumes you, that sort of love. And Rana, you had an option to rely on the textual sources to pen this book, but you did not. You instead chose to visit more than 100 shrines and dargahs all over the country. You met peers, you met devotees, you spoke with them, you sat with them, you understood their love, and that clearly shows in the book. So if I were to ask you, Sufi khanqahs and dargahs are very inclusive places. Could you elaborate on this?
When, as you mentioned, my visits, as you mentioned, my visits to the various dargahs, when I started writing this book, I realized that it can't be just an academic exercise because I have to immerse myself in it to be able to understand how a devotee is interacting with the divine. And this is something that I could only do if I was there. I didn't want it to be just an academic exercise. I wanted it to be my personal experience as well as the experience of all the people that I talked to. So I went to many, many dargahs. Khankas is the place where the saint stays in, which is now very limited because most of the the great saints were from the 9th, 8th, 9th to the 18th century, 19th century. Now you have more of them, you know, you have very few peers than those who are quite content to stay in their dargahs, and you have a few khankas. But these khankas in the 13th and the 14th century were great places for debate, for intellectual activities, for generosity. Today you hear of, you know, the langars. Langar started in the Sufi Khanka. Baba Farid's Khanka was famous for its langar. And there, you know, the beauty of that is that these saints were not very rich. They were very hand to mouth. And they never asked for anything. They managed with whatever they had. Like for Baba Farid के लिए कहते हैं कि बहुत दफ़े ऐसा होता था कि जंगल से बेरी तोड़ के ले आए, बेरी उबाल के खा ली, उसी में से वो लंगर करते थे. और जो आता था वो उसमें खुश रहता था. और वहाँ पे उनके अनाथ योगीज भी आते थे, उनके हर मज़हब के लोग आते थे, हर कास्ट के लोग आते थे. एंड इट वाज सच अ डेमोक्रेटिक स्पेस बिकॉज दीज पीपल हैड कम फ्रॉम सेंट्रल एशिया. सेंट्रल एशिया में अभी भी ये कायदा है, और अभी भी आप जाएंगे तो कश्मीर में, बोहनियों में ये कायदा है कि एक थाली में खाते हैं सब लोग. सो यू सिट अराउंड वन बिग ट्रे एंड यू ईट फ्रॉम दैट वन this thing. So there's nothing more, you know, like अपनापन जो होगा कि आप एक थाली से खा रहे हैं. And so this was something that was so new to the people here, where people were used to their own plates and, you know, a kind of caste hierarchy. There was nothing like this. So when anyone who came there was welcomed. वहाँ पे उनको जो भी उनकी रूखा सूखा था उन्हें खाने को मिलता था, जैसा भी सोने को था, जो भी था, जो जिस हाल में सेंट था उसी हाल में उसने अपने मेहमानों को भी रखा. And a lot of intellectual activities would take place, including with many discussions. You have इनके Hazrat Nizamuddin के मलफूजात हैं, it's called Fawaid al-Fawad, written by one of his disciples, and it's very important, this account, because it was even, it's not only a contemporary account, it was checked by Hazrat Nizamuddin himself for veracity, that कुछ ऐसा तो नहीं लिख दिया उसमें जो सच ना हो. अच्छा. In that, you know, he describes his daily activities, and then you get to know कि किस तरह का intellectual simulation था. सिर्फ ये नहीं था कि मतलब वहाँ पे इबादत तो होती ही होती थी, लेकिन वहाँ पे बातें बहुत होती थी, मेटाफिजिकल, फिलॉसफी, हर तरह की बातें होती थी वहाँ पे. सो दैट, यू नो, लाइक एंड आर्ग्यूमेंट्स बिटवीन पीपल. एक जैसे एक एंड समथिंग ह्यूमरस आल्सो, जैसे एक डिस्क्रिप्शन है वही से द नाथ योगी हैड कम टू बाबा फरीद्स दरगाह एंड दे हैव अ डिस्कशन ऑन हाउ टू ग्रो हेयर. Because मतलब कि किस तरह से बाल झड़ रहे हैं. So, you know, like they would talk about all these things. They would talk about so many things that were जो थे. But यही था कि they stayed away from power and they did not seek money or power. और दरगाहें जो है, दरगाह जो है वो जो after the passing away of the Sufi saint, the place where he is buried, the shrine is called a dargah. Dargah means threshold, and it is 16th, 17th century onwards, we see that the khankas are becoming less and dargahs are becoming more. And the power of barakat, जो blessings है, the saint की blessing थी, that is now transferred to his shrine. And people are coming to those shrines and they come there अपनी मन्नतें मांगने के लिए, अपनी दुआएं मांगने के लिए. And you know, like one this thing जो एक तोहमत या accusation लगाया जाता है कि लोग दरगाहों पे आते हैं, they do grave worship. That's not the fact. They come there to ask for the intercession of the saint, because saint को कहते हैं औलिया, खुदा का दोस्त, वली है, खुदा का दोस्त है. तो उसकी जो intercession है वो हमारे से तो ज़्यादा ही होगी. And also दरगाह becomes a very sanctified place, जहाँ पे हर वक्त इबादत हो रही है, कुरान पढ़ी जा रही है, दुआएं पढ़ी जा रही हैं. आप किसी भी, and this is of all religions, आप किसी भी religious जगह पे जाएं, चाहे वो मंदिर हो, चर्च हो, गुरुद्वारा हो, मस्जिद हो, कुछ भी जाइए आप, दरगाह हो, वहाँ पे जो आप दुआएं मांगेंगे एक रूहानियत होती है चारों तरफ, वो आप भी कॉन्सेंट्रेट करके दुआ मांगेंगे और वो दुआ भी जल्दी पहुँचती है. दैट्स माई बिलीफ एंड सो दैट इज़ वाई पीपल गो टू दीज दरगाह. अच्छा, दरगाह में बड़ी से बड़ी चीज़ मांगने जाते हैं, छोटी से छोटी चीज़ मांगने जाते हैं, बड़े से बड़ा आदमी जाता है, छोटे से छोटा आदमी जाता है, लेकिन हर कोई जाता है वो एक मांगने वाला होता है. उसकी और कोई हैसियत उस वक्त नहीं होती है. ऊपर वाले के आगे वो एक हाथ फैलाए, एक झोली फैलाए, एक आदमी है. एंड व्हाट कैन बी मोर डेमोक्रेटिक देन दैट कि चाहे फकीर हो चाहे अमीर हो, वो सब मांगने जा रहे हैं. हर कोई फकीर ही है.
Absolutely. There's no bigger humility than serving people with food without any discrimination. एक और सूफी गीत हुआ करता है कि सखी ख्वाजा पिया नगरिया चले, सर पे दुखों की गठरिया चले, सखी ख्वाजा पिया नगरिया चले, विदाउट एनी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, बड़ा हो छोटा हो कोई भी
जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि देयर इज नो पावर, देयर इज नो मनी, एक सुकून और एक मांग, और वहाँ से मिलता ज़रूर है. तो आइए उस पे एक दो लाइनें और बिल्कुल सुनाते हैं जी. मोहे अपने ही रंग में, बस यही मांग है, अपने ही रंग में रंग दे, रंग दे. तू तो साहिब महबूबे इलाही, मोहे रंग दे, 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 रंग दे. मोहे रंग दे तू, रंग दे, रंग दे तू, रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे. साथ में तालियां बजाइए ताकि आप भी रंगे साथ. रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे. Should I sing more or should we continue the talk?
We would love to keep hearing from you intermittently. It's so beautiful. I mean, this entire
अरसे में करें और गाएंगे.
जी बिल्कुल. अच्छा, इसी से एक और सवाल आता है कि कव्वाली जो है उसे दिल्ली में कव्वाली कहते हैं, असम में उसको जिक्र कहते हैं, और ये जो म्यूज़िक की जो पद्धति है इसमें 4 सिलसिले और इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ म्यूज़िक इन चिश्ती सिलसिला जिसका जिक्र आपने अपने किताब में किया है. Why don't you elaborate a little on that?
Your mic. I keep forgetting that. जो समा कहलाता है, ये समा मतलब होता है ट्रांस. एंड समा महफिल में कव्वाली जो है, द लफ्ज़ कव्वाली कम्स फ्रॉम द वर्ड कॉल. कॉल कहते हैं रसूल खुदा के लफ्ज़ जो उन्होंने कहा है. द वर्ड्स ऑफ द प्रॉफिट पीस बी अपॉन हिम आर कॉल्ड कॉल, एंड फ्रॉम दैट वर्ड कॉल कम्स कव्वाली. एंड द फर्स्ट Sama music was something that was not, or Sama Mahfils was not something that was new to the subcontinent. Sama Mahfils had been held for many centuries before that also, since the time of the people started becoming, had mystical leanings. In fact, in Konya, from where Maulana Rumi his dargah is, you have these whirling dervishes who whirl to the sound of music. And this, when you see them whirling, you'll see that they whirl in a particular
style. Yes.
One hand is towards the sky, one hand is towards the earth. They are taking and they are giving. So that is the symbolism of that. So these mahfils had been, and they felt that music, just for the sake of music, with the remembrance of the divine, takes you into a trance where you can connect one-on-one.
Wow.
So this was again taken forward in India by Hazrat Amir Khusro in the form of a call and a qawwali. As I said, the first call that was set to music was called Is Man Kunto Maula Fahaza Aliun Maula. कि जिसका मैं मौला हूँ उसका अली मौला है. This is the words said by the Prophet on the occasion of Eid-e-Ghadir, it is called, where he said, that was just before he left the world, that for those whom I am the Maula, leader, friend, Ali is after me. So this is sung whenever in a this was set to music, it was set to a lot of mystical trance, mystical chants. So that, because you see in a qawwali, if you've seen a qawwali being sung, there is a group there, there's an ensemble, and there will be one person who will keep repeating the words.
Yes.
So that is, and then there'll be one who will keep adding maybe जैसे कि हज़रत अमीर खुसरो की कव्वाली ले ली, उसमें कबीर के भी जोड़ देंगे. This is called गिरा, where they text the mood of the audience and they'll keep adding notes, verses to it, which is called girha, and then they will, like if they see that, okay, this is one particular sentence or one particular word that is connecting with the audience, they'll keep repeating that.
Why do they do that? I mean, why do they repeat?
जैसे ये है मन कुंतो माला में आता है ना, तारा रा दाना दाना, that's that mystical chant.
दारा दे रे दानी, ओ दारा दे रे दानी, हम तुम ताना ना 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 ताना ना ना रे, हम तुम ताना ना 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 ताना ना ना रे, ताना ना ताना ना ना रे, ताना ना ताना या ला ला या ला 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 रे, या ला ला रे, या ला 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 या ला रे, या ला रे, या ला ला या ला 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 रे, या ला 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 रे. मन कुंतो मौला, मन कुंतो मौला, ख्वाजा अली मौला, ख्वाजा अली मौला, मन कुंतो मौला.
How beautiful, how beautiful.
I'd just like to add a little more to this. This is, the mystical chants that Renee sang so beautifully. They are developed to put people into a trance. And that is called sama. When you get up and you lose yourself, when you've lost your sense, sudh budh kho gaye, and then you become one with the divine. Another thing that earlier Renee had said that, like Hazrat Amir Khusro wrote in the feminine voice. That is because the lover is seeking the beloved. The beloved is God. And the lover is the person who is the devotee. And that because traditionally the lover and the beloved belong to the male and the feminine and the male. So the feminine is the saint or the seeker. And जब हम लोग शराब की बातें करते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा शराब की बातें होती हैं म्यूजिक में, गज़लों में और कव्वालियों में, ये शराब वो असली वाली अल्कोहल नहीं शराब है. दिस शराब इज डिवोशन. और जो साखी है वो खुद ऊपर वाला है, खुद खुदा जो है वो साखी है. तो when you understand these, then you start understanding everything that, like how it is said. Also, जैसे हज़रत अमीर खुसरो की एक खासियत ये थी कि he spoke in a very colloquial way. जैसे मेरी बहुत एक फेवरेट कव्वाली है, बाद में I'll request Rennie to sing it, कि हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ गोरी गोरी बैयाँ. अब आप ये देखिए कि कैसे एकदम से उन्होंने, एक गाँव की औरत है, यहाँ सुहाग का निशानी हरी चूड़ियाँ होती हैं, शादी में हरी चूड़ी पहनते हैं. So when you're talking of the lover and the beloved, so he takes the simile or metaphor of a young bride. तो अच्छा इसका इसी की वजह से anybody can connect to चूड़ियाँ and छाप तिलक सब छीना रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, you've stolen my identity by आंखें मिला के. So this is something that he brought down to a very basic level. और जैसे मैंने पहले explain किया था कि एक हाथी है, उसके लिए हर चीज़ जो है वो अलग है सबके लिए. इसी तरह से you understand it on multiple layers of meaning. For some it may be just be a beloved singing to a lover. For some it may be just a girl, एक शादी हो रही है उसमें गाना गाया जा रहा है. And for many it will be the connect to the divine. And इसी वजह से उर्स जो मनाया जाता है किसी भी सेंट का, उर्स means wedding, and the death anniversary of a saint is seen as the release of his body from the physical world, and the soul is going to for the union to the divine. And that is the visal that you hear in music, and that is why is दुल्हनों का बहुत क्या कहते हैं मेटाफर लिया जाता है, and this comes from a hadith which says कि sleep in your grave as if you are sleeping on your the thing सुहाग के bed पे.
How
So
beautiful
that is how the word urs comes, and that is why all these songs जो है वो पिया और उसके बीच में है. And if you can sing that हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ.
So should we do that in the end या अभी
हाँ,
गाएं?
तो
आखिर
एक
में
काम
गाते
करते हैं,
हैं,
let's take a small pause here and let's have you read something out from your book, something which suits the occasion, something which, I don't know, you're talking of metaphorical love, so maybe something on metaphorical love or pure love.
So I'll read something which I've been talking about. I'll read something about इश्क. अच्छा, एक जैसे हम लोग बहुत इश्क को बड़े लूजली यूज़ करते हैं लफ्ज़ इश्क को. इश्क जो है वो इश्क हकीकी होता है, इश्क मजाजी होता है. इश्क हकीकी जो है इट्स लव फॉर द डिवाइन. मोहब्बत जो है वो आपस में होती है, किसी फिजिकल लव बिटवीन कपल. प्यार आपको किसी से भी हो सकता है, बच्चों से भी हो सकता है, किसी चीज़ से भी हो सकता है. तो आई जस्ट रीड व्हाट इज़ इश्क हकीकी सो दैट नेक्स्ट टाइम वी डोंट यूज़ द वर्ड इश्क वेरी लूजली, कि वो फिल्मों में नहीं कहते हैं इश्क हुआ, वो इश्क नहीं हो रहा, वो प्यार हो रहा है. So I'll read from my book. I was a hidden treasure that was not known, so I loved to be known. Hence I created the creatures and made myself known to them, and thus they came to know me. This is the Hadith Qudsi, which is a divine Hadith. As is apparent from this Hadith, God became manifest because of love. Since love was the reason behind the creation of the universe, love between the Creator and the creation remains the only reality. And it is this love that the Sufi seeks, to receive and to give it. As God's love is the source of all love, everything revolves around this love. Muhabbat is the ultimate station for the Sufi and is achieved at the stage of Marifa. Total love demands annihilation, fana, total effacement, and for the lover to be consumed in the beloved. Human beings are constantly seeking love, affirmation, and admiration from their fellow beings. But those who are spiritually inclined seek it from God. When love consumes the body and soul, it becomes mazhab-e-ishq, religion of love. For the mind, heart, and sight, the first sheikh, spiritual leader, is ishq. In the absence of love, Islamic law and religion becomes but idols of whimsical ideas. This is something I'm quoting. But those of faith are overflowing in their love for Allah. This is from the Quran. Though the Arabic word for love, hub, is used in many verses of the Quran to describe love between God and humans or as a human emotion, the word most commonly used today in relation to Allah is ishq. It is derived from the word ashika, a vine, and the common belief is that once love takes root in the heart of a lover, everything other than God is effaced. हकीकी इश्क की इश्क मजाजी पहली मंजिल है. चलो सुए खुदा ए जाहिदों कुए बुता होकर. The way to love divine is human love. O devotees, let us go towards God via the street of the beloved. Ishq or love that has been classified as ishq hakiki, ishq for the love for the divine, and ishq majazi, which literally means metaphorical love but refers to love for God's creation or carnal love. The way to ishq hakiki is often through ishq majazi. And as Baba Bulle Shah says, Ranjha Ranjha karti, ni main aape Ranjha hui, saddo ni main no didu Raja, maino heer na akko koi. Having chanted his name for so long, I have become Ranjha myself. Call me Ranjha, but there is nobody with the name of Heer here. And it's the same thing that Kabir Das ji said, Jab main tha, Hari nahi tha, jab Hari hai, main nahi. Prem kali ati sankari, tame do na samahe. Two people can't survive in the lane of love.
इश्क मजाजी और इश्क हकीकी का ये खूबसूरत सा अंतर आप कुछ.
और बाबा बुल्ले शाह अपने पीर को जब मनाते हैं, शाह इनायत क्या कहते हैं? तेरे इश्क नचाया, तेरे इश्क नचाया तेरे इश्क नचाया करके थैया थैया करके थैया थैया करके थैया थैया छेती आवी वेत बीबा छेती पोड़ी वेत बीबा छेती आवी वे तबीबा नहीं ता मैं मर गया, नहीं ता मैं मर गया। तेरे इश्क नचाया, तेरे इश्क नचाया, तेरे इश्क नचाया करके थैया 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 छेती आवी वे तबीबा छेती पोड़ी वे तबीबा नहीं ता मैं मर गया, नहीं ता मैं मर गया। अब बाबा बुल्ले शाह जी क्या कहते हैं? इस इश्क दे चंगी विच मोर नचींदा, इस इश्क दे चंगी विच मोर नचींदा। सानू किबले ते काबे सोना यार दसींदा, सानू किबले ते काबे सोना यार दसींदा। सानू घायल करके सानू घायल करके फिर खबर न लेंदा, सानू घायल करके फिर खबर न लेंदा। छेती आवी वे तबीबा छेती पोड़ी वे तबीबा छेती आवी वे तबीबा नहीं ता मैं मर गया, नहीं ता मैं मर गया, नहीं ता मैं मर गया।
Oh my God, it's Sufism and music put together can actually take you into a state of trance. If you would sing like this forever, I mean, Renee, I'm sure our audience is going to, in no time we are all as a collective, we'll go into trance. It's so beautiful. It falls like honey to the ears. It's very beautiful. Okay, before we go ahead with the question answer round with the audience, there are a couple of quick questions for both of you. Just very quick one-liners. So we could begin from Rana. Rana, who is your Sufi saint of all times?
Baba Farid.
And
there's something about Baba Farid, his wisdom, his, the way he lived his life for service of mankind, and his, the poetry that he wrote, shorn of all ego and only about people, just about him and the people. That is something that for me embodies Sufism, that khidmat-e khalq jisko kehte hain na, apne aap ko bhool ke सिर्फ खिदमत में लगे रहो, इबादत करो और खिदमत करो और अपने आप को भूल जाओ।
क्या बात है? Is there something about Sufism that has ever disturbed you?
Nothing about that has ever disturbed me. But आजकल जैसे कभी-कभी दरगाहों पे जाते हैं तो a disturbing trend is of people asking for donations. That is something that, but that's nothing to do with Sufism. That is something that is, mercenary nature of, I feel, a lot of religious places. That you go to any religious places, there'll be people asking you for donations and interrupting your stream of thought, which is more, you're coming in a very mystical state of mind, and somebody comes and says, so that is something that
dissolves this very spirit of Sufism. And what is it that you connect the most with in Sufism?
Again, the personal experience of the divine,
which is different for different people,
and feeling him within you.
And now that you have visited and met and spoken with so many devotees and peers, is there any soul-stirring instance that you can think of that they might have shared with you and you want to share today with us?
A story?
Maybe.
When I was writing this book took 7 years to write, and there's a friend of mine, he's a medium, and during the pandemic, I was very disturbed because I wasn't being able to visit, and I thought the book is not, going the way I wanted to go. So I talked to him. He said, you haven't gone to Sarhind Dargah. And I had written about the Sheikh of Sarhind, Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi, that he was a very strict, as far as many things were concerned. He did not, So when I went, he said, you have to visit that Dargah. I couldn't go. But the minute in 2021, I think there was a time when all COVID restrictions were removed. So, but with all the precautions, I went with my husband to Sarhind in Punjab. And I told my husband, I said, normally I've gone everywhere, I've gone alone. This is the only place I took him. And I said, because there has been a lot about how he was a very strict as far as the religion is concerned. And I thought, like, there definitely women will not be allowed. So I said, like, you can go in and take the pictures and take videos and come out so that I can get an experience of it. We went there, it was a Friday, and we reached by prayer time, namaz ho rahi thi Jumme ki. So we were told that the shrine will be opened after the Jumme ki namaz. So people were standing, men were standing in a line. So I told my husband, you stand there, and I went and sat a little far away from there. And I said, in any case, I'm not going to be able to go in. So I just sat and was watching it. When the namaz finished and jo uske caretaker the, Sajjada Nashin, he came, he opened the door and then he looked towards me and said, "Aap aiye, baki logon se kar rukiye aap." So I said, "Main aun?" He said, "Haan." So then he took me inside and he said, I can't take you inside the main grave chamber, but uske चारों तरफ दरवाजे थे बहुत. He said, आप दरवाजे से खड़े होके देख लीजिए, ज़ियारत करना है कर लीजिए, जो भी मुझसे पूछना है मुझसे पूछिए. So I asked him and many questions, he answered them. And I still, whenever I think of that occasion, I get goosebumps. And then I came and told this friend of mine. He said, हाँ, वो आपका इंतजार कर रहे थे.
अरे.
So this is something that I talk about कि जिसको कहते हैं ना कि जब बुलावा आता है किसी भी religious जगह का. And for me, like I treat every space which is where devotions are being offered, where worship is being done, as very sacred and very sanctified. So किसी भी जगह का, when the bulava comes, you go there, and then is when you connect. And like after trying for many times to go to Sarhind, I couldn't go. And then when I went there and I had this experience, and I then wrote about the saint in a very different way than what I had written about him earlier.
Oh.
Because then I went more into the depth of his philosophy. I started talking about him more. And I realized that if I had not gone there, I would have seen him as in a very different way to the way I saw him when I went there.
No wonder, indeed. Wow. Rennie, coming to you.
Yeah.
Who's your Sufi singer, favorite Sufi singer of all times?
You know what? For me, what really works is somebody from the ground. So somebody who's got a very rustic and who's connected with the soil is what I get totally moved with, whether it's walking on the street, somebody singing, anything, that's Sufi for me. Sometimes I go to the Dargah, the Nizamuddin Dargah, and there are people just singing they're singing their hearts out,
Absolutely, yeah.
And they may not be famous, but they are beautiful. So that's what really touches me the most.
So let me rephrase this. Which is that one Sufi song that's your go-to song? You can turn to it at all times. If you could
जो है तेरा मिल जाएगा करके कोई बहाना तेरे बस विच कुछ भी नहीं है दिल नू ऐ समझाना तू झूम 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 झूम. These words are purely Sufi. What is yours you will get, and जो नहीं है नहीं है.
जो नहीं है वो नहीं है. बिल्कुल, बस तू झूम.
So that's it.
I also wanted to know about your partnership with UNICEF. And why did you do that? How did that idea of community radio come to you, and which has impacted the Kashmiri girls who were orphaned by terrorist attacks? You really created a big, huge impact over there. So if you could elaborate on it.
The core again comes from this feeling of being a Sufi. Now, who's a Sufi? Somebody who's spreading simple love and getting that back. As simple as that. And I was blessed that I got these opportunities because I think I was seeking, like she says, you seek and somewhere wo manzil ke liye do gaam chalu aur samne manzil aa jaye. So I seeked it and I was blessed. I could work with these young girls, widow women in Vrindavan, interiors of the country with youth, with their music, primarily with their music. And this poetry of love actually made a huge impact with them and within me. I think it was a give and take both ways. And that was what was really beautiful. And it needs a lot of time to talk about this whole experience, so another time.
No, we got a flair of it. And what about Hum? Hamari Urdu Mohabbat, wo kya hai?
So that's another, I think, kya kehte hain usko, vertical of all this itself. Hamari Urdu Mohabbat is a platform to share these energies, talking of this beautiful language which speaks of intoxication and love and everything. And इतनी खूबसूरती है इस language में. तो उसको just share करना with like-minded people and keeping our Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb alive, as simple as that, through theatre, through talks, through music, and through storytelling.
That's how lovely. So it's time to take some audience questions. We are running short of time, but we would love to take at least 1 or 2 questions. If you have questions for our panel, please raise your hand. Our team will come to you. Anyone? I know. We would not wrap this session without a song from Renee. Yeah?
We'll do that.
Okay, so there's one question. Yeah. The name of the book, it is In Search of the Divine. It was released in September 2022. Yeah. In Search of the Divine, released in September 2022. It's going all over the country, all over the world now, rather. It's pretty acclaimed. You can grab a copy from Amazon, from the bookstores.
It answers every question that you are looking for,
Yes.
actually. The book answers that. Yes.
Okay, so we'll wrap our session with Renee's song so that we go back home with the flair of Sufism in our heart, the love in our heart, and we carry it.
So,
Yes, Renee.
आपका favorite वही लेके चलिए. Yes, बिल्कुल. हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ. हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ, गोरी गोरी बैया, हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ, गोरी गोरी बैया, बाह पकड़ हर नीरे मोसे नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के. प्रेम भटिका मदवा पिलाई के जी, मदवा पिलाई के. प्रेम भटिका. Like she said, it's the intoxication of love with him. प्रेम भटिका मदवा पिलाई के जी, मदवा पिलाई के. मतवारी कर दी नीरे मोसे नैना, मिलाई के मोसे नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के मोसे नैना, मिलाई के. छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना. नैना नैना, नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, लाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के नैना नैना, मिलाई के. छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना, मिलाई के.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Rana, that's Renee, and that's Sufism. May you all find your ishq-e-hakiki. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the entire Times Litfest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rana. Thank you so much, Rennie, and thank you so much, Kenna. It was a beautiful, immersive session and a perfect way to have the last session of our festival. Ladies and gentlemen, we would once again like to thank our sponsors. The Times Literature Festival 2023 was presented by Rajnigandha, our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times OOH, our writing instrument partner, Parker Pens, official bookstore, Full Circle, and our cultural partner, Taneira. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 7th edition of the Times Literature Festival 2023 here at Delhi. We hope to see you again next year. Till then, bye-bye. Have a lovely day. Thank you so much.